Need to fix the sound alert thing so it stops showing up first. Haley, you weren't first in either set. Hello, everybody. Hello, Jackal. Hello, Kaylee. Hello, Apollo. But when did you get that? I added it today. I was gonna tell you before stream started, then I forgot. I'm sorry. How y'all doing today? How dare you, Nia? I'm officially first, even if I'm not. The channel points don't lie. The channel points don't lie. Oh man. I've had a long week, so I think today is the perfect day to round everything up with a nice story time stream. How are you guys doing today? While we're waiting for me to finish setting stuff up. This over here. Let's pop that out. Pretty good? That's good. I'm glad you're doing good. Why is this not loading? Why is my pop-out chat box not loading? I don't know. Nothing ever wants to work. Fine. Okay. Want to turn on our... I don't have a hotkey yet. Hotkey. There we go. Your day was okay? Yeah, you spent it like 800 songs on the Spotify. Okay. I need to turn on chill playlist. Album. Give us our vibe. There we go. There we go. For anyone new here who didn't catch the first 7 chapters of Bones in the Ocean, they are uploaded onto Twitch. The VOD is maybe just a few days old. It's just called Reading Bones in the Ocean by BunFlower, chapters 1 through 7. I'm pretty sure. Let's see. I'm trying to think of. Is there a summary that I can say for last? Is there a summary? Okay, I need. No. Okay. Anyone who doesn't know, this is a story based off of the Dream SMP content creators, a pirate AU. And I'm pretty sure where we left off, Techno, Phil, and everyone found 2, what do you call them? Castaways, I guess? From a broken ship. Or sunken ship. So we're gonna hopefully get through the last half of the story. We have, I think, chapter index, on chapter 8. We have 10 more chapters to go. I'm hoping to get through all 18 today. That might not happen. We might have to do a short one tomorrow or sometime next. to finish it all off. But yeah, chapter warnings. Threats of gun violence. Okay, already off to a great start on my reading capabilities. Mention past character death and neglect of self-care. Okay, everyone ready? It's about Pirates in the Sea. Yeah. Speaking of the time, I'm going to go continue crispy Spotify songs. Goodbye, Kaylee. Okay, everyone who's chilling for our story time, gather around, find your spot on the carpet, get your juice boxes. Okay, children, everyone, all the crows, they all settle down. Find a letter on the carpet and sit down. Crisscross applesauce. Kevin's head is chopped off. I just realized. I'm so sorry, Kevin. So sorry, Kevin. I'm sulking in my corner. Just promise. You don't have to. You don't have to sulk in the corner. You don't have to sulk in the corner. Yeah. Shall we begin? The Navy is coming. Somehow, they know the crew of the Styx is in port, and they're closing in. Fast. Will, we need to move. Phil sets about gathering his belongings, strapping his cutlass to his belt, and pulling his worn jacket over his shoulders. Wilbur stands motionless, merely watching as Phil rushes about the room. Will, we don't have time for this. We need to get back to the rest of the crew. The Navy knows we're here. They'll be searching the streets any minute. I know. There's a familiar click. Phil finds himself staring down the barrel of the gun. Will? You're not coming with us, Phil. For a moment, all Phil can do is stare. He stares at the way Wilbur's hand trembles ever so slightly as he fiddles with the trigger. He stares into the eyes of the boy he's come to call his own. And in him, he sees cold resolve, unflinching, even as it's met by Phil's own steely gaze. And then the emotions hit. Shock, anger, denial, hurt, betrayal. Wilbur is pointing a gun at him. Wilbur's finger is on the trigger. Wilbur is staging a mutiny. What are you doing? He asks, even though he knows the answer, fighting back the harsh words he wants to shout and trading them for something cold and calculated. His hand begins to slip down towards his belt, but Wilbur catches the movement and jerks the weapon, aiming right for Phil's heart. Don't. Phil freezes. Hand over your weapons. Will, you can't just leave me with... Hand them over. Phil sighs. Almost robotically, he moves to unfasten his belt, his aching heart beginning to foster an unpleasant numbness as Wilbur snatches his belt, weapons and all, away. Now defenseless, he stands with his hand raised placently, praying to whichever gods are listening that this is some awful trick, that any moment now his son will lower his gun and crack a smile and laugh and everything will be okay again. Right, mate, you've had your fun. Now, don't move. He freezes. You're gonna stay right here, Phil. Like hell I am, he snarls, the shock giving way to sharp, fiery anger. Stop with this bullshit. Will, where the hell is all this coming from? Fine. We'll do it the hard way. Wilbur approaches, pistol still raised, and Phil flinches as the mouth presses to his skull, burning and freezing all at once. It stays there far too long. His eyes flutter shut, fully expecting a subsequent bang, but instead cold metal clicks around his waist, and then to the lamp on the wall, shackling him firmly in place. He gives an experimental tug, but his only reward is a sharp pain of the cuff biting into his skin. He pulls free, probably. He could pull free, probably, but it would take time and would hurt like hell due to it. He drops his hand and instead lifts his chin to meet Wilbur's gaze, his heart in his throat and the blood roaring in his eyes. Ears. I can read, I swear. Will, please. His own voice fails him, trailing off into something soft and raspy and fragile. And he hates the way his anger has faded into something so vulnerable. He searches desperately for any signs of hesitance in his son. Any hint that he's being forced, that he is being forced, that he might feel regret. Don't make this harder, Phil, Wilbur says lowly, pointedly avoiding his gaze as he fumbles to strap Phil's weapon to his own belt. What do you mean? Phil is practically begging now, a bitter weakness dripping off his tongue as he strains uselessly against his bonds. Will, come on. You're joking, right? I don't understand. Wilbur doesn't answer him. Wilbur, please, whatever you want, you can have it. The ship, the hat, just don't do this. Wilbur's eyes flicker with something. I don't want anything from you, Phil, but I have to do this. You know that. With a daft hand, his son reaches up and pulls the hat free from Phil's head, promptly placing it atop his own mess of brown curls. Phil's chest is filled with a hollow ache. It's a sight he dreamed of witnessing ever since the boy became his first mate, but not like this. Never like this. I'm sorry, Dad. Wilbur, please. And then Wilbur's moving away from him. Phil's cuff rattle as he makes one last desperate grab for his son's hand, missing it by mere inches. Wilbur pauses at the door, if only for a moment, but he doesn't turn to look back at him, not even once. But he speaks, and his words are enough to fill Phil's heart with the deepest spike of dread yet. Goodbye, Phil. Will, come back! Wilbur! The door slams shut, and the world goes quiet. Will? He shouts himself hoarse in the minutes that follow, screaming for his son as he turns his back and walks away from him. He shouts until his voice splinters into nothingness, his voice rasping with anger and hurt, heedless of the attention he must surely be drawing to himself. When the Navy finally come to collect him, he doesn't even have the energy to fight back. The survivors of the shipwreck have been brought safely below deck. Technoblade finds Phil exactly what he expected. He claws his way up to the crow's nest to find his first mate huddled within, his knees drawn to his chest and his face buried between them. He doesn't speak as Technoblade heaves his way clumsily to the narrow space, instead merely looking briefly up with tired eyes before nuzzling right back down and hiding his face once more. Hey, Phil, Technoblade says softly. Phil doesn't respond. Figured I'd find you up here, Technoblade continues, his voice hushed so as not to disturb any of the crew below, or attracting prying eyes. You kind of vanished on us back there. 1 minute you were there, and the next... He waves a hand lamely, his voice falling flat as Phil finally looks up at him, his expression hollow and his eyes speaking of complete and utter exhaustion. Not the physical kind, no, but emotional. A weight so heavy Phil nearly looks ready to crumble beneath it. Sorry, Phil says half-heartedly, his voice so quiet Technoblade nearly misses it, his gaze still vacant. Just got a lot on my mind right now, Saul. No kiddin'. And Technoblade sighs, which is enough to pull his friend's focus on him for a moment, and briefly away from whatever's bothering him. Phil's brows furrow, and he seems to sense that there is no animosity anywhere to be found in Technoblade's heart, because they quickly relax into something more sorrowful. Sorry, mate, Phil says again, and Technoblade's quickly getting sick of hearing him say those words. I didn't ever expect to see him again. Him? And then he catches a glimpse of that damned locket, popped open in Phil's hand. That picture finally visible. Brown curls, a charming smile, a cunning gaze. The same face as the man currently unconscious in the infirmary. The look in Phil's eyes tells him everything he needs to know. That's him. That's Wilbur. And Phil nods, stiff and forced, his gaze downcast. There's so much Technoblade wants to say in response to this new revelation. He's angry, furious, and he wants nothing more than to storm to the infirmary, grab the young man by the collar, and toss him right back overboard where he belongs. But Phil is right in front of him, with wide, shell-shocked eyes and a tremble in his hand, and he can't leave his friend to deal with this alone. Oh, Phil. He reaches out a hand, and Phil is quick to take it, and they sit together for a while, just breathing. Phil's hand is shaking in his, a fine tremor running through his whole body and into his fingertips. He can hear the hitch of Phil's breath, sees the sheen in his eyes that show that he's barely keeping it together. He can't begin to imagine the emotional toll this must be taking on him. Phil thought he'd lost everything, and now all at once it's back, and he's being forced to confront demons he thought long banished. Phil is the first to break the silence. I never thought I'd see him again, he admits, in the softest voice yet. I didn't... He trails off, his free hand clenching until his knuckles go white and his fingernails surely bite into his skin. He looks so confused, so lost, that the Technoblade is half tempted to pull him into another embrace like the one nights ago. But the stiffness in Phil's shoulders is like a rubber band ready to snap, and he's not sure that man wants to be held right now. and so all he can do is sit and wait for the dam to break. He said goodbye. Phil's voice is practically a whisper, his nails biting into Technoblade's skin with how hard he clings to him. He said goodbye. He wasn't supposed to. Why is he back? Technoblade doesn't have an answer for him. Phil spends most of his time at Wilbur's bedside, despite the man having yet to wake. He sits in an old wooden chair that must surely make his bones ache, his head in one hand and his bleary gaze trained on his son's sleeping face. His back is hunched and his shoulders stiff, and his hands shake when he spoons broth carefully between half-parted lips, running a thumb along the hollow of Wilbur's throat to urge him to swallow. There are dark circles under his eyes, and a pallor to his skin that speaks of nights without sleep. And no matter how Technoblade tries to urge him away, he can't be swayed. The best he can do is coax him into eating meals, which are consumed half-heartedly at best, but at least it's something. He doesn't speak much, not to the crew, save for the occasional short commands, and hardly more to Technoblade. Technoblade's never seen him like this, not even when he was imprisoned in the brig. He's withdrawn, and quiet and cold, and he looks so much older and more tired than he ever should. He looks like he spent the last few days staring at a ghost, rather than his unconscious, but still living and breathing son. It's scary. Phil is a man who practically radiates energy, his enthusiasm contagious, his sarcasm biting, his silver-tongued and sharp-toothed as bright as the sun, but not quiet. Never quiet. And yet, whenever Phil speaks, however short it may be, his voice is as soft as a whisper, and as raspy as sandpaper. It's wrong. As wrong as the lack of smile or laugh or teasing remark. Technoblade hopes desperately that this odd spell will pass quickly enough, but he knows that that will only happen when Phil either works himself into a faint, or their sleeping patient finally decides to wake up. The latter is the least likely option, surprisingly. And yet, it's on the third day that Wilbur finally wakes. Technoblade is at Phil's side, and Eric's there too. The two of them are busy urging the man to get some rest in a hammock by Wilbur's side, if he must, when the man makes his first signs of movement. Phil and Eric are still lightly squabbling, distracted by half-hearted arguments that the former clearly doesn't have the energy for. But Technoblade sees how bandaged fingers begin to twitch, how dark lashes begin to flutter again against pale skin. Phil, he starts, but there's no need. A soft groan cuts through the air like a knife, announcing the awakening of their guest, and Phil freezes. Wilbur is awake. Brown eyes flicker open, bleary and dazed and clearly still unaware. Pale cheeks flushed fever bright as the man tries to take stock of his surroundings. At his place beside Technoblade, Phil does not utter a word. He's as still as a marble statue, and just about as ghostly white. Eric is quick to move to Wilbur's side, pressing the back of their hand to his forehead with a quiet hum. The man shifts beneath their torch, his eyes widening into something almost panicked. He begins to thrash, knocking Eric's hand away, and that's when Technoblade and Phil step in, each moving to the tick aside, carefully pinning his arms to the side as the man begins to kick and shout in his delirium. And then, he goes abruptly still. His glassy gaze seems to finally focus, fixed with apparent shock and horror on none other than Phil. Phil flinches, and Technoblade reaches out a hand to steady him that is turned away. Phil not even noticing the invitation. His friend looks ready to either shout, burst into tears, or turn tail and run, and the white-hot rage he felt earlier when Phil had told him of Wilbur's identity sparks anew. He bares his teeth, whirling to his face, there ailing his patient with some choice words, and perhaps more. But he turns to see the man almost in tears, his gaze shining with more than just a fever. And then Wilbur speaks. Phil? He hears Phil make a soft, broken sound behind him. He turns and watches as the man's mouth opens and closes wordlessly. His hands loosen their grip from the man's shoulders as if burned, and Technoblade's unsure if it's a conscious decision or something rooted in his shock. He looks as if he desperately wants to say something. Anything. But what do you say to someone you once cared for? Someone who turned their back on you? It turns out Phil doesn't need to worry about it, because in the next moment, Wilbur's eyes roll back and he falls back into an incoherent mumbling. Or mostly incoherent. Just one word is decipherable from the jumble of slurred syllables. Curse. There's a harsh clatter as Phil's chair tips back, the man having stood so abruptly that he practically threw his seat. He does not attempt to pick it up, instead staring at Wilbur with the closest thing akin to fear that Technoblade has ever seen on his friend's face. Curse? Phil, what is he? And Phil bolts. He's out of the room before Technoblade can even open his mouth to call after him. Island, Wilbur murmurs, as if an afterthought, and promptly falls back into unconsciousness. Errett is the one to bring them together again later that night. Phil is coaxed back down from the crow's nest by the temptation of a meal, his hunger finally making its presence, known now that their patient is safely out of danger. Technoblade opens up his quarters as a place to meet, and the three of them sit cross-legged on the floor, none of them bothered enough to care for the elaborate dining table just a few feet away. They don't speak of Phil's earlier outburst, at least, not at first. Though Technoblade can see the way Errett seems to almost lean towards the man, ever perceptive as they are. They don't speak of Wilbur's words at first either, which is fine by Technoblade, because it means he can finally ask the questions that's been on his mind for the last week. Errett? Yes? Are you a witch? He hesitates, only after saying it, afraid he may have managed to offend their honorary crewmate, but Errett just tips their head back and laughs, bright and merry. Hey, wait a minute. Technoblade flushes. It's not that weird of a question. I mean, didn't you literally see the future or something? Errett just laughs harder. Hang on. You knew Wilbur was going to show up. I'm right. You're at least psychic or something. Not psychic, Technoblade. Not a witch either. Though some of my dearest friends are. I just get a little help from time to time. That's all. They don't elaborate, leaving Technoblade to glower like a petulant child. He wants to know more. He's never witnessed much magic up close. He hadn't exactly been prevalent around him growing up, let alone in the Navy. There had been rumors, of course, rumors of psychics and witches and magical beasts, but that had been all they were to his knowledge. Rumors, myths, legends. Phil snorts quietly over his food, as if it had been obvious and Technoblade was a fool to be asking. Phil, Errett says calmly, interlacing their fingers and resting their chin atop them as Phil's chuckles quiet down. If you're trying to hide your emotions from me, by the way, you're doing a very shit job. Phil very nearly chokes on his drinks, his cheeks flushing bright pink. But Technoblade is a little too preoccupied to tease him like he normally would, because, well, of all things for Errett to say, he hadn't expected that. The bluntness of the statement is slightly curbed by the actual contents. It takes Technoblade a moment to understand, and when he finally does, Errett barks out a laugh, their eyes crinkling in the corners and their fingers squeezing his own tightly. Wait, so you're an empath, dear? Errett confirms. Among other things. Other things? How much are you hiding? My secret's to know, and yours to find out, Technoblade, Errett whispers, conspiratorially. They don't give him a chance to respond to that, instead pulling right ahead to confront Phil, who has pointedly kept his mouth shut during the entire exchange. I haven't forgotten about you, Philza. Your hand, please? Phil seems to hesitate for a moment before carefully placing his hand in the other's. As Technoblade watches their fingers curl together, he's vividly reminded of the morning so many weeks ago where Errett had requested that same thing of him. And then, oh, Phil, Errett murmurs sympathetically. Phil's jaw clenches, and he does not speak. I see. See what? Technoblade can't help himself. Errett tisks disapprovingly. I think... Errett keeps going, ignoring him as they rub circles into the back of Phil's hands with their thumb. You'll find that it's not as simple as you might believe, Phil. Although I don't doubt how much it hurts. Phil does not answer them. There will be time to discuss this more together later, if you want. The offer goes unanswered, so Errett continues on. But first, I think we somehow have something more pressing than even that. Technoblade nods. This curse Wilbur was mumbling about. Is that what you're talking about? Yes, Errett replies quietly, though I don't think it's my story to tell. Phil clears his throat. Well, you see, He swallows, looking for all the world like he'd rather be anywhere than here. His hands are shaking again at his plate, making the silverware rattle. He sets it down and rests his head up against the wall, drawing his knees up close before speaking. I'm cursed. Technoblade just stares disbelievingly. It started nearly a year ago. Little things, small accidents on the ship, Stuff we could have passed up as odd equipment or bad practice. Phil's hands are clenched so tightly it must hurt. But it started getting worse. We'd get thrown off course. But it's storms, or enemy ships, or, hell, sirens. We'd lose men. Quite a few of them. Technoblade doesn't like where this is going. The crew started to blame me for it, I think. They caught on, saw that I wasn't getting any of the bad luck, while they were getting all of it. His smile is fragile and forced, his eyes tired. I think they were right, though. I'm cursed. Too much has happened. Hell, even in the last few months. You've seen it with your own eyes, Techner. The storm last night? Yeah, mate. You knew it was to be bad. You were laughing down in your cell. The curse? That's how you knew? I knew it wouldn't be just any old storm. Not with my luck. His gaze softens into something sorrowful. I didn't know it would sink your ship. I'd like to say I'd have warned you if it did, but... yeah, enemies. Technoblade grimaces. He'd almost forgotten the way they'd first treated each other in the wake of their bonding over the time at sea. Almost. There's no time to pity their former selves, though, and for now, he forges ahead as more and more incidents suddenly became so much more apparent. Phil's constant vigilance at the mast, his rampant paranoia, always watching out for the younger members of the crew, and that battle. You saved Rambu, pushed him out of the way. They weren't even supposed to be shooting at him in the first place. Phil nods solemnly, a hand drifting up to rub unconsciously at his shoulder. You're telling me that's the curse? Everyone around me suffers. Phil's lips are a thin line, a fine tremble returning to his hands that Technoblade learned to recognize his sorrow. I've learned to prevent what I can. And damn, if that isn't one of the most heartbreaking things Technoblade's ever heard Phil say, and he's heard a lot in the last few weeks. It's only fair, right? Phil's voice wobbles, high-pitched and breathy and dripping with bitterness. Technoblade wants to take his hand, to pull him into a hug, to force him to finally lay low and sleep, if nothing else. But he finds himself still hanging on to every word Phil says, no matter how they pierce his heart. If it's my fault, I've got to keep an eye out for everyone. I can't let anyone else get hurt because of me. Phil. Aerith's voice is calm, yet commanding, and it silences the train of self-deprecation right in its tracks. Have you ever considered that it might not be you that's cursed? What do you mean? For the first time since the beginning of the conversation, Phil just sounded a little bit hopeful. There are tales, Aerith says, holding their hands and leaning forward, their voice lowering into something soft and thoughtful, of an island with the treasures of 100 kingdoms, a land of gold and jewels, the shores teeming with pearls and jewelry. Technoblade laughs, his companions do not. It's true, Phil answers, just as quickly. I've seen it with my own eyes. You've been there? Technoblade casts a speculative glance his friend's way, but Phil doesn't flinch, his expression anything but joking. It's real then? Every bit of it. There's a small smile on his face now, a distant look in his eyes that speaks of awe and wonder and the treasure of a lifetime. My crew and I found it. After years of searching, we found it, and it was everything we dreamed of. Shores of gold, more riches than we could ever need in a lifetime. There's another story to this tale, Philza, Aerith interjects. A warning, and a curse. Any man who takes from the island shall be followed by death itself. If they let their grim words settle between them and the silence hang heavy. Did any of your crew take from those shores? Yeah, of course we did, mate. We're pirates. We didn't know about the curse, but... Phil frowns. The sticks went down. We saw the wreckage. The treasure must have sunk with it. All of it? There's a beat of silence. Shit. Phil's voice is weak, almost breathless. Technoblade groans. Phil, tell me you don't have a piece of the treasure from Cursed Island somewhere on this ship. His voice trails off as he finally turns towards his friends and sees the state he's in. Phil's face is as white as a sheet. He's barely breathing, his lips half-parted as dawning horror seems to sink in. And then, with trembling hands, he pulls a familiar golden chain from his pocket. And that damned locket begins to swing almost tauntingly between his fingers. Of course, it makes sense, in some terrible way. The universe has always been cruel like that. There's a moment of silence that drags on far too long, in which the three of them simply sit together, unmoving, not even speaking. And then Phil moves. He's up and out the door before Technoblade can so much as say a word, the door slamming open with a bang like a gunshot. Technoblade follows his friend a few steps behind as he thunders across the deck to the side, uncaring for the way he startles the dozing crew below with a chorus of confused shouts and murmurs. Phil skids to a halt at the rails, takes a deep breath, and with all of his might, throws the locket as far as he can into the depths of the sea. It hits the surface with a quiet plunk and sinks out of sight. "I did it," Phil says breathlessly. It's followed by a high, faint giggle as he sags against the wooden rails, his head in his hands and shoulders shuddering. Can't believe that was all it took. Fuck. "Phil," Technoblade starts, reaching out a hand as if to steady his friend's shaking form. "Are you?" Phil laughs again, this time sharper and much more bitter. "I thought I was the curse. My crew did too, but all this time, so many problems, so many people dead, just because I couldn't let go of my damn..." He suddenly recoils with a hiss as a wave crashes up against the side of the ship, spraying his face with water. The whole ship rocks with force below, salty seawater washing up over the deck and leaving behind piles of foam and seaweed. Phil's words trail off into nothing, his friend's gaze fixed firmly on the deck, his face growing paler and paler by the second because at his feet sits a familiar golden locket. Chapter 9. Chapter warnings. This chapter contains heavy self-deprecation, a betrayal of a near panic attack, and threats of gun violence. Guess I should have known it wouldn't be that easy. Can't exactly fault you for trying. We're gonna have to do this the hard way, huh? Yep. First island. Here we come. Guess your one little trip might be a little longer than you planned, eh, mate? Bruh, I've been scammed. Techno. Yeah? I can't help but feel like I've made a mistake. What do you mean? The locket. I shouldn't have tried to throw it away like that. Hey, it was worth a shot. No harm, no foul. Maybe. Something wrong? Just a bad feeling, mate. The ginger-haired boy, the one that washed up with Wilbur, is back. It's not the first time they'd seen him since his rescue. He slinks about the boat like a sly fox, sticking closely to Wilbur's side for the most part. He seems friendly enough, bright and eager, willing to lend a hand as needed, and able to strike up a conversation with just about anyone. He has an odd fascination with Phil, though. Right now, he's watching Phil with an odd look in his eye. He stands near Rambo, peering out from behind him as if he can somehow hide himself from view. His brows are furrowed, though not in anger, but more confusion? Curiosity, perhaps? His behavior rather like an animal, shying away from prying eyes, yet maintaining the tiniest little glitter of mischief in his gaze. He fits right in with Tommy, Tubbo, and Rambo, all three of whom have apparently adopted the boy into their ranks. Hence why they're all currently above deck, leaving their pistols and bursting about a shootout that Tubbo is almost guaranteed to win. They're all focused on the game, setting wages and egging each other on with taunts and teases, saving for the newest addition, who can't seem to take his eyes off Phil. And Phil notices him, too. With a sigh, his first mate finally turns towards the boy and gives him the slightest little wave. "Hi, mate." His voice is soft, that same tone he'd always used with Rambo when the boy first joined the Argo's crew. The boy, Fundy, if Technoblade remembers right, smiles, bright and wide, and waves back. If he had a tail, it'd be wagging, for the way he rocks in his heels and straightens up with a twinkle in his eye. He looks as though he wants to say something. But then there's a commotion as Tommy drags someone else from below deck amidst teasing and laughter. It's Wilbur. The man has been healing well after finally waking up. He's been able to safely run the ship on his own, his recovery excelling and his stubbornness even more so. Much to Phil's evident displeasure, he's made fast friends with the crew's younger members, particularly Tommy, who clings to him like a second skin, watching eagerly for his approval at every turn. Even now, as Tommy leads Wilbur towards the group, he's watching the taller man with a hopeful glint that makes him look so young and childish, like an eager little brother up to no good. "I don't know about this," Wilbur says with a smile as he's brought to the center of the group. "I'm not exactly the best shot. I've always been more of a talker than a fighter, if I'm quite honest." Phil makes a soft noise of affirmation beside him, although technically doesn't think the man did consciously. His friend is rigid beside him, the shoulder that brushes his own tense and unyielding. He and his son, to the Technoblade's knowledge, have scarcely seen one another since Wilbur's first woke up, let alone spoken. The tension is palpable, and the hollowed look in Phil's eyes makes the fury spark anew in his gut. He wants to wipe that smug smirk off Wilbur's face again. Not again, my bad. Anything to see Phil smile again. Tommy's voice rings out loudly across the waters, surely waking any dozing crew members with his fervor. Aw, come on, man. Show us what you got. His eyebrows waggle. Or are you too scared? Tommy, not giving him a second to respond, practically shoves the pistol in Wilbur's hand, the man muffling a quiet laugh as he finally accepts. Phil tenses beside him. It'll be fine, he murmurs softly to his friend. If he tries anything, we're both right here. Phil gives a stiff nod. He doesn't look convinced. Wilbur's attention is now fully devoted to the weapon in his hand, scrutinizing it as though it isn't entirely to his liking. Nevertheless, his grin widens at the other boy's urging, and he fixes them with a look that promises nothing but a good show. Wilbur gives the pistol an experimental twirl, weighing it before releasing the safety with an audible click, squinting down at the mechanism through thick lenses. Phil, suddenly finding himself staring down the barrel by chance alone, recoils as though he's been shot. He staggers backwards, his hand jerking upward as if to raise them. Blue eyes wide and panicked for just the briefest moment before clarity strikes him. He's quick to lower his hand and plaster a smile back on his face, but it's fake and forced, and far too strained, and he's not fooling anyone, least of all Wilbur. The gun is back in Tommy's hand in an instant, the man pulling away as if it burned his hands even to touch. His gaze wide-eyed and fixed on his father. He opens his mouth as if to say something, but no sound comes out, save for a soft exhale as Phil makes a swift and abrupt exit from the scene without any other word. He slams the door to Technoblade's cabin, shut behind him, and leaves the merry mood to shrivel up in nothingness in its wake. Wilbur slumps against the railing. Tommy retreats back to Tubbo's side. Rambo looks after Phil as if he wants to follow, and Technoblade, without so much as a warning, Technoblade marches up, seizes Wilbur by the collar, and hoists him upright to meet his gaze. This isn't my fight, he says quietly. But if it was, you'd have been thrown overboard days ago. And his grip loosens, allowing the man a moment to breathe. Wide brown meeting angry red. Fix this. Soon. I've given Phil the benefit of the doubt in letting you stay aboard my ship. Don't make me regret it. His lips curl, and for a moment he allows himself to stare into the eyes of the one who betrayed his friend. He doesn't know what he expects to find there. Malice, maybe? Or something more sly, more discreet. But all he finds is overwhelming guilt. He's taken aback, and his grip slackens enough for the man to pull away, clutching his throat with the other hand, raising placently. I can read, I swear, guys. As he stares into Wilbur's devastated expression, he's struck by the sudden realization that things might not be as simple as he thought. He opens his mouth to question or to threaten. He's not sure, but whatever words begin to form are quickly cut short by a loud noise from his cabin. Something shatters, splintering against the hard wood of the deck, and Technoblade decides this conversation can wait. Wilbur can wait. Phil needs him more. He gives one last glare of warning before stepping away, struggling to maintain a facade of calm dignity as he crosses the deck into the cabin in just a few quick strides. He slips inside without a word, careful to shut and latch the door behind him before summoning the will to look at whatever scene of destruction might meet him. The ceramic plate from the previous night's dinner is in 1,000 tiny pieces across the floorboards, and Phil is on his knees beside it, looking as though it personally insulted him. On the outside, his friend is bristling, his eyes narrowed, his teeth gritted, his shoulders squared, as if readying for a fight. But Technoblade can see his mask starting to slip, a hitch to his breath that speaks of incoming panic, and a glint of fear raw in his eyes as he stares down at the shards. Phil? He moves slowly, as if approaching a wild animal, rather than his friend. He might as well be one, for the way he puffs up at the sound of Technoblade's voice before recognizing him. His teeth baring in the faintest hint of a snarl, before he works to school his expressions into something neutral. Hey, Tech, Phil says, dropping the final syllable in a way that screams exhaustion, lifting a trembling hand to pinch the bridge of his nose. Sorry about the mess, mate. I'll clean it up. Just give me a moment. Shit. His hand slips on the wood as he shifts, and he moves to brace himself, his fingers skidding across the wood and ceramic alike, a sharp hiss of pain escaping him. Technoblade is quick to drop to his knees beside him, gingerly curling his fingers around the slender wrist and pulling his friend's hands away from the mess, humming in a gentle disapproval as fresh blood begins to bead up along his new cuts. Phil, it's okay. I'll clean it up. You just... And he sighs, squeezing the man's wrist for a moment. Go sit on the bed, okay? I'll get something for those scratches. Phil makes a noise of protest, but allows himself to be guided up from the floor and over to the mattress. His shoulders are shaking by the time they reach it, and he leans his weight heavily on Technoblade's shoulders. He practically drags Technoblade down with him when he flops onto the bed. Fingers still tangled in his coat, and Technoblade is helpless but to go along with him, abandoning his hopes of tidying the mess in lieu of pulling his friend into a tight embrace. Phil immediately buries his face into the shoulders with a jagged sigh, his grip around Technoblade's waist so tight it almost hurts. Technoblade doesn't let go. I don't know if I can trust him, Techner, Phil admits softly. He sounds tired. Last time I saw him with a gun in his hands, it was pointed at me. Technoblade can feel Phil's chest stuttering for breath from where it's pressed against his own, and he trails his fingers gently between his friend's shoulder blades, rubbing tiny circles there. Breathe, Phil, he urges softly, putting aside his friend's words for now, focused only on bringing him down from the panic. He can't afford to get angry, not when Phil is barely keeping it together as it is. I'm sorry, Phil says, and words nearly break his heart. This is stupid. I'm being stupid. I shouldn't be freaking out. Fuck, this is bullshit. Technoblade shushes him and his arms tightening around Phil until he makes a quiet little oof. It's not stupid, Phil. If you're feeling stressed because a guy who betrayed you was pointing a gun at your face is dumb, then so is me being scared of water. What would the crew say if they could see me? Phil rasps, as if he hasn't heard Technoblade at all, and then he laughs, sharp and bitter. Captain Philza, the angel of death, panicked over getting a fucking pistol pointed at him. His breath quickens into another breathy giggle. I've survived 100 battles. Hell, I've been shot and stabbed on my own deathbed, but I can't even handle looking at my own son without falling apart. His head tips forward, his brow is resting on the crook of Technoblade's neck, the fight draining out of him until he's nearly limp against him. Maybe it's a good thing you're captain now. Phil. No, Techno. It's gods. Phil. Wait, what? No, Techno, it's gods. Phil's head raises so that he can properly drop his chin onto Technoblade's shoulder. Look at me, mate. I can't lead like this. I don't know if I'll ever will again. I'm a fucking wreck. A disaster waiting to happen. If you hadn't been there when we found Will... Phil's eyes looked hollow and distant. If you hadn't been there, I would have just frozen up. The whole crew would have been without a captain while I wallowed in self-pity. Despite the way his breathing has begun to mellow, Phil doesn't seem keen on moving from their embrace. Frankly, Technoblade doesn't want to. He tells himself it's for the sake of Phil, but his friend is a comfortable weight against him, fitting perfect into his arms like a missing puzzle piece. He doesn't know the last time he held someone like this, besides Phil, at least. It's been a long time, too long. He doesn't want it to end yet. He doesn't know how to comfort Phil. Half of it is true. Phil had fled at the first sight of his son, and had been in charge. The crew would have indeed floundered at the loss of their captain, but there's something else motivating Phil's words. The bitterness of a former captain left to die by his crew. Phil's confidence has been extinguished by that event like a candle in the sea, and Technoblade doesn't know whether he'll fully be able to rebuild his former glory. There's something simply sad about it, because for all the rumors he's heard of Captain Philza and his days in the Navy, never once had anyone doubted his ability to lead. And yet, here they are. Phil's one step away from the edge of a precipice. And Technoblade is clinging desperately to him, as if to hold him back from the fall. One wrong move, one misspoken word, and the ledge will crumble beneath his friend's feet. It's okay feels like a blatant lie, and it's going to be alright might turn out to be promising false hope. He has no idea what the future holds for them, and so he settles for something else, something he hopes might still offer some comfort. I couldn't do this without you, he murmurs honestly, his heart aching when Phil moves just a little closer to his words. Give yourself some credit, even if you aren't the captain anymore. You're still the one who brought this whole crew together, right? When Phil finally mercifully gives the smallest of nods to his shoulder, Technoblade continues. I might not really know what things were like before, what you were like before, but the Phil I know, the one who's stubborn and reckless and bull-headed and frankly a bit of a bastard, Phil gives a hiccupy giggle. That's the one who's my first mate, not the other guy. That's the one. He nearly chokes up his own emotion, swelling at his tongue, stumbling over the words that started to become like second nature each time he thinks of the man who currently curled up in his arms, suddenly so small and vulnerable and trusting. When months ago they had been at each other's throats, ready to kill without hesitation. Those same blue eyes that were once narrowed in feral defiance from behind iron bars now blink fondly up at him. The smallest of smiles tugging at the pirate's lips. That, Phil? Technoblade continues, and delights in the genuine smile. His next words elect. That's the Phil who's my friend. Phil's been distancing himself from the crew. It starts out small, the man spending a little more time than average up in the crow's nest. He's still around to perform his duties, but the rest of the time, he's either up on the mast or hiding somewhere else out of sight. Despite Technoblade's best efforts, despite all of the reassurance, it progressively worsens as days go by. Soon enough, Phil is absent from nearly every gathering, even mealtimes. The crew has begun to notice. Although Technoblade knows the reason behind Phil's actions, Phil's paranoia steadily building, now that person who betrayed him is back on board. The rest of the crew does not, and the man has potentially kept his mouth shut about the relationship between himself and their unexpected guests. Wilbur has done the same. They hardly spare each other even a glance. If Technoblade didn't already know their history, he would have thought them to be total strangers, like the crew does. They don't see Phil's careful glance over his shoulder. They don't see the tension in every movement, the new edge he holds himself with, the faintest flicker of fear in his eyes when someone comes up behind him. All they see is a first mate who will scarcely talk to them, let alone spend time with them, and the effect is devastating on the crew's morale. Life on the sea is long and arduous, and tensions often begin to run high towards the tail end of the voyage, when all the crew's members have had enough of one another, and enough of being trapped on a floating hunk of wood in the middle of the ocean together. The whole crew has begun to show the side effects. Teasing words reduced to sharp insults, friendly smiles soaring with exhaustion and stress. With a first mate absent from the dynamic, and 2 new additions to their ranks, the strain is steadily growing with every passing day. It's only a matter of time before they all reach their breaking point. It starts with a celebration and a song. A gentle melody rings out across the ship, light and trained and beautiful, nothing like raucous shanties Technoblade has grown fond of. The voice is just as unfamiliar as the tune and lyric, smooth and soft and gentle, yet somehow commanding. Curious, he steps out of the cabin to find the crew gathered together around none other than Wilbur. The man is perched up on the barrel, a flask in one hand, doing his best to lead the crew in a merry song that nobody else knows the words to. It doesn't seem to matter much. His audience is captivated by just his voice alone. All of them, save for one. Phil leans against the railing far from the crowd. His face is shadowed, curtained by his hair, as he pointedly looks anywhere but at his son. Technoblade approaches, quietly, so as to not draw attention. "You okay?" he asks. Phil laughs dryly. "Haven't heard him sing in a while," he says simply. There's a rowdy cheer from the crew as the song ends, a chorus of shouts and applause. Glasses are raised and bottles alongside them, and beside him, Phil lets out a long, weary sigh before pushing himself away from the crowd and moving to join them. There are a few happy greeting murmurs as Technoblade follows, loudest of all Tommy, who swaggers over with a grin so wide it must hurt. Technoblade, Blade, Captain, my man! Nice of you to join the party," Tommy exclaims, slinging an arm around his shoulders as Technoblade squirms to get away. Beside him, Phil chuckles, clearly taking delight in his suffering. He shoots a pleading look at his friend's way, and the man finally caves, rolling his eyes with a fond smile and moving closer. "It's a bit early in the day to be celebrating, don't you think, mate?" Phil quips, deftly snatching a bottle from Tommy's hands and darting playfully away amidst squawks of protest. "The last thing you lot need is more rum. Besides, what are we even celebrating? Our new crew members, of course." The bottle in Phil's hand hits the ground with a sharp clatter, rum and glass alike spilling across the deck. "What the fuck, Phil?" Technoblade is at his side in a heartbeat. "It's not exactly your decision here, Tommy," he grunts, sweeping the shattered remnants into a pile with his boot as best he can. Tommy has the decency to at least look abashed, whereas Wilbur and Funny look startled and hurt, respectively. Sorry, Wilbur murmurs, though he doesn't sound very sorry at all. Guess we got a little carried away. Technoblade fixes him with a firm look. Surprisingly, Phil does as well. His friend's body is angled between Tommy and Wilbur, his shoulders rigid, and it takes Technoblade far longer than he cared to admit to realize what he's doing. He's protecting Tommy. Even if unconsciously, all his frustration and pain temporarily disregarded at the slightest hint of a threat towards his new crew. Technoblade knows then, without a shadow of a doubt, that Phil is willing to do anything to keep history from repeating itself. Only... What the fuck is wrong with you lately, Phil? Tommy snaps, pushing past his protective stance to glare at him with his arms crossed, standing rigidly at Wilbur's side. Most times, it's hard to remember that half of their crew are children. But now, Tommy looks eerily young, his eyes narrowed defiantly and his brows furrowed almost petulantly. Tommy is being clingy. Clingy to a random stranger he barely knows, treating him like he's been a part of the crew for months rather than days. It would be heartwarming, probably, to see him so attached so quickly, were it not for what Technoblade knows. Tommy, Phil starts, but the kid just keeps going. No, Phil, you've been acting like an ass all week, all gloomy and brooding. You've been treating Wilbur like shit, and Fundy too, and they hadn't done anything to you. You let Roundbrew join, so why not them too? Tommy, that's not what, Phil? Fair? Like you're obviously being to them? Tommy. This time, it's Wilbur speaking, stretching out a hand as if to rest it consolingly on Tommy's shoulder. And Phil snarls, hand moving towards his belt where his pistol rests, waiting. Don't touch him. Phil! Technoblade and Tommy's horrified voices overlap this time, Technoblade pushing himself between his first mate and his son before he can even think. He turns back on Wilbur, instead of reaching for Phil, his fingers curling firmly around his friend's wrist. Come on, man, it's not worth it. He's not gonna do anything. You don't know that, Phil hisses, and he sounds simultaneously furious and heartbroken, his voice wet and his eyes starting to get glassy as he struggles to glare over Technoblade's shoulder at his son. You don't know what he might do. I can't let anyone else... Out of the corner of his eye, amidst Phil's rambling, Technoblade can see the crew watching them. Nikki looks aghast, one hand raised to her mouth. Tubbo looks torn between delight and anger. Rambu just looks scared. And he knows, without a doubt, that Phil would never want his crew to see him like this, with tears pricking at the corner of his eyes, looking so desperate and vulnerable and lost that it makes Technoblade's heart ache. He steps a little closer to Phil in an attempt to shield him from view, all while murmuring soft reassurance. Phil, he says, his other hand going to his friend's shoulder, I won't let anything happen to them, I promise. But you need to calm down. You're gonna start saying and doing things you'll regret. I don't think I'll regret any of this. It's clear he doesn't. I don't know if that's true. Look, Dad. Wilbur's jaw snaps shut, his face going pale, and Phil along with it. It's a simple slip of tongue, the situation momentarily forgotten, and yet this new revelation is enough to elicit several surprised murmurs from the crew surrounding them. Eyes widen, mouth hung agap, and Technoblade catches a glimpse of Tommy's face, twisted with revulsion and fury and some sort of deep hurt. He's your son? The kid sounds scandalized. You said you didn't have a wife, let alone any family. Wilbur flinches at that. Phil's mouth opens and closes wordlessly, his fist clenched white, knuckles at his side. He shoots a desperate glance Technoblade's way, practically begging for an escape, and so the captain sighs and moves forward, stretching his hands out complacently. Tommy, I'm sure he didn't mean to hide. So you're telling me you're treating your own kid like shit? Tommy's teeth are bared as he barrels over Technoblade's soothing words, and he looks at Phil with so much venom, Technoblade can practically feel its sting. You just up and moved on with the rest of us, huh? Tommy has always had a heart for others, dangerously so. Sometimes, and now his empathy is showing full force, wild and unkept, and almost feral, with Phil on the receiving end of his wrath. Tommy, that's not what... Phil's voice is weak and aching, his brow furrowed with confusion and sorrow. Were we ever more than just a replacement? Are you gonna abandon us too? And oh, maybe this isn't just empathy speaking, but instead a messy pile of emotions and insecurities from the past bubbling up, raw and ugly to the surface. Past wounds reopened like a hot brand to an old burn. Tommy's scars run deep, and this seems to have torn him as deep as any betrayal. Like Tubbo and I haven't been through enough of that? What about Rambu, huh? What's next? I thought you were better than this, Phil. Tommy, Phil gasped. one hand half lifted to his heart, a panicked look in his eye. Tommy, that's enough. Technoblade tries, only to be met with the same white-hot rage and desperation. You don't mean any of this. I think we all just need to calm down and... Fuck off. I want to know why Phil went and abandoned his kid like he didn't give a... I abandoned him? Wilbur. The young man has stepped forward, his chest heaving, his arms outstretched, and he stepped between Tommy and Phil. Behind his glasses, his eyes are shining with unshed tears, his lips twisted into a grimace. He looks distraught, guilt and shame practically radiating from him, and Technoblade is torn between his empathy and his anger. What? Tommy sounded nearly breathless in his confusion. Phil didn't leave me. I left him. Wilbur, what does that mean? Tommy searches the man with wide eyes, his anger faltering as confusion takes its place. What are you saying, man? Phil is staring at Wilbur with a dangerous mix of bitterness and hope. So wild and desperate that Technoblade almost feels guilty when it crumbles beneath the weight of the rage. Wilbur's confession had finally sunk in, and now Phil is bristling anew, teeth gritted and eyes blazing. Wilbur lifts a hand as if to placate his father, and Phil recoils, swatting it away, none too gently. Wilbur makes a soft noise of hurt. Phil, I'm not gonna... What? Put a gun to my head? Chain me up? Leave me to die? Again? Phil's voice is deadly sharp, any hint of grief evaporating in the face of the flames of anger. What? This time, Tommy's horror is directed at Wilbur, the boy whirling on the man so fast he actually flinches away from him. You did what? Wilbur just hangs his head. You bitch! You dick! I fucking trusted you! Tommy is nose to nose with the taller man, bristling like an angry cat, ready to swipe. No, that's not... I didn't mean... Really, because I'm pretty sure that's exactly what you did. Phil's voice is dangerously low, every ounce of repressed fury and hurt boiling beneath the surface of every syllable. I was gonna die, Will. You left me to the fucking Navy. If that ship hadn't sunk, if I hadn't escaped, they would have hung me, Will. You didn't escape? Wilbur asks, suddenly sounding very small and very scared. They actually caught you? Tommy makes a soft noise of confusion, backing down a little as he glances between the two of them, clearly still enraged and uncertain where to direct his emotions. You cuffed me to the fucking wall, Wilbur. Phil snaps. What the hell did you think was going to happen? I thought... Guys? Jack's call breaks through the chaos, the note of fear in his voice splitting through the arguments. Not to ruin this, lovely family reunion, but... And he points to the west, eyes wide. I'm afraid we've got company. Technoblade follows his gaze to the horizon. A massive ship looms like a shadow in the distance, heavy sails catching the wind and quickly gaining on them as they float, anchored comfortably close to shore. Shit, Phil breathes. Technoblade just nods. A familiar blue flag ripples in the breeze far above. Emblazoned with the crest he comes to loathe. A royal warship. Emotional damage. I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you, Apollo. Oh, fuck. I just inhaled that water. Chapter 10. Chapter warnings. General violence, gun violence, and vague depictions of injury. Basically everything you expect from a pirate fight. Okay. The Argo and her opponents are at a standoff. Side by side, but neither firing. They drift alongside one another as the crews stand at the ready. The tension is palpable, both sides waiting for a cue, for the first shot to be fired. Technoblade waits, on bated breath, his heart pounding wildly in his ears. Cold dread creeping into his veins like ice. He knows this is not a fight they can win. The Argo is dwarfed by her opponent, both in sheer size and in numbers. If they fight, if this ends in bloodshed, there is no telling how many they could lose in the battle, or if any would survive at all. Beside him, Phil is rigid. He's just as nervous, his years of experience out on the sea more than enough to tell him the challenge they faced. He casts a sideways glance at Technoblade, and when their eyes meet, the captain sees just the faintest flicker of fear in his first mate's eyes. Not for himself, no, but for the crew under their command. Technoblade's heart sinks for Tommy, and Tubbo, and Rambu, and all of the others under his command who will have to face this threat unprepared and overwhelmed. There's just one alternative. Parlay, Technoblade murmurs. Techno? Phil's voice is soft, questioning. We have to negotiate somehow. Techno. Phil's face is shadowed, a gaze distant. They don't negotiate with pirates. Trust me. We have to try, Phil. We can't win this. I know. And that's how they ended up like this. Half the enemy's ship's crew gathered on the deck of the Argo, alongside Technoblade's own men. Technoblade and their captain standing face to face, a foot away, weapons drawn, but not pointed, merely eyeing one another up. And Technoblade blinks. Dream? Commodore Dream, actually. His friend, George, if Technoblade's memory serves correct, says lowly from Dream's left, his thumbs on the pistol at his belt, making no attempt to disguise the threat. I'm sorry. I genuinely didn't expect that. I figured we would get the Dream Team eventually, but I actually wasn't expecting them to be in the story with how it was going. Anyway. No, wait. George, hang on. Dream protests, a note of disbelief in his voice as he steps up to scrutinize Technoblade. His lips twitch in the barest hint of a smile, though his sword remains drawn and ready. Technoblade? Techno? Is that you? Captain Technoblade. Phil's voice, however hushed, is just a sharp, more of a hiss than anything. Captain. Techno, you're the captain? Dream huffs out a laugh, and his demeanor suddenly drops into something far less threatening. He runs a hand through his hair with a grin, shaking his head. You've gotta be kidding me. Technoblade? A pirate? Technoblade manages a weak grin amidst the complete and utter shock. His whole body is still on edge, his muscles tense, his brain firing 1,000,000 miles a minute. Though there are no words to describe how relieved he is to see a familiar face. They are still on opposite sides of this war now, and Dream has never been anything less than ruthless. He's a threat at best, and the Argo's doom at his worst. He can never be too careful around his former comrade. Surprise? He says dryly, laughing along with Dream. He can't find any humor in the situation. He's just been caught red-handed aboard a crew of a pirate ship, blatantly betraying his former ideals, yet again. He doesn't think his punishment will be just a hand this time. Somehow. I'm not gonna lie, when I heard pirates wanted to negotiate, well, I was a little confused. But this changes things, Dream says, lowering his weapon to clap Technoblade on the shoulder. Technoblade grits his teeth and suppresses the urge to tug his arm away. It does? Dream grins. I mean, it's pretty obvious you've gotten a little desperate here, Techno. I mean, piracy? I know things have been hard, and when you lost your ship, you decided to throw a little pity party. But hey, this is your chance. Your big shot. It is? Imagine it, Captain Blade, returning triumphantly back to his duties with a whole pirate crew in chains. They'd welcome you back with open arms. You want me to... Oh, come on, Techno. We both know this isn't what you want. The Navy was your dream. You've fallen low. I get it. Man, you were desperate, but I can turn a blind eye just this once. He winks. Our superiors won't know anything. You don't want them to. Technoblade recoils. He can feel the eye of his whole crew on him. He can feel their shock, their hair on the back of his neck rising along with tension. Dream, just let us go. The reasons, refusing to answer his offer. Just this once. Do it for an old ally, if nothing else. There are kids on my crew, a civilian too. They don't need to get caught up in this. Dream's expression hardens. They got caught up in this the second they chose piracy, Techno. You know the punishment as well as I do. The gallows will be full this week. Tommy makes a quiet, panicked noise somewhere behind him, and Technoblade bares his teeth. White, hot anger flaring in his gut. Yeah, that's not gonna happen, Dream. Dream has the audacity to look surprised. What happened to you, Techno? He questions, and there's a note of genuine concern in his voice. The Techno I knew wouldn't do this, wouldn't stand with criminals. Guess I had too much taken from me, he answers, the fear in his heart crumbling beneath the weight of his anger. Can't find it in myself to believe everything I hear anymore. He can see Dream's gaze drifting to his prosthetic. The expression he bursts is one of pity, and it makes Technoblade's stomach turn, his rage only growing. I'm sorry to hear that, Technoblade. Dream says, and it sounds genuine. But I can't just let you leave either. Which leaves us just with one other option. Technoblade nods solemnly and raises his sword. Typical pirates, never know a losing battle when they see one. A young man Technoblade doesn't recognize suddenly proclaims, he's at Dream's right hand, his expressions dark, and similarly poised to fight. Dark, messy hair spilling out over a white bandana that's clearly not to Navy code. Wait a second, Phil says from his left. His lips are downturned in a frown. His brows furrowed, his shoulders tense, his gaze searching. I know you. You're Captain Bad's boy. What? You're Captain Bad's boy, aren't you? Sapnap, the hell is a pirate kid doing up in the Navy? Shut up, the boy snaps immediately, and in an instant his sword is angled towards Phil, his teeth bared and ready to fight. This one's mine, he declares with a burstful smile, and Phil is quick to match the cocky grin of his own, branding his cutlass. Technoblade growls, raising his own weapon to defend his friend. He is cut off by Dream's blade against his, a loud ring echoing across the water as they clash. I don't want to fight, Techno, Dream says. He looks genuinely sorrowful. But you're picking the wrong side, and I can't let you go any further. Fuck off, Phil spits as he strains against Sapnap's strength. The two of them lock in a standstill. You don't know shit. You think the Navy's any better? Dream laughs. It's better than being a criminal, Angel. And then they fight. It's messy and brutal, and he can hear cries and shouts and the sound of metal clashing accompanied by the awful noise of fabric and skin alike ripping beneath the blows. Technoblade faces Dream. Captain versus captain, as it should be. He won't allow anyone else to face such a dangerous foe. He's reluctant to trade blows with someone he once considered an ally, a partner even, but the adrenaline of the consequences should he not fuel his every movement, keeping him on his toes and preventing his blows from losing their force. He has to win. Dream, on the other hand, is decidedly holding back. I can pull rank. I can vouch for you, Techno. You don't have to do this. You don't have to stoop to piracy. He spits the last word as if it's a curse, his nose wrinkling in the distance, though his eyes remain wide and pleading, one hand outstretched. I can get you back in the Navy. I can get you your rank, a ship, a crew. Whatever you want, Techno. And for a moment, it's tempting. He imagines returning to the Navy with honors, having not only captured the Angel of Death, but also his ship and his crew. He imagines the praise and prestige and a shining new ship, and the proud gazes of superiors that once scorn him. He imagines Phil in chains again. The foolhardily hurt in his chest dies. We can be partners again. And there it is. It's the most tempting offer out of all of them, more so than any success he might gain from his betrayal. He and Dream, a team again. But he's never quite considered them friends, per se. Not like Dream has at least. Their partnership, when they crewed the same ship, had been legendary. There's no denying that they work well together, and unlike others. Dream never saw him as just a tool, just a weapon to be commanded, just another soldier. They weren't friends, no, but they were equals, and that was more than Technoblade had been able to say for a long time before meeting him. They worked well together, they got the job done, and Technoblade never had to be anything more or less than what he wanted to be. It'd be easy to fight back into it, like slipping in an old glove, that comfortable detachment he'd grown used to, feeling back as a naval captain, the assurance that just as nobody needed to care for him more than was necessary, so too did he not have to care for them in turn. Except, he'd never been good at that, had he? His passion, his care for his crew, never fully reciprocated. His heart for those around him, thrown back at him with the strict orders and punishment and constraining rules that promoted indifference and callousness in leadership, rather than compassion. He'd felt so much when he'd lost his crew. He still thinks of them, still regrets with every inch of him, with every fiber of his being. The Navy had seen it as a waste of resources, a loss of mere numbers, a betrayal of their ideals. He'd been punished for the latter, rather than the deaths of a few dozen men whose families would never see them again. And maybe that's why his hand still aches with phantom pain. Maybe that's what makes the memories taste so bitter on his tongue. He hadn't even been punished for the right thing. But he has a chance to go back. Right here, right now. This moment will be his only shot. Dream, the only person with the confidence and capability to return his merit to him. He could have it all back. Go back to the way things used to be, like nothing ever happened. Except he'd never forget. He'd have the weight of his crew's death on his shoulders. Not just the former, but his current. Tommy, and Tubber, and Rombu, and Eret, and Nikki, and Jack, and Phil. Out of the corner of his eye, he catches the look on Phil's face, and something else in him shatters as well. Some part of him must have betrayed his brief moment of hesitation, because Phil is looking at him with something akin to a mix of hurt, and shock, and sorrow, his movements stilling as if simply too surprised to even move. It twists into something ugly, something dangerous and furious, so raw that Technoblade flinches away from the intensity of his glare. He wants to assure him, to immediately spit his rejection of the offer out for all to hear, but Sapnap lunges forward, scoring a shallow slash along Phil's shoulder, and their fight begins anew, leaving no time for reconciliation. Though his first mate keeps shooting him rapid, desperate glances as though he can't quite believe what he just saw. And Dream's moving too, as if sensing Technoblade's change of heart, quickly taking up the offensive and pushing their blades together until they're nearly nose to nose. "Are you sure you want to do this, Techno?" And there's not a note of hurt in Dream's voice amidst the cold anger, a desperation in his blows that had been there before. "You're really gonna give it all up? For what? A bunch of criminals?" "They're my friends," Technoblade hisses back, and Dream laughs at that. It sounds wrong, twisted somehow, laced with a bitterness that speaks volumes of how the men might have viewed them. He had stuck together. It makes Technoblade's heart pinch, but there's no time to dwell on it, because Dream's blows just keep on coming, stronger and faster, and each one more and more dangerous than the last. They're pirates, Technoblade. They take and steal and kill. And you think they're your friends? Dream's eyes glitter with something unrecognizable. You might be their captain now, but one wrong move and they'll toss you aside, leave you behind. Technoblade opens his mouth to respond, to retaliate, but something stops him. The image of Phil in chains, left behind, not only his crew, but his own son. Do all pirates really think so little of relationships? Is there some unspoken code, an understanding that no attachment is permanent? Could it happen to him, too? The thought dies almost instantly, banished to the back of his mind, because all he can think of is Phil's shock, his utter devastation when he'd been betrayed. "No," he hisses through gritted teeth, and shoves back, sending Dream stumbling. "They wouldn't." "What makes you so sure?" Dream demands. He sounds like a cornered animal, almost desperate. It's unlike anything he's heard from him before. "How do you know they won't turn on you?" "I trust them." It's short and simple and painfully honest. Dream gets a glint in his eyes, then. "But do they trust you?" "What?" "Do they know, Techno? Because I do. I know exactly who you captured that day. Just who you were ordered to escort. Do they?" Oh gods. Technoblade knows exactly what his plan is. To force him into an alley with no way out. To leave him with no other option but to run to the Navy with his tail between his legs. To run back to Dream. The Commodore has always been sly. Always been conniving? I don't know that word. But this is a side of him he's never seen. This is dangerous. This is a threat. Manipulation at its finest. Perhaps even the strongest men can be corrupted by power. Don't. Dream. Do they know, Techno? Dream asks, even that of this time. Do they know you imprisoned their own first mate? Do they know you were going to escort Philza to his death? He tries not to look. He really does. But out of the corner of his eye, he sees the reaction of his crew. Tommy's face falls, devastated, then twists into something ugly and angry. Rombu makes a soft sound of disappointment, scarcely audible over the sound of battle. Nikki's gasps and tears of anger and hurt make her eyes glassy. Eret pressed carefully behind Tubber and Jack, though they too hold a sword, just look sad, but not surprised. He had meant to tell them. He and Phil had agreed they couldn't handle it, that sooner or later the truth would have come out. But in the midst of the chaos, of sirens and battles and stowaways and Wilbur, there hadn't been any time to think of it. And now they know. He looks away ashamed, his cheeks flushing in shame and anger alike. His grips on the sword tighten until his knuckles ache. In front of him, Dream smiles as though he's already won. Do you really think they'd want you as their captain now? Now that they know the truth? And his grin softens into something more hopeful. That damn hand extending as if he truly expects Technoblade to take it. Come back to the Navy, Techno. There's nothing for you here. The crew knows his secret. Phil saw his hesitation. He knows the confrontation he'll face, the trial that awaits him in winning back their trust. Some might never forgive him again after learning the truth. That he was once one of the very men they fight now, vying their deaths. So maybe Dream isn't wrong. Not entirely. But Technoblade already let down the crew once. He'll be damned if he does it again. Sorry, Dream. His voice is firm. Final. His opponent's face falls, darkening into something bitter and hurt and furious. I think I'll have to pass. You're gonna regret this, Techno. You'll come crawling back. Dream insists as their blades fall together once more. This time, Technoblade fights with a new vengeance. He fights for his crew. He fights for his friends. They don't talk much after that, both of them too focused on the fight. The air is filled with the sound of clashing swords, the choked grunts and snarls as pirates face sailor, neither group willing to back down for a moment. For either, victory means life, and loss, death. Technoblade has no heart for killing. He never has, but it's every man for himself. And one death to prevent another is fair enough exchange in his eyes if it means one less friend to lose. And then, what the hell? Dream's question is less venomous and more confused. His blade stilling mid-swipe, his gaze is fixed upward, his brows furrowed and his mouth agape. Utterly bewildered, Technoblade follows his gaze upward, and he feels his heart drop. Oh, you bastard. Phil is standing on the yard. Phil is standing on the yard. He's poised with one arm outstretched, brandishing the cutlass at Sapnap, who clings to the rigging as though he's chased the pirate all the way up. Despite the way the wind whips at his hair, Phil is grinning as he stands, balanced, confident, and cat-like. Out on the narrow surface, he crooks a finger at Sapnap with the slightest tilt of his head, his grin widening. Come on then, mate. Let's see what you've got. A bait. Or are you scared? Sapnap takes it. He teeters out onto the yard, his own sword outstretched, and moves with surprising agility to confront Phil where he stands. They clash once more, and every moment has Technoblade's chest lurching, his heart in his throat. One wrong move, one wrong step, and either one could face a devastating fall. But Phil is smiling, chest puffed and eyes bright, and he looks more at home up there than the safety on the deck. A bird indeed. You idiot, he hisses under his breath, just as Dream shakes himself from his shock to continue their own battle. If he doesn't kill you, I'll kill you myself. Dream laughs at that. I can see why you like him, he quips, twisting his blade with an expert flick that catches the corner of Technoblade's ear, nearly knocking his hat off. He's fun. And he laughs, shaking his head. But I'm afraid my first mate is more capable than he thinks. Above, there's a pained grunt as Sapnap lands a shallow but long across Phil's bicep. Phil can handle himself, Technoblade answers, just as Phil's next blow nearly sends Sapnap's blade flying from his grip. His chest warms with pride and smug satisfaction. Oh, I have no doubt. I've heard the rumors. Captain Blade, befriending the Angel of Death. I have to say, I'm a little impressed. Technoblade bares his teeth. But there's something else, Dream adds, almost as an afterthought. His grin turns sharp, like a cat toying with his mouse. What's that? Technoblade snaps impatiently, not in the mood for any more of his games. You're forgetting about my sharpshooter, Techno. No. There's something else Technoblade forgot. Dream hates to lose. He turns with wings on his feet, and his heart stops. He can see George taking aim from where he crouches in hiding, seeing the way the barrel levels at Phil's heart. Technoblade is moving before he can even think, pushing through the crowd, parrying swipes and shouldering past enemies after enemy, taking a line of men down in his wake. His heart pounds, his blood roaring in his ear, his muscle burning with the strain of his efforts and a dozen nicks and scrapes. It doesn't matter. Nothing else matters. He has to get there. He has to make it in time. He needs to go faster, to move, to protect his friends. The gun lowers. Bang. Phil teeters backwards, his lips half-parted in an of surprise, his arms splaying to either side. He takes one precarious step backwards, then another, and then his heel slipping over the edge. And he's falling backwards with nothing to catch him but the wind. Phil! Technoblade sees Sapnap make a grab for him, as if in some last-second surge of regret, but it's too late. His fingers grab at nothing but open air. And Phil falls. Oh no. I'm enjoying this way more than I should. Hang on 1 second. Oh. Pain. I'm at the edge of my seat. I don't know about you guys. I'm enjoying this story way too much. Chapter 11. Icarus. I love Icarus. As you guys, I love the story of Icarus. It's a problem. I'm sorry. Anyway, Icarus, they'll call him. A man who flew too close to the sun. I swear to God, if they actually killed Phil. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Chapter warnings. Depictions of near drowning, injury, violence, and suicidal ideations. Pain. Yeah. If they kill Phil, what do you mean? No, he can't die. No. Phil is flying. His stomach is weightless. The wind in his hair, tugging playfully at his jacket. His arms are outstretched to either side. Words. His wings, featherless, and yet they catch the wind just as well. The world around him moves as if in slow motion, white sails billowing in the wind above, rippling like strange clouds against the sky of blue, as if he reaches up, he could very nearly touch them. But they're quickly moving away, far out of his reach. Phil is falling. He can hear screams and shouts, Technoblade's voice rising above the din, full of the pure terror that has yet to take hold of Phil himself. He feels sorrow for a moment, pained that he could be the one to cause his friend such immersion. But then another voice catches his ears. Wilbur. His son is screaming his name. His son is reaching for him, what feels like miles away, as if he can somehow stop the inevitable impact to come. His face is twisted with such an awful emotion, marrying his handsome features with agony no man should ever have to bear. How fitting, Phil thinks, that his son should be here to finally ensure his end. The attempt hadn't been successful. Phil too stubborn to die in chains. But perhaps this is more fitting. Fallen, not to the bullet that had struck at his feet instead of his heart, but by his own recklessness, doomed by his own foolishness, by his desperate reaches for the sky itself. Icarus, they'll call him. A man who flew too close to the sun. He smiles. The water gets closer. Wilbur reaches, his fingers close around empty air. He doesn't feel the impact. Not at first. He hears the sound, loud and awful, and feels the cold rush of water around him, but not the pain. Instead, only an odd numbness surrounds him, like a blanket swaddling him from the agony. The water tugs at his hair as he sinks, even the breath in his lungs paralyzed by the force of his fall. He finds himself staring up at the sunlight as it sparkles off the surface, and revels in its beauty. He's oddly tired. He is no stranger to drowning. Every pirate worth his salt has his fair share of scars. But this feels different, somehow. This feels final. He wishes he could apologize to Technoblade for leaving him. After all, the man had promised to stay by Phil's side, and now Phil is becoming a hypocrite. Maybe it won't be as bad. He gets the feeling Technoblade won't be long to follow. Be it a sword or the gallows, his crew seems fated to join him one way or another. He just wishes he wasn't the first. Phil! Sorry. His eyes are getting heavy. His lungs no longer burn, long since filled with water after the first reflexive breath. It still doesn't hurt, and he's grateful for that small mercy. He doesn't fear death, but he'll take whatever comfort he can get as he drifts into their arms. He's so tired, so tired. He's ready to rest, rocked to sleep by the gentle ebb and flow of the tides as it pulls him lower and lower, further and further from a beautiful sunlight. No more bubbles trail up from his lips, the water dark and still and oddly peaceful. A pleasant heaviness has begun to creep over him, starting in his limbs and spreading until it pulls in his chest and on his eyes, urging him to close them. Just a minute. I swear to God, if they kill Phil, I'm gonna cry. I haven't recovered from Song of Achilles, and now I should have read the tags. I didn't read the tags. And so he does. It's quiet, dark, cold. He can't think straight anymore, but the emotions remain. A bitter regret on his tongue that he can't quite reason with. He's missing something. Someone, perhaps. Everything's slow, muddled. He can't bring himself to care anymore. He just wants to sleep. and then a hand grabs his wrist. He opens his eyes, and amidst the dark waters, sees a swirl of brown curls, and wide, fearful eyes. Strong arms curl around him, and then they're moving up, up, up. Oh, thank God. Okay, we're good. We're good! When his head finally breaches the surface, he can't even bring himself to draw breath. It's too much work. His head lolls against the savior's shoulders, his eyes fluttering weakly. Every moment takes more than he has to offer. It would be so easy to just rest. A hand strikes between his shoulders, hard. A reflexively gasps and then coughs as the water in his chest bubbles, finally spilling free as he heaves, allowing him to draw in a shaky, merciful breath. And gods, does that breath hurt. The world spins around him, darkness tugging at the corners of his vision, and he's unable to do so much as twitch his limbs to help lighten the burden. It hurts too much to breathe, and it would be so much easier if he didn't, if it just rested instead. But there's a muffled, insistent voice in his ears, half garbled by seawater as waves washed around him. Phil? Come on, stay awake, keep your eyes open. Phil! Dad! Please! And so he obeys, drawing in another shaky, ragged breath, and trains his eyes dazedly on the horizon. Unable to lift his head to look upon his son's face, he hears a shout, followed by a splash. Dad, hold on to me. Don't let go. Hang on tight. We're gonna get you up there. You're gonna be fine. It's okay. Just hang on. Phil does his best to comply. His fingers are stiff and shaky as they curl into the fabric of Wilbur's shirt and around his shoulders. Wilbur's arms tighten around him, and then they're moving up again, faster than before, and there's an odd lightness as they pull free from the waves. Strong arms loop beneath his armpits, heaving him up and over the railing, and he grits his teeth against the shriek of pain as they press none too gently against his ribs. There are panicked shouts and worried murmurs amidst the clashing of steel, the sound of battle still ongoing. He struggles to take a breath, and finds water still gurgling in his chest, cutting his efforts painfully short. His cheeks press against the cool wooden deck, his gaze hazy, mere jumbles of color flashing in his vision rather than definite shapes. He needs to cough, but he can't find the strength to do it, and his lungs are beginning to scream anew, the darkness folding in and threatening to drag him back under. And, Phil, breathe! There are hands in his chest, his ribs creak and groan and cackle beneath their weight, and he can't tell the difference between a new fracture and the ones caused by the fall. His lungs stutter, each breath wet and gurgling, his eyelids fluttering as he stares dazed out at nothing. And then, a particularly hard push sends the rest of the water finally flooding from his lungs and out onto the deck. And suddenly, he can breathe. One great, rattling breath, then another, and again, as he greedily gulps down lungful after lungful. He tries to curl in on himself, but careful hands tug him close, draping him across someone's lap, keeping his head carefully propped upright. That's it, I've got you. I'm here. Gods, I'm here. A shaking hand rubs circles on the back of his neck as he shudders and coughs and wheezes, supporting him through it all. Holy shit, man, is he okay? Yeah, Tommy, he's gonna be okay. There's a muffled acknowledgement, followed by a ringing of steel as sword is drawn anew. There's a fearsome shout as Tommy returns to battle, but Phil has no care for it, for as much as he worries for the boy, his frenzied panic, pain, muddled thoughts only have care for one thing. Will? He whispers disbelievingly around the burn in his lungs, struggling to focus on the face that swims above him. There's a sad, choked noise. Yeah, Dad, it's me. Calloused fingers comb his hair out of his eyes, wiping the water away as it streams down his forehead. You're gonna be okay. Deep breaths. We'll get you some help and it'll all be okay. Disbelief and confusion, and something much softer, all tangled together, twisting in his heart as he stares up into wide, familiar brown eyes, brimming with fear and desperation and love. Phil's lips struggle around something to say, anything to convey what he's feeling, but instead, all that comes out is a question. You. He coughs, his whole body raking with the effort, curling unconscious into his son's chest, and grasping weakly at whatever part of him he can reach. You saved me. His heart flutters with a weak, foolish, desperate hope. His heart is in his throat, his emotions torn raw and ragged. He's melting into every gentle, careful touch from the hands he so fervently missed. Wilbur sounds heartbroken when he answers. Of course I saved you. Why? Wilbur's face falls. Oh, Phil, he says quietly, almost as if mourning. You're my dad, that's why. I love you, you idiot. Phil's heart twists in an ugly mix of fondness and bitterness of a long-kept grudge. He sputters around another breaking cough. Didn't seem to make much difference last time. His voice sounds so breathless, so weak. But is able to channel enough spite into it that Wilbur visibly flinches. His mouth opens and closes, and then his eyes are glittering, and oh, his son is crying. And his grip is tightening on Phil and pulling him close, and Phil doesn't have the heart to try and push him away. Phil, Wilbur says again, and his voice is hoarse and wobbly and thick with tears. I'm sorry. I mean, so fucking sorry. I didn't want any of that to happen. Phil opens his mouth to snap a reply, but doesn't really mean. But Wilbur keeps going. They were gonna kill you, Phil. The crew. They blamed you for the curse. They needed a scapegoat, and you were the easiest option. Wilbur's hands are trembling when they cling to him. I overheard them, and I convinced them not to. I told them I wanted the pleasure of doing it myself. Wilbur's face screams guilt and sorrow and anguish, tears carving pathways through soot and blood alike on his cheeks. It was the only option, the only way to keep you safe. Phil makes a soft noise in the back of his throat. He raises his hand instinctively to wipe the tears away from beneath the dark lashes, but his arm falters, a combination of exhaustion and his doubt stopping him halfway. It doesn't matter, because Wilbur takes his hand in his own and lifts it up to his cheek with a choked sob, nuzzling firmly to the touch. They wanted to do it right away. I convinced them to wait until we got to port, and then His nose scrunches, his eyes squeezing shut, as his whole body seems to bow beneath the weight of his regret. I did what I thought I had to keep them safe. To keep you safe. You notified the Navy. It was only to keep you from coming after us. You weren't supposed to get caught. Damn it, Phil, why did you get caught? I've seen you escape shit like that 100 times. So why? He takes a deep, shuddering breath. Why didn't you get away? Phil is silent. His mind is moving 1,000,000 miles a minute, paging desperately through this new revelation that contradicts everything he thought he knew to be true. His mouth opens and closes, only a strangled noise escaping. Raw confusion and hurt and concern and sorrow. Wilbur's free hand suddenly finds his own cheek, rubbing carefully at something damp, and it's then that he realizes his son isn't the only one with tears in his eyes. I thought you didn't care, Bill admits quietly. I thought I had nothing left at the moment. No ship, no crew, no... He shudders. No family. There was no point. There's a soft, shaky inhale. Wilbur's hands tighten around his own. You gave up. Phil can see the dawning revelation in Wilbur's eyes, a look of horror so broken and tragic it makes his hand curl tighter around his boy's face, as if to ground him. Oh gods, Phil, I didn't... You shouldn't have... I didn't... There are tears speckling his son's lashes from beneath soot-smeared lenses. I did that? You were all I had, Will. Not anymore, but... Phil sighs, his weariness suddenly tenfold. All the years of suffering heavy on his shoulders, along with the weight of the sea on his lungs. I expected it from the crew, but not from you. I'm sorry, Wilbur says again. His nose buried itself in Phil's sodden hair. We didn't realize until after the curse kept following us that we knew it hadn't been you. But it was too late. I looked for you in every port after. Every time I didn't know they'd caught you. This whole time, all these months, you could have been dead, and it would have been my fault. Phil doesn't have the energy to respond anymore, barely has the energy to keep his hand up even with Wilbur's help. But he hopes the look in his eyes is enough to ease Wilbur's pain, if only a little. He's alive. He's still here. And so is Wilbur, holding him. You're not leaving me? He has to know. He has to hear it from himself. Maybe it's selfish, but he needs to hear it from Wilbur's own mouth. He needs to see the promise in his eyes and know it's true. He can't take another heartbreak. Can't let his sunshine slip through his fingertips again. Never again, Phil. Wilbur swears and presses shaking lips to Phil's hairline. I'm never leaving you again. I promise. And Phil shatters at the gentle touch, the sobs he's been holding back for so long finally breaking free of his walls. They spill over, ugly and messy and noisy, and he buries his face in his son's chest as his whole body heaves with the weight of his sorrow and relief alike. Hot tears burn at his eyes and stream down his cheeks, his breath hitching with sporadic hiccups and knees. And he can't bring himself to care much at all that the crew and enemy alike could be watching him. All he knows is that everything he'd believed, everything he'd thought to be true, was wrong. He was not forsaken without regret. He is not alone. He is still loved. His son is back and will not leave him alone again. And so Phil, for the first time in nearly a year, in the midst of battle and strife and gunfire, and swords and screams, finally lets himself cry. And Wilbur holds him. Wilbur holds him and whispers gentle apology after apology, and runs trembling fingers through his sodden hair and in circles on his back as he weeps. It's easy to forget the bloodshed, the chaos, the danger when he's being held so safely in his family's arms. And so he does. For a brief moment, it's just the two of them. And that's enough. And then there are hands on him, rough and unfamiliar. They grab and pull, yanking his arms behind his back as he twists in their grip. He grits his teeth and hisses and fights as best as he can, but he's exhausted. And every little movement takes more energy than he has, sending fresh fire through his chest. He can hear angry voices in the background, a commotion and clatter as Wilbur presumably fights back against their foes. "Get your fucking hands off him," his son cries, and Phil's eyes flicker open blearily to see his son in a similar position, two men holding his arms behind his back. His teeth are bared, his eyes wide, his muscles straining against his captors as he fights to get to Phil. "Don't touch him!" He sounds angry and scared. So scared. A knee presses down on Phil's spine, shoving his chest roughly into the deck, and he feels the eerie, familiar pressure of cool metal clicking shut around his wrists. He doesn't even try to slip out of them, too focused on just drawing each breath through the haze of pain and exhaustion sinking into his claws. Sinking its claws into him. My bad. "He's already hurt, you piece of shit. The hell does he need cuffs for?" Phil wants to reassure his son, to call him out, to murmur soft words of comfort or spite words of anger at their enemies. But the hands in his arms are now trying to pull him upright. The pressure in his chest doubles, squeezing and burning. And when he lifts onto his knees, he can feel his ribs shifting, and he's enough to rip an agonizing cry from his lips as he twitches and writhes against his will. And Wilbur is still shouting. And the butt of the pistol strikes the back of his skull. The world goes dark. Oh, damn. Shit's getting interesting. They've lost. Outnumbered and outgunned from the very start, the crew of the Argo is now gathered on the deck of their own ship, surrounded on all sides by the enemy. Bound in cuffs and ropes alike, they've been disarmed and forced to kneel against the wood. Tommy and Tubbo are side by side, their shoulders bumping one another reassuringly. Rambo is by Eret, his hands bound in front of him, clinging carefully to the elder's shirt. Eret looks surprisingly calm, their eyes shut and their posture relaxed. Even in the face of the rough hands of the enemy on their shoulders, Nikki is glaring daggers at the man that holds her, who boasts a rapid, darkening bruise across his cheek for his efforts. Every one of them is made to kneel, save for one. Technoblade stands facing Dream, disarmed at his mercy. Phil and Wilbur are nearest to him. His friend is half supported by his son, pressed close up against him, and half by the man who's hoisting him upright by the collar. He's completely sodden, with an awful wet whistling his breathing. His face lined with pain, and a glassy sheen to his eyes. But he's alive. Blessedly, mercifully, alive. He looks like he's been to hell and back, and God knows he needs medical attention as soon as possible. But he's awake and breathing, and that's more than Technoblade could ask for. "I'm disappointed, Techno," Dream says, almost softly. He's thumbing the hilt of his sword, looking almost bored. "I wouldn't have pinned you as the type to choose the losing side. Never would have just surrendered. Never, you Navy piece of shit." Phil, ever so articulated, suddenly chimes in. Dream's eyes flash. He makes a quiet sound, soft and contemplative, a hum in the back of his throat, and then he moves, brushing past Technoblade to crouch beside Phil, his head tilting, cat-like and analytical. Phil recoils with his teeth bared, through the gaze lacks its usual heat, subdued by the dual haze of pain when Dream reaches for him. Though he reacts, an animalistic noise tearing from his lips that joined Wilbur's shouts beside him. "Don't you dare! I'll fucking kill you, you hear me?" Phil tries to twist away, but his captor's grip is like steel, and his own movement weak. Dream tugs at his collar, and his shirt falls to the side to reveal the brand stark against his skin. Huh. Dream does not sound at all surprised by this development. Instead, his voice drips with a smug satisfaction, and he forces Phil's chin up to meet his gaze. "That's twice now that you've evaded a date with the gallows, Angel." And he stares into Phil's eyes, lips twitching into a proud little smirk as the man stares defiantly back, his chest heaving for every breath. "You know what they say there? Third time's the charm." He lets Phil's chin drop, and the pirate immediately sags forward, his guard's arms surging to catch him around the shoulders before he can fall forward entirely. He shakes them off with a groggy hiss, and Wilbur moves to support him again, bumping their shoulders as Phil's head droops to rest against his own. Technoblade's gut twists with concern for his friend as he watches his eyelids flutter, struggling to even stay conscious. He wants nothing more than to rush over him, to pull him upright, and free his hands from their bindings to affirm, just for himself, that Phil is truly okay. He hasn't had the chance to check up on him at all after his fall. He has no idea just how badly hurt he is, or how desperately he might need help. He hasn't had the chance, not with Dream breathing down his neck, not with the lives of his crew hanging in the balance. Dream cuts a glance at Technoblade. His expression is unreliable. His turn when he speaks, however. "And here, I thought we'd have the one last battle, Techner. A fight for the ages. And yet, you've disappointed me. If we weren't meant to be allies, I thought we'd at least get an end for our ages. But this?" He walks down the line, eyeing Technoblade's crew with disdain, his gaze half-lidded and his smirk dropping to a sneer. With each member he passes, his gaze flickers over to Techner, watching for any hint of reaction. He stops at Tommy. "It's a shame it has to end like this. The gallows, Technoblade. It's unfitting end for someone like you. You could have been so much more." There's a note of nostalgia creeping into his voice, but it's quickly crushed by something much darker. "It's too bad you chose to join them, to be branded and hanged for your crimes. A warning for anyone stupid enough to follow in your footsteps." Dream meets Tommy's gaze. The kid bares his teeth in a wobbly, defiant grin, even as Dream kicks out, nudging at him at his knees. "Kids, Technoblade? Really? Have you fallen this low? Are you this desperate to have a crew again? So desperate that you'd rope children into your filth?" "I was just a boy." It was all they knew, Dream. He doesn't care if it sounds desperate because Dream's hand is on his sword, and there's a flicker of terror in Tommy's eyes amidst his bullhead front of bravery. It's all they've ever known. They chose this path, Techno. Just like you. Dream hisses, and his voice darkens into something angry. His sword lifts and trails carefully upwards to rest across Tommy's throat. A silent threat. There are muffled cries from the crew, Tubbo's furious shouts of protest cut short by a harsh blow from his own captor. They should know what awaits them for their crimes. And Dream's hand tenses, as if to pull his blade, and Tommy flinches with a cry he can't quite suppress, and... "Dream, stop!" And he does. His hand stills, his gaze flickering briefly back over to Technoblade. "And why should I listen to the words of a traitor, of a pirate, of a criminal? It hasn't stopped you from listening to me all this time, has it?" Technoblade grits his teeth and forces back the venom from his voice. "Just this once. Just one more time. I think I've got something worth your time." Dream's lips twitch in the barest tint of a smirk. He gives a slight nod, feigning disinterest, though it's clear Technoblade has rapt his attention. "There's something you've always wanted, Dream. Something nobody can give you. You don't want glory. No, you want excitement. Something legendary. Fine, then. A duel. One last time, for old time's sake. If I win, we go free." Dream tilts his head curiously. "And if I win?" Technoblade swallows. "I'll go back with you. We all win. Or we all will. I'll go back with you. We all will. To the Navy. Or will you join them in the gallows?" Technoblade heart screams to follow his crew, to share their fate, Even it brings him to the gates of hell at their sides, but he knows what Dream is looking for, knows he'll only take the bait if there's a smug satisfaction to be gained from it. Dream doesn't want him dead. That's boring. He wants the satisfaction of having Technoblade under his thumb. Equals on the tin, but underneath a debt forever owed. And that's what Dream wants. And so, his heart hanging heavy in his chest, but positively aching, Technoblade responds with the answer he doesn't want, and the one he knows will only widen the gap between himself and his crew. I'll join you. Phil makes a muffled noise from where he kneels, half slurred with pain and exhaustion, and the first signs of a concussion. There's blood trailing from between blonde strands, slipping down a pale cheek and beneath the collar of his shirt. His eyes are gray and hazy, but his teeth are gritted in a fierce snarl. He looks downright feral, and Technoblade can't tell where his angry curses are directed as he begins to hiss and spit anew. He prays they aren't meant for him. You have a deal, Captain Technoblade. Dream offers his hand, and with a deep steadying breath, like the calm before the storm, Technoblade shakes it. The fight is fast and brutal. Neither of them hold back this time, and every blow is for the kill. Technoblade takes no delight in the hits he lands, can't allow himself to feel even the slightest relief. He can't afford to let himself relax, even slightly, for fear of making one wrong move that would cost him everything. He's not fighting for sport, or for his honor. This isn't one of his old, friendly sparring matches with the Commodore. There are lives on the line, the lives of his crew, his friends. He watches with wide eyes and bated breath, and he knows that they are depending on him to give it his all. They're depending on him to win. Every scratch is another step closer to the gallows. Every stumble is a push towards chains on a cold, dark cell. Every misstep lowers the noose just a little closer to Phil's neck. And so he doesn't fight for himself. He fights for them. He can't feel himself wearing a thin... He can feel himself wearing thin as the fight stretches on. No matter how hard he practiced, no matter how long he trained back ashore, there's nothing that can replace the real experience of battle. And while he's been lacking in an area recently, Dream has not. And the difference between them is staggering. The Technoblade adopts a new strategy. Fight smarter, not harder. He remembers his fight with Phil, back at port, leaping over barrels and crates alike, exchanging insults and foolhardily dares, grinning and bold and free. Somehow, he remembers Phil's agility, so similar to Dream's, quick and lighthearted, footed and cunning. Their fighting styles are similar, but so too are their personalities in a way. Brash, bull-headed, intelligent, and proud. And then it hits him. If he can beat Phil, he can beat Dream. The thought fills him with a renewed confidence, and a vigor unlike anything he's felt before. If he imagines it, between parries and dodge... words. Parries and dodges and the burden on his shoulders, he can almost pretend he's fighting Phil. He imagines a cocky laugh and a bright smile, and teasing remarks firing back and forth. It grounds him, settling into his bones, and easing his frantic mind, until he's able to focus on the fight and the fight alone. There's no more stress, no more panic, no more guilt. Only calm, careful confidence of a battle he's rehearsed 100 times over. Knew you had it in you, mate. Phil believed in him. He believed in him even when he didn't believe in himself. When he was at his lowest with no further to sink. When they were mere strangers, enemies even, Phil had confidence in him. It's time for him to believe in himself. And he does. He fights with the strength of 100 men, with the ferocity of a lion, with the anger of a scorned man, with the devotion of a captain defending his crew. He pulls underhand tricks, disregarding everything he'd been taught, tripping and sidestepping, and taunting in true pirate form. And Dream can't keep up. Can't match his blows anymore. Quickly lagging behind, his confident smirk begins to waver in the fear of Technoblade's newfound energy, and the sight makes his chest flicker with satisfaction. He presses on. He nearly has advantage, nearly overtakes his enemy, ready to cut him down where he stands, where he freezes. He's not sure what comes over him, but his hands still in the air, his breath catching as he stares at his would-be victim. It's a fair fight, an even match. One they both agreed on, and knew the consequences of, and yet Technoblade can't bring himself to finish the final blow. His hesitation costs him, because while he hesitates, Dream does not. His arm slings with a deep gash, and Dream lunges forward with a short, stabbing strike. He staggers backwards, reeling from pain and shock alike. And that's when it happens. His heel catches a loose floorboard, his boots scuffing along old wood as he struggles to quickly correct his mistake. But there's no time. Dream's moving to take advantage of his mistake, a wide grin creeping across his lips as he seizes the opportunity. Technoblade hears a shout from his crew, catches a startled cry rising above the chorus, seeing his friends straining against their captors with all the energy he has left, as if he can somehow stop this. He flinches and raises up a hand as if to stop the blade that comes cutting down towards his unprotected chest. And then, clang! The sword stops dead in the palm of his iron prosthetic. And Technoblade grins. With one sharp, twisting movement, the blade is ripped abruptly from Dream's fingertips. In a glittering arc of steel, it spirals once, twice, thrice, through the air before vanishing into a cold, dark depths of the sea. This time, Technoblade doesn't hesitate. Yield, Dream. Technoblade stands the victor, one hand clutched over his arm as a fresh red spill from between his fingers, while the other angle the tip of his sword to bite at the hollow of Dream's throat, just enough to draw a few beads of blood. A mirage of emotion crosses Dream's face, then fury, humiliation, frustration, even a bit of shock. There's a stunned silence. Nobody dares to speak, scarcely even breathe. Fate itself seems to hang precariously, as if only the slightest gust of the wind could send the world crashing down. All eyes are on them, on him, on the man at the tip of his sword. The world waits, and then, slowly, Dream's snarl eases into something softer, something akin to a smile. I yield. A deal's a deal, Technoblade. But next time we meet, I won't be so generous. Noted. Now get the hell off of my ship. I like reading fight scenes. They make me happy. Chapter 12. Chapter warnings. Vague suicidal ideations, survivor's guilt, mentions of hanging, depictions of injury. Yo! Yeah. Ah. Stretching, don't mind me. Chapter 12. Phil's asleep for a long time after his fall. They bring him to the infirmary, where Eretz watches his chest and fresh bandages and tends to his various scrapes and bruises. He falls unconscious within moments of him laying down, balanced precariously between Wilbur and Technoblade until they lower him safely down. He's terrifyingly pale, save for the bright flush of his cheeks, which screams a fever caused by the pain and exhaustion. His breath hitches with every breath, and his body writhes with air when Eretz applies even the slightest pressure to his chest. He's lucky, Eretz says after Phil's eyes have fluttered mercifully shut. If he had hit the water at a different angle, he could have shattered his arm or leg, or even his skull. Lucky isn't quite the word Technoblade would choose, but Phil looks so small, so broken, that it makes his stomach turn to even look at him. It's scary to see a man, usually as bright as the sun, look so dim and tired. His skin is painted with bruises from the impact, his head wrapped in bandages from where he'd been struck. There are welts around his wrist, too, from too tight cuffs, and the sight of them makes his rage burn anew. He wishes he could find the one that did this to him, and give him the same treatment. Wilbur looks at them with nothing but sorrow beside him. I try to stop them, he murmured. You did what you could, Technoblade reassures him. There's a companionable air between them that hadn't been there before. A mutual understanding. A shared sorrow. Even if Technoblade doesn't understand exactly what transpired, something had changed between him and Phil during the fight. He'd seen the way Wilbur fought to stay by his father's side, heard the way he defended him with a tongue like fire. He'd seen the flash of loyalty in Wilbur's eyes, the same devotion that Phil had managed to kindle in Technoblade's own heart. He'd seen the way Phil leaned into Wilbur's touch, and the way Wilbur had supported him without question, even in the face of the enemy. Those aren't the actions of a man ready to betray his captain. They're actions of a son who, despite everything, loves his father. And if Phil trusts Wilbur, so does Technoblade. Wilbur seems to return the sentiment. I'm not sure what happened between you, he says quietly at night, and he spreads a damp cloth around Phil's brow. Fundy rests beside them, Phil's hand in his own, his cheek squished up against the mattress as he dozes. But I can't blame you for it. I'd be a hypocrite if I did. Technoblade gives him a weak smile. It is much of a thank you as he can manage around the sudden burn in his eyes at the closing of his throat. He pointedly turns away to scrub his face with his sleeves, and Wilbur watches him with curious, intelligent eyes. There's no judgment to be found there, only genuine curiosity. You love him? It isn't a question. Yeah, Technoblade raps. His voice sounds wet, his eyes still burn. That's good, Wilbur murmurs. His lips twitch into a smile. Phil's never been good at letting people in. I can tell he cares about you, though. He sighs heavily and leans down to brush a stray lock of blonde away from Phil's cheek. I'm glad he finally has a friend. Technoblade can't help but match his smile. I'm glad I have one too. The crew treats him differently after the battle. They try not to. He can see it in their eyes. Feels it in the way they seem to tread lightly around him. They're trying not to betray their distrust of him. But he sees it all the same. That casual familiarity he'd come to know, come to love, now gone, leaving behind something stiff and forced. They still listen to him, still obey his orders, but it's less out of respect and more out of fear, or for some begrudging acceptance. He can't bring himself to blame them, no matter how the distance makes his heart ache. He betrayed their trust. He kept a secret from them. An important secret. One that was bound to impact the ship's dynamic. He posed as one of them when he'd once been their enemy. Once been one of the very people trying to hunt them down. He imprisoned their captain and then taken his place. On the first day he joined their ranks, he noted their loyalty to Phil, Tommy's bullheaded bravery when confronting him, and the suspicious glances of others as he'd been introduced in the wake of his battle with one of their own. Their devotion to Phil is one forged out of love. How Phil managed to capture their hearts in the short time he'd known them is beyond him, but he managed to do the same to Technoblade, and now Technoblade is known as one who nearly escorted Phil to his death. But everything is about to change, he hopes. It will all be explained in time, and they'll be able to get back into normal in no time. Because Phil's already assured him of his forgiveness, and if Phil can forgive him, surely the rest of the crew can too. They'll all be able to sit everyone down and explain it together. And over time, they'll learn to trust him like they did before. He looks forward to that moment with eager heart, sick of having secrets to hide. He's ready to lay it all on the table, to work past it and move on, for the sake of Phil and the crew as much as himself. The moment comes much sooner than he expected. Phil's awake. Phil's awake and moving, against Eric's best wishes. He appears from below deck late in the afternoon. One arm slung carefully around Wilbur's shoulder, his hand at his waist. He's pale and grimacing and wobbly on his feet, but the mere sight of him is enough to bring the crews clamoring to meet him halfway. There are worried murmurs, happy exclamations, and warm wishes as they surround him, and Phil's lips twitch up into a tired but genuine smile. You are an idiot. Hello to you too, Tommy, Phil replied, and makes a soft, pleased noise as the taller boy leans down to pull him into a gentle embrace. It's short, but Phil leans into it, his eyes fluttering shut, and Tommy seems to cling to him like a vice in the brief moments they're together. He shakes himself when they are inevitably pulled free, trying to act nonchalant, but Technoblade can see the way his gaze flickers across Phil, scanning him attentively for any signs of discomfort. You okay? He asks simply, averting his gaze with a flush when Phil positively grins. Aw, mate, Phil coos. I'll be okay. Don't you worry about me. I wasn't worried. Rumbu approaches next, and does not hesitate to embrace Phil. He nestles his chin atop the smaller man's head and makes a strange, soothing noise in the back of his throat, akin to a purr. They don't separate for a while. Rumbu's arms carefully intertwine around Phil's shoulders as they sway ever so slightly, and when they do, the kid's eyes are wet with relieved tears. Phil makes another quiet noise, a careful hum as he gives Rumbu's hands a firm squeeze. I'm alright, mate. Really. You scared me, Rumbu admits. I thought we lost you. I'm not going anywhere, mate. Can't get rid of me that easily. And the rest of the crew follows suit. Nikki surges forward to Phil's chest and squeezes him so tight he yelps. But he's smiling all the while, even ducking down to cup her cheeks and swipe away the tears that are flowing freely down her cheeks. Jack approaches from behind, clapping Phil gently on the shoulder, and all the while Eric maintains careful proximity, should Phil need their help. It's a joyous occasion, a time for celebration in the wake of their unexpected victory and their first mate's recovery. And the crew's morale is visibly strengthening with each moment Phil spends in their midst. It's sorely needed, and Technoblade delights in the way his friends eyes crinkle with the mirth, and soften with every passing torch and murmur of affection. And then Phil's gaze lands on Technoblade. His smile drops. "Phil," Technoblade breathes, and rushes to meet him halfway as the man moves towards him. His heart flutters, and he moves to wrap the smaller man up in a hug, surging forward with a breathy laugh, nearly ready to scoop him up and either spin him and toss him overboard with his stupidity, and then crack. His head snaps sideways, his cheeks smartening. Phil staggers backwards, his palm still raised, his teeth bared in a snarl. "Don't touch me." It wasn't a hard blow, just enough to startle him. Phil's strength immensely hampered by his injuries. But it's the thought of it that truly stings, because Phil has just raised a hand against him. Phil is glaring daggers at him, bristling and poised to strike again. And for a moment, all Technoblade can feel is complete and utter confusion. And then he sees the look on Phil's face. And it's the same devastated anger he's seen once before, back during the fight, during his confrontation with Dream, when... "I can't believe it," Phil hisses, as the crew murmurs in shock around him. "You bastard! You motherfucker! You were actually gonna do it, weren't you?" "Phil, what the fuck?" Tommy's voice is high-pitched and indignant. "Phil," Wilbur says softly, and moves as if to support him when Phil nearly doubles over with a strangled wheeze, his feet stumbling beneath him. Phil waves off his help, his gaze hardening as he straightens once more, clutching at his shirt as he draws himself back into full height. The bandages beneath are suddenly glaring obvious. Phil pays his injuries no heed, and the full heat of his anger is blistering as he turns on Technoblade. "Was it that tempting, Techner? Turning us in for what? A ship? Your old rank?" In Phil's eyes, Technoblade can see the pain of his past betrayal. He knows this is a response, not out of anger, at least not fully, but out of fear. His friend is cornered and desperate and afraid of another betrayal, of turning around only to be stabbed in the back again. He understands it, but it doesn't make it any easier to swallow. Not when the anger is so misplaced. Not when he's backing Technoblade into a corner himself. "Phil, that's not what, Technoblade. I saw you." He did. Technoblade knows he did. He remembers Phil's stricken face vividly, the way his friend had frozen mid-battle at the sight of Technoblade's hesitation. Even if only for a moment, he genuinely considered trading their lives away for his own selfish comfort. For a shot at his old life. His heart aches with guilt at even considering Dream's offer, but he knows guilt isn't enough right now. Not when his weakness could have cost him not only a victory, but also the lives of his crew. The lives of his friends. "Phil, I know I messed up. I shouldn't have even considered it. He runs a hand through his hair with a shaky sigh, and feels the heat of Phil's gaze burning at his skin. "Look, for a moment, I was tempted. I'll admit that. But I couldn't, Phil. I can't. I won't. Not ever. You're my crew. My friends." Phil scoffs, tossing his head back. "You say that, Techner, but I saw that look in your eyes. You would have taken it. If we hadn't been there, if we hadn't been around to see it, if it hadn't just been you and Dream, with nobody to play witness, you would have turned on us in a heartbeat, wouldn't you?" Phil's words are like claws in his heart, cruel and unfair, because he just proved he wouldn't, hadn't he? He'd fought Dream for them, for the sake of the crew, to keep them alive and safe. And yet here Phil is, spitting injustice at him, as if he was really going to turn them in. Technoblade's anger burns hot in his veins, wild and dangerous, his own tongue loosening as the stress and pressure bottled up for so many weeks finally uncorked. "You know what? Maybe I do understand why your crew left you in the first place." Technoblade snaps right back, his tongue as sharp as the sword at his belt. "Keeping secrets? Accusing me of being a traitor? Maybe the mutiny was all just an excuse to get a better captain." He regrets the words as soon as he leaves his mouth, his tongue tasting as though it had been coated in a bitter poison. He regrets it even more when he turns to catch Phil's gaze. Phil's eyes flush with hurt, his mouth dropping open with a protest that dies before it's even begun. He looks as though he's just been slapped, and Technoblade can see Wilbur surging forward from the crowd like a bullet, shoving his way between them. Wilbur's face is cold fury. His shoulders squared, his gaze narrowed as he turns on Technoblade. "Shut up," Wilbur hisses. "You have no idea what you're talking about, so don't you dare." "You think he didn't tell me?" Technoblade interrupts, taking a step forward until he's nearly nose to nose with the younger man. "You think I don't know exactly what you did?" Wilbur's lips are a thin line. Imagine turning on your own father. Imagine leaving him to die and taking everything he loved with you. But no, I'm the traitor. He pushes past Wilbur in his moments of weakness to shove his fingers in Phil's face. As if it wasn't your fault I'm here in the first place. You were the one recruiting me. You were the one with the damn favor. I never wanted to be here in the first place. I just wanted to give you a second chance. You used me, Technoblade spits. And he knows that isn't fair. He knows Phil would never. But he's experienced enough of it in his life to leave lasting scars. And he's hurt and angry, and it just feels so good to let it all out. You just needed someone to cover for you, to take the fall because you were too scared to be captain yourself. Techno. What? Phil. Don't tell me it isn't true. I wasn't your first choice? Just the first one you happened to find? I wasn't meant for the job. I was just convenient. Phil doesn't respond. There was a war being waged between his eyes, and the silence drags on and on. Technoblade is the one to break the silence. You're just too much of a coward to admit it. I'm the coward. How long were you planning on keeping everyone in the dark about what you did to me? About what you were going to do? Oh, I keep secrets. Technoblade fists clench at his side. Phil should count himself damn lucky that he hasn't already taken a swing. Or rather, perhaps unlucky, because Technoblade retaliates with something much worse. And when exactly were you going to tell the crew about your little curse? Phil flinches as if stung. As does the crew. Phil? Tommy is the first to speak, and the waver in his voice is almost enough to make Technoblade regret spilling the news like this. Almost. Phil, what does that mean? Phil's mouth opens and closes, his jaw working as he grapples for something to say. He shoots Technoblade a quick look, full of shock and betrayal and hurt. But Technoblade stands firm. I was gonna tell you guys, I promise. I didn't... Phil's cursed, Technoblade snaps impatiently, and Phil shoots him another look, this time almost scared. It's not like that. Fucking hell, mate, hang on a second here, he exclaims, holding up his hands complacently as several speculative gazes turn his way. I'm not cursed. It's not like that. It's this locket, and it... You're cursed, Jack says, stone-faced. And you weren't gonna tell us. I was, Phil cries, and Technoblade's heart does tug a little at the flicker of panic he hears there. Fuck, I swear to you, I was going to tell you, I just... Is this why the Navy showed up? Rambo asks softly. Twice, Tebo chimes in, and his glare is as sharp as daggers. Phil, you should have told us, Nikki says softly. She looks sad. Eric's just quiet, and so is Tommy. The kid's face is a mix of several emotions, confused and anger to name a few. But there's also hurt, and it's directed at both of them. Furtive glances flickering between the two as if he can't quite decide who to direct his emotions at. His mouth opens and closes as if to chime in, but no sound escapes. For once, Tommy was silent. The whole crew is watching, waiting, whether for Phil's excuse or for Technoblade to continue. He's unsure. Nevertheless, he can feel the weight of their gazes on him. He can feel the hair on the back of his neck rising, prickling uncomfortably as his feet shift beneath him. They're watching him. And it's a painful reminder of how they've treated him since the battle. Someone's eyes always on his back, keeping a careful eye out for even the slightest hint that he might turn on them. The bitter sting of their distrust is back full force, and it leaves him searching desperately for any sign of a friendly face, even just one person that might still believe in him after everything. His gaze settles on Wilbur. Wilbur, Phil's son. Wilbur, Phil's first mate. Wilbur, silver-tongued and quick-witted and recklessly loyal, standing resolutely at Phil's side, even as the crew doubts their leaders. Wilbur, who was somehow able to rebuild his bridges, while Technoblade sits desperately grasping at straws as they slip through his fingers. Wilbur, who has undoubtedly joined the crew of the Argo, who will settle comfortably back into place under Phil's wing. And where does it leave Technoblade? He is no longer needed, he realizes. As he stares at his father and son, Phil refuses captaincy out of his own self-doubt, his faltering sense of worth, and now he's been proven wrong. The one who turned on him back at his side. Phil can resume his position now, can take up the mantle with Wilbur at his side, and Technoblade can go back to his old life at the docks, far away from piracy and crimes and everything he'd sworn never to touch. He doesn't need to be captain anymore. What? Phil's breathless questions jerk him out of his thoughts. And it's only then that he realizes he's spoken aloud. His friend is staring at him with nothing but blatant shock and dawning horror, his lips half parted and his head tilted as though he doesn't understand. The Technoblade clarifies. Is it true? Isn't it? I can go now. I can leave. I've sure as hell fulfilled my end of the deal to this point. Besides, it's not like anyone would protest, least of all you. You promised me you wouldn't leave. Phil's voice wobbles, his exclamation sudden and unexpected, and some of the anger is blunted by the note of fear Technoblade catches. He searches his friend's face and sees wide-eyed desperation and a lip caught between his teeth, one arm curled around his bandaged chest as he heaves for breath. You said you wouldn't be like the others. You told me you wouldn't leave me. You don't exactly need me anymore, do you? Technoblade snaps back, and relishes in the way Phil recoils. He gestures with one hand to Wilbur. You've got him now, don't you? What? Go ahead, take it all back. I know you want to. You can be captain again. You've got your first mate back. After all, you don't need me to fill in anymore. If Technoblade looked a little closer, perhaps he'd see the way Phil's words are fueled by hurt and panic and desperation, and the pain that still lingers with each breath. Instead, he's blinded by those very same emotions which taint his heart and twist his tone into something bitter and vengeful, and spur his words on into something cruel, something he doesn't mean. You don't need me, Phil, he says, and I don't need you. There's a soft intake of breath. Wilbur makes a furious sound, halfway between the gasp and a snarl. Technoblade doesn't spare him this time, not even so much as a glance. His focus is entirely on Phil. Phil, who looks at him with an eerily blank expression, his blue gaze unreadable beneath the storm on his surface. His fingertips twitching where they rest at his side and curl around his ribs. Phil, whose breath hitches with every other attempt, stuttering haphazardly over splintering bones yet to fully heal. Phil, who worries his lips between his teeth and does not respond, instead merely gazing at Technoblade with the same damned look, empty in a way that makes Technoblade's blood simultaneously boil and freeze, because he wanted a reaction, but not like this. He backtracks, stumbling because the light in Phil's eyes has died and the anger is beginning to fade in its wake, and then, maybe you're right. Oh? And there's tears brimming in the corner of Phil's eyes, a glassy sheen distorting blue into gray. There's an angry flush to his cheeks, and teeth are gritted halfway between the grimace and a smile that looks wrong, so uncharacteristic of him, in a way that it twitches and wobbles and threatens to break at any moment. Maybe I was wrong, Phil rasps. Maybe you are just like the rest. And gods, does that sting. You're one to talk, Technoblade answers immediately, voice as cold as ice. I thought I could trust you. I thought I could count on you. I thought you believed in me. Don't you dare, Phil says, and he watches his friend's lashes flutter desperately, tiny droplets beginning to gather there. Don't say that. Not when I trusted you with everything, Techno. I showed you my heart, and you fucking... He gestures wildly, messy and angry and uncoordinated. You were willing to throw it away after everything. You were willing to give it up for the fucking Navy. Not this again. Excuse me? Look, I understand you've had some bad encounters with them, but... Shut the fuck up, Techno. Don't you dare say another word. I can't believe this. I can't believe you. They took everything from you, even your hand. And you're still gonna try and defend them? I made a mistake, Phil. I was punished accordingly. For what? Surviving? For siding with a criminal. A beat. Right. Phil's voice sounded surprisingly flat. I forgot. That's all I am to you, isn't it? You were rightfully arrested for the crimes of piracy. They were going to kill me, Techner. Get your head out of your ass. You chose this, Phil, he reminds him. You're the one who chose this life. You're the one who decided to stay. You could have stopped. You could have renounced piracy after... He bites back what he wants to say, but the meaning is still clear. Phil's face crumbling in anguish and rage alike. But you didn't. You chose to stay a pirate. To be a criminal. You knew the consequences. And those were consequences. Don't you go there, Technoblade, Phil breathes, his voice suddenly painfully quiet. You know I wasn't like that. You know exactly what I went through, what I saw, what I lost. And his voice pitches into a breathy giggle. One that lacks any humor at all. You're a damn hypocrite, Technoblade. I chose to be a pirate? And what about you? A Navy officer turned criminal. You became the very thing you hate so much. You became one of us, Technoblade. You are the one who caused this in the first place. You and your damn curse. Without you, I'd still have my rank, my ship, my life. My crew would still be here. You took everything. What? I saved you. Well, sometimes I wish you just left me. At least then I wouldn't be here. At least I wouldn't be a pirate. A criminal. He spits the last word out like a curse, uncaring for the way it makes the crew shuffle around him. Shock and confusion and concern giving way to indignance. You know what they taught me in the Navy, Phil? The words are flowing, spilling from his lips before he has the chance to think. To contemplate the consequences. His rational mind is forfeit, giving way to the righteous fury that burns like a fire in his veins, and every dangerous little thought he's had since the start begins to rear its ugly head. They taught me that the only thing a pirate is good for is the gallows, and I'm starting to think they might be right. You don't mean that. I'd rather be dead than what I am now, than what you made me become. Silence, and then, maybe you should have gone down with your ship then, mate. And Technoblade freezes. Phil does too, his eyes widening and his lips half parted, one hand extended as if he can snatch it back out of the air, but it's too late, because Technoblade doesn't see any of this, doesn't see the regret and devastation across his friend's face. Instead, all he sees is red, and all he can hear is the roar of his blood in his ears as his stomach sinks like stones, icy tendrils creeping through his veins, at the confirmation of the very thought that has been nagging at the back of his mind since that fateful night. Maybe I should have. He agrees softly, and in an instant, the fight drains out of him, leaving him shivering and hurt and bitter and tired. And so he retreats, making no attempt to excuse himself, nor to console his friend, who looks on the verge of tears himself. He leaves Phil alone, surrounded by his crew, and yet so very alone, and does not look back. The door to his cabin is slammed shut. Well, damn. Okay. I'll be right back, chat. I'm gonna need to get some more water. And run to the restroom real fast. This is fine? Yeah! Yeah! Huh. We'll be right back, chat. I'll turn up the music for you guys to vibe to some nice tavern music. And I shall be back in about 5 minutes or so. I'm back, chat. My therapist is gonna hear about this. Same, don't worry. God, 1 second, chat. Got a cat crawling all over me. No. Of course, the cat's been sleeping peacefully this whole time, and the instant I come back from getting a drink, he's like, ah, yes, I'm going to climb all over absolutely everything, chew on everything, eat everything. Oh, okay. I need to turn down music slightly. Hi, Louie. Hi, baby. Pretty kitty. You gonna listen to the story too? Come on. Okay. Stop it. Sir. Swear to God. Okay. Chapter 13. Okay, sir, you go if you go on my mic. Chapter warnings. Depictions of panic attack, survivor's guilt, suicidal ideations, and past character death. Oh no. Things will get worse before they get better. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I'm gonna need a therapist for this book alone. The second the door shuts behind him, Technoblade collapses. He sinks into the mattress with his head in his hands and tries his best to swallow back the frustrated sobs that rise in his chest. The white-hot anger he felt earlier has vanished entirely, leaving him feeling empty and hollow and torn utterly raw. Cold metal presses against his face alongside callous skin, and the sensation is almost sickening. He hates that he can't even feel. Hates the way the iron rubs harsh against his cheek, hates the way it constantly reminds him of exactly how and who he failed. Bang! He muffles a shout behind gritted teeth as his prosthetic slams into the wall. Just as expected, there's no pain, save for the sudden jolt at the base of his arm. Like lightning, up his deadened nerves. There's no familiar crushing pain of knuckles against wood. No bruising, no splintering of the skin that might have once been satisfying. Nothing. Damn it, he rasps, curling in on himself. His hands are shaking. His heart is in his throat. There's a ringing in his ears alongside the roar of blood, and he feels dizzy, disorientated. His emotions are so messy, so tangled together that he can't tell what's what, and it makes him altogether panicked and angry. I'm sorry, guys. I'm getting distracted by these cats literally climbing all over absolutely everything. I might have to pause in a minute and kick him out. And it makes him altogether panicked and angry and scared. Never before has he felt so utterly out of control, and it feels like everything is spiraling, slipping like sand through his fingertips, and he hates every second. He's a captain, damn it. Or he was. He doesn't even know if he is that anymore. All he knows is that he's curled in a ball on his bed like a child. After laying to his best friend with a dozen cruel words he'd never truly mean, and he's falling apart at the seams, falling and falling, with nobody to catch him. Gods, he choked out, his flesh tangling in his hair and pulling while he muffles his breath into wood and iron. He needs to keep it together. He can't afford to fall apart now. He needs to collect himself, to get his thoughts together, to fix this new mess he's found himself in. Every time he closes his eyes, he sees Phil's face, wide, blue eyes filled with unspeakable sorrow and hurt. Hurt he caused. With his earned words, harsh and biting and unspeakable cruelty. He said so much he hadn't truly meant. So much in his lack of control. He made Phil cry, for God's sakes. He beckoned his friend into a corner in order to escape his own spotlight, and inadvertently thrown him in the worst nightmare. He'd exposed Phil's secret, and then left him behind to deal with it on his own. And he feels nothing short of a monster for how he's continued on to throw Phil's past back in his face as a weapon. He needs to fix this. He needs to fix everything. But his anger is getting in the way, because Phil has said awful things too. Words that had pierced and stabbed at the heart like a cruel blade. Words that had stolen his breath away and left him hollow and aching. He'd forgotten just how sharp Phil's tongue could be, dueled over time by their friendship into something more playful. He'd lost his fear of it, and he suffered the consequences. Maybe you should have gone down with your ship then, mate. His breath catches in his throat. His hands still, his blood seems to freeze. He can't breathe. There's air in his lungs, but he can't breathe. It's like he's drowning all over again, clawing frantically at his chest, his throat, but nothing comes. There's no water, but the same heaviness presses down on him, familiar darkness tugging at the edges of his vision. He flounders with no purchase, his fingers reaching for something, anything to ground him. He's drowning. He's drowning on dry land, and it's terrifying, and this time there's no angel to save him from the tides. He's already scared him away. There's a soft creak and the door swings open. A gasp, quiet footsteps. Slender fingers wrap around his and pull. He thumps against the small set of shoulders, his nose buries in soft pink hair, his cheeks resting at the crook of a neck. Careful, hands curl around the small of his back and tug him close, a comfortable pressure against him. Oh my... You are going to get kicked out. Swear to God. He breathes in the sweet smell of freshly baked bread, and slowly begins to tune back into the sound of a soft, sweet voice. No. Techno. Can you hear me? Nikki. He tries to speak, but all that comes out is a soft, gasping noise, almost a whine. It's humiliating, but Nikki doesn't scoff or scold him for such weakness. Instead, just locks her arms a little tighter around him and brings a hand up to support his head. Steady fingers curl in his hair and begin to card through as he shudders uncontrollably in her arms. Another painful noise escaping his lips as he tries and fails to suppress a sob. His face flushes and he buries it into her blouse to hide away his shame. Her chin lowers, tucking him carefully beneath her, and he relishes in the way it makes him feel safe. No Technoblade, she says softly, but merciful without pity. I'm sorry we didn't notice sooner. Notice? And his breathing hitches halfway between a hiccup and a sob, his voice wet and garbling and nothing like his usual poise. Notice what? You're hurting. I'm not. He breaks off, his mouth opening and closing around a protest that suddenly lacks any strength. Because, maybe he is. Okay, 1 second, chat. The cats have woken up and they've chose violence. Okay, you're done. You're done. You too. Cool. Anyway. Where do we leave off? You're hurting. I'm not. He breaks off, his mouth opening and closing around a protest that suddenly lacks any strength. Because, maybe he is. Maybe this ache in his chest isn't just his lungs, his eyes burning, tears clinging to his lashes, and Nikki shushes him gently. It's still hard to breathe, the pressure on his chest still heavy, his old Navy mantras crescendo in his mind. A constant reminder to be strong, suppress, to hide away every tiny display of weakness so that others can't take advantage. They're loud and painful, but Nikki is quiet and gentle, and she's speaking steady, calm words that he clings to like a lifeline. Soon enough, her soft murmurs are overcoming the chorus, and he's able to make out her words. That's it. You're doing great. Just breathe with me, okay, Techner? You're doing just fine. After a moment, he complies, matching his shuddering inhales with the rise and fall of her chest with great effort. She's patient with him, coaxing him with gentle instructions, and after a few minutes, the haze finally begins to clear from his vision. Whatever just happened has left him shaky and weak, but Nikki remains at his side, uncaring for the way his tears dampen her shirt. Why are you here? He manages around his ragged gasps. I don't think you should be alone. What you said. You need someone right now, I think. And then she smiles. I'm here, Techner. If you want to talk. He swallows, hanging his head, torn between guilt and gratitude. I don't... He chokes out, once the ache in his pain has dulled and he's able to breathe on his own. I didn't mean it. That wasn't supposed to happen. He's not sure what he's talking about, his panic or the argument, but Nikki just gives him a sad smile and a squeeze. I know, Techno, Nikki answers softly. I'm sorry, he says simply, hating the way it makes his throat close up. He's not sure what he's apologizing for either. He's wasting her time, keeping her away from her duties. And he'd said so much that must have hurt her. And yet, here she is, coming after him, worrying about him, and taking care of him. And it just makes him cry harder. His emotions, a jumbled, tangled mess. Never before has he let it all out like this. Never before has the careful lid been opened or the mask been taken all the way off. And now, he just can't make it stop. I forgive you, Nikki says with a weak smile. But only for what you said. Not this. You don't need to apologize for this. But you're hurting, Techner. And something tells me you've been hurting for a while. Her hand in his hair stills, simply resting, and she allows him to pull back and to fully look at her. Her eyes are soft and warm and so full of compassion. It's then that he realizes how much she must truly care to be choosing to spend the time with him even after everything he'd done, even after he'd hurt her and those around her. It's then that he realizes that despite his mistakes, he's still here, despite his shortcomings. He's not being punished, despite everything. She considers him a friend. Something in Technoblade breaks then. Yeah, he finally agrees, his voice hoarse. Yeah, I think you might be right. They sit there for a while, in silence, just breathing together. Her presence is grounding, and with time, he's able to regain in his emotions, enough to truly think. It's both a blessing and a curse. The roar in his ears finally quiets, his bitter self-loathing thoughts dulling into silence. But the memory of what just happened remains. His words are as crystal clear as when he first said them, as are the ones that have been spoken to him. And gods, do they hurt. Every single one of them. I didn't mean it, he murmurs again. Every word takes more effort than he has to spare. He feels exhausted, his tongue heavy in his mouth, his limbs like lead beneath him. Not all of it. I'm sure he didn't either, Nikki assures him. That her smile wavers. She spares a quick glance over at the door, mercifully closed behind him. Her expression is unreadable. Bill? He can't manage much more than that, but Nikki seems to understand. Eric's with him, and Wilbur. How is he? Nikki's face is sad when she answers. He's hurt too, in more ways than one. He remembers Phil's face, ghostly pale, his arms clenched over his still healing ribs, his head still swathed in bandages. He remembers grimaces of pain amidst the man's anger and sorrow, and the way he'd leaned heavy on Wilbur when they'd first come above deck. He remembers the way Phil's breathing had hitched with rage and the exhaustion that had seemed to overtake him in the end. Gods, he breathes. It'll be okay, Techner, she quickly reassures him. Maybe not right away, but just give him time. Give yourself time too. He wants to argue, he wants to protest that he needs to fix things now, that he can't just let things sit the way they are. He wants to rush out and fix things before they have the chance to sit, before the crew or Phil have time to dwell on everything he's just said. But the pull of exhaustion is strong, stronger than his impulses, and it's quickly dragging him down. Nikki's fingers in his hair are gentle and soothing, and he finds himself sinking heavy into his mattress. A pleasant blanket of numbness is steadily creeping over him. His eyes heavy and his thoughts muddled. He's tired, and he wants nothing more than to rest and forget it all. If only for a moment. Sleep, Techno, Nikki murmurs, and he feels his friend's lips brush briefly against his brow. Go to sleep. And he does. Well then. Not me sitting here like, yo, does someone wanna give me a hug? No. Okay. Everything is different now. If things were bad before Phil woke up, they're worse now. If relationships were frayed before, they're all but snapped now. And the results leave Technoblade floundering, desperately for any sort of purchase to stand on. Hug, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Pollard. Technoblade, okay. The crew treats him differently. No, not just differently, because that's what he expected. That's what he planned on. But this is another level entirely. A sort of isolation that renders him helpless. They don't come to him anymore, not for orders or advice, or to even just talk. And they scarcely respond with more than a clipped word when he addresses them. They stumble over his title, a begrudging "yes, Captain," or "no, sir," or even nothing at all. Replacing the fondness with which he'd gotten used to hearing his name spoken. The argument had left the crew with shattered dynamic, and uncertainty about just who is supposed to lead them, and Technoblade can't even correct them because he isn't sure either. He'd thrown the rank back in Phil's face, but Phil hadn't moved to accept it, leaving them at a stalemate. And why would he? A nagging voice in his mind cries out, "He told you he didn't want it. He told you he was scared." He can feel the gaze of the crew watching him. Always. There's always an extra set of eyes out, burning at his back, but when he turns, they've all returned to their work. There's no more warm familiarity, no more pats on the back, or shoulder bumps in passing, nobody daring to come so close. Conversations die when he enters the room, words faltering halfway as they all turn to stare at him, faces varying from cold to concerned to pitying to defiant. He's not sure which hurts the most. Perhaps it's when he leaves the room and hears those conversations start anew, behind closed doors, and knows they're aimed at him. He can never make out the words, muffled behind old wood, but their tones are sharp and angry and bitter and accusing, and he takes them to heart all the same. The words he imagines they're saying, the words he tells himself, the distrust in him is palpable and painful, and he can't bring himself to blame them. They taught me that the only thing a pirate is good for is the gallows, and I'm starting to think they might be right. They all heard it. His Navy beliefs, drilled into him since day one, recited like a prayer during his time out in the fleet. His old training, long disregarded, abandoned, the moment he killed a man to protect Phil so long ago. Dusted off and repurposed as a weapon, aimed to hurt. In his anger, he meant to hurt just one in particular, but they had all heard it. They had all fallen victim to his venom and vitriol, and now he's suffering the consequences of shattering his every bond with the crew he'd come to love so dearly. He hurt them all. Technoblade knows he didn't fail to strike home where he intended, though the tears in Phil's eyes had been enough to confirm of that. He remembers the way he'd wished so many times for Phil to cry, to finally open up and let it all out. This was different, though. A different kind of tears. Tears forged in bitterness and heartbreak and betrayal and grief, because he plunged his fingers into the scar of Phil's past and ripped it wide open for the world to see. Tears that once seemed impossible instead flowed freely, casting blue eyes in a glassy, hazy gray, distorted by the anguish of a friend turned enemy once more. Tears so precious they should never be witnessed by so many. Tears that are his fault. He and Phil haven't spoken since their argument. He sees the man in passing, flitting among the crew like a ghost, never really speaking, just wordlessly fulfilling his duties before vanishing again. There are dark shadows under his eyes that never really go away, and despite Eric's best efforts at convincing him otherwise, he never really seems to rest. That is, unless he's somehow managing to sleep up in the crow's nest, because when Phil isn't doing his duties, he's up there. He never seems to leave, always keeping a steady gaze on the horizon, his shoulders squared and tense, and his face unreadable. 100 different emotions behind his eyes. His whole body seems to burr, and the fire of his smile put out. The closest he ever gets is when Wilbur is near. And even still, it's not the same. A small, hesitant twitch of his lips that quickly fades like the light of a candle, snuffed out by the wind. It vanishes the second Wilbur leaves his side, replaced with something hollow and ill-fitting. Technoblade's almost grateful Phil spends so much time up in the rigging, so that he doesn't have to face the consequences of his actions. He can't always avoid them, though. The first time, the crew are all out on deck, altering the course of the ship to maneuver it safely out of the way of the shallows of the small archipelago. Phil is there too. And though he makes a point to keep his distance from Technoblade, the captain is unlucky enough to catch his and Tommy's conversations over the wind. "Hey, Phil," Tommy softly asks, sounding so quiet and unlike himself. "Yeah, mate?" Phil responds, his voice raspy and fragile, and on the edge of cracking. And he does not turn to meet the kid's gaze. His shoulders are visibly tense, his whole body curling in on itself. He looks ready to flee at a moment's notice. "Look, big man," Tommy says, bringing his hands together in front of him. He's wobbling nervously in place, unusually hesitant. Any semblance of his usual mask of bravado abandoned. Behind him, a few paces away, Tubbo and Rambu watch on just as nervously. They've been huddling conspiratorially together, not moments ago. I just wanted to say, about the whole curse thing, And Phil flinches, so violently that Tommy does too, holding his hands up placently. No, Tommy, Phil snaps. And that's final. The conversation dies in its tracks, with the first mate on the verge of panic, and a wide-eyed kid looking both ashamed and hurt. That's the first time Technoblade sees it. The hurt. The lingering distrust. The second is much quieter. He leaves his cabin one night for fresh air, and what he finds instead steals the breath from his lungs. It's a cruel mirror of the night so long ago. In the first weeks of their journey, Phil is bent over a railing at the bow of the ship, staring out into nothingness, and that damned locket is clutched in his hands. He grips it so tightly his knuckles are white. His hands shaking violently, the chain rattling in his grasp. His face is curtained by a messy blonde hair, but as the clouds roll across the moon, he sees a flicker of his friend's face in the light. His teeth gritted and his head bowed, tears shining like liquid silver on his cheekbones. The night is quiet, save for the waves and the wash against the hull, and the soft call of the crow on Phil's shoulder. The bird presses close, tugging carefully at unkept strands. It's the most gentle he's ever been. It's the most gentle he's ever seen Brian be with his owner, but Phil doesn't seem to notice. He's too focused on the locket, his finger curling around it in a fist, closing the chain up between his fingers. Technoblade watches as he brings it up to his lips, murmuring something Technoblade can't quite catch over the roar of the tides and the wind. It could be a prayer, it could be a curse, but it doesn't matter, because in the next moment Phil's face contorts into something horrible. Pained and furious and anguished, he lets out a shout, and for half a moment, Technoblade's sure he's about to throw the locket once more into the ocean. But then his fist comes crashing down into the railing, and his whole body folds, and he buries his face into his hands and muffles a sob into them. And Technoblade feels his heart shatter. He wants to go to him, just like he did all that time ago. He wants to pull him into his arms and hold him as he breaks, to spill out apologies, to get on his knees and beg for forgiveness for the horrible person he's built, for the hurt he's caused. It would be so easy, just a few steps, just a soft greeting, anything to start a conversation they both so desperately needed. But he's a coward. He's a coward, and he's bitter, and he's angry, and so he just watches. He watches Phil shatter, all alone beneath the stars, and does nothing to help him rebuild. He lingers only for a few moments, just long enough to see Phil sink to his knees, before he pads quietly across the deck and back into his cabin, latching the door shut behind him. He doesn't sleep that night. Phil sits alone in the crow's nest. Quiet. The crew has been asleep for a while. Even Wilbur went to bed not long ago, finally excusing himself from Phil's side to get some shut-eye. Phil doesn't begrudge him the rest, though he misses the company. It's awful lonely up here. Thank you. You need to hug yourself, Apollo. Same. This is making me so sad. Oh man, especially since I had similar experiences. Phil sits alone in the crow's nest. It's quiet. The crew's been asleep for a while. Even Wilbur went to bed not long ago, finally excusing himself from Phil's side to get some shut-eye. Phil doesn't begrudge him the rest, though he misses the company. It's awful lonely up here. His ribs ache in the climb. He knows Eric would pitch a fit if he knew he was up here, just like he has been for the last few days. As guilty as he feels for causing more work for the surgeon, though, he can't bring himself to stay away from the sky. Not for the first time. He wishes he could fly. Fly up. Fly away from it all. It'd be so much easier than where he is now, grounded, stranded on deck in the middle of the ocean alongside the mistakes of his past. At least if he could fly, he wouldn't have to face it anymore. At least if he could fly, he wouldn't have to feel anymore. At least if he could fly, he wouldn't have to see their faces, wouldn't have to see the hurt he's caused, because, God, it's caused so much pain. Without you, I'd still have my rank, my ship, my life. My crew would still be here. You took everything. He muffles a scoff, dry and humorless. He laughs because it's true, because Technoblade had spoken with nothing but honesty, and God says it hurt like hell. if he hadn't stolen the locket, if he hadn't been cursed, if he hadn't let himself get captured like a damn fool after his mutiny, Technoblade would have never suffered half of the strife he'd been through. Technoblade's crew would still be alive. Technoblade wouldn't be missing a hand. Technoblade wouldn't have nearly drowned, wouldn't have lost his ship or his rank, wouldn't be blaming himself the same way Phil does. Technoblade deserves to be free of that guilt, at least. Phil's no stranger to survivor's guilt. Technoblade isn't the only one who's lost a crew. He knows the weight of grief, has known it nearly his entire life. He knows the burden of sorrow and pain of being left behind. He hopes to spare his friend from that same grief, but he's been a fool. He'd only make it worse. And he and his damn tongue, his mouth, he never seems to be able to keep shut. He's always prided himself on wit, but now he just feels disdain. He's lashed out again, hurt someone he loves. He did it to Wilbur too, accused him of so many awful things without hearing him out first. His gaze drops from the distant horizon, turning his sight to the deck below. The door of Techno's cabin, his heart aches, longing to go down and join him, to talk and laugh and eat together, like they did before. But he's gone and fucked things up. Let his fear take control again. Let himself act like a cornered animal instead of a friend. Rationally, he knew somewhere deep down that he's safe, that even if Technoblade had considered the betrayal, he'd still stay and fought for them. But his heart, his tangled knot of insecurities and bitterness and sorrow and hurt, and so Phil did what he does best and pushed the people he loves away. He buries his face in his hands, pinches his brow between his fingers with a strangled sigh. Fuck, he breathes, with a shaky laugh as he realizes his hands are trembling again. He's never been proud of the way he shakes like a newborn kitten when he's stressed gets too much, never able to fully school it all the way beneath a calm facade. It makes him feel like he's falling apart. It makes him feel weak. He never wants to feel helpless again. He's felt that cold chill once before. He still remembers that cold press of chains against his skin and the rattling breaths of his crewmate around him. The only indication that he wasn't alone in the darkness. He remembers the panic in his mother's voice, and her hands, normally so gentle, worked bloody and raw and pushing him roughly towards the narrow gap in the wall. He remembers holding on to those same hands through the gap, pressing them to his face as he cried, listening to his mother's muffled voice through the stern. We love you, Phil. It's going to be okay. We'll see you soon. We'll be right behind you. Run. Run as fast as you can, and don't look back. We love you. We love you so much. Phil laughs again. It's more of a sob this time. He hates that. He hates that. This is worded weird. He hates that, too. Hates how now that he's broken once. He can't seem to stop, unable to pull the pieces back together, shattering again and again like a kid. He's Captain Philza, for God's sake. Or he was. Once upon a time, he was a legend. Someone to be feared. Someone to be respected. And now what is he? A disgraced first mate? Maybe not even that. There's no telling if the crew will ever follow his command again. Everything he strives for, worked for, his whole life, might be gone. Everyone, too. He had just started to have hope again, to trust. He'd had Tommy and Tubbo, too, taken in two grubby thieves off the street and given them a coat off his back. He had Nikki, dear, kind Nikki, who'd taken one look at him at the docks and decided that he needed someone to keep him in check. Jack, the lonely fisherman who'd taken one look at him on his run from the Navy and had hid him away in exchange for a spot on the crew. Rambu, running away from his past, running away from his family, and straight into the arms of one new, a better one. A dozen more, all joining him willingly, proud to serve under Captain Philza. And now he's cursed them all. And they know. He knows he should be angry at more than just himself. He knows Technoblade said things that were unfair, knows his friends had turned on him just as violently, but for once in his life, Phil can't even the faintest flicker of rage in him. He doesn't have the energy to seek it out, to rekindle it. He's just too tired to want to feel anything more than this empty, hollow ache in his chest. He's alone again, isn't he? No ship under his command, no crew to trust his guidance. He's lost them again, lost them of his own stubbornness. He doesn't blame them for not trusting him, doesn't blame them for the cold and hurt glances that send his way. He makes it easier for them, at least. Staying clear lets his curse try to claim another victim. Gods know it would. It would be just his luck. Another incident, another tragedy to spur on a second mutiny. Maybe this time they'll try something different. Maybe this time he'll be left on an island, or handed directly to the Navy, or better yet, made to walk the plank. It would suit fate all too well to play to the irony, having survived his fall from the sky and into the waters of the sea, only to fall to the same people who had screamed his name in the supposed last moments. It'd be fitting. But he's got Wilbur, at least. Wilbur, and the boy he'd brought with him, Fundy, his grandchild. Though not by blood, but by some odd twist of fate. It seems like adopting stowaways runs in the family. He's got his family, it should be enough, but he misses his friend. He closes his eyes, feels the wind's familiar tug at his hair, his one constant companion in a lifetime of hardship and change. He wants to fly, but all he ever seems to do is fall. Wilbur greets Technoblade one morning at his door with a sharp smile and a mocking salute. "Captain," he says with a curious tilt of the head. There's something dancing in his eyes. Conniving and bright, but not necessarily malicious. But even still. "Wilbur?" Technoblade is immediately suspicious. "I've gotten a little gift for you, Techner," Wilbur chirps with a wink, and then he reaches to the side of the door, out of sight, and yanks. There's a muffled curse with a furious hiss, and a familiar heap of green coat and shaggy blonde hair is promptly shoved through his door. Technoblade's arms curl instinctively around Phil as they burrow onto one another and topple backwards, the smaller man landing on top of him with a shocking yelp as they crash into the hardwood floor. For a moment, the two of them lie winded together, and then Phil is pushing himself upright with an indignant cry, lunging for the door. "Wilbur, you little shit! Don't you dare!" The door slams shut. Right then, you two aren't leaving until you sort this shit out." The door locks with a click behind them. What's up, Psychotic? Hey, JW. Not gonna lie, man. I wish that would wait for after stream. Because I'm busy doing my own stuff right now. And I would prefer for you not to come into my chat. Saying that I'm missing out on a bunch of stuff. We are crying here? Yeah, we are crying here. Oh, yeah, we're crying here. Oh, my fucking alerts have all. It's fine, JW, I just want you to know. Grab your napkins. Yeah, grab your napkins. Everyone willing to listen. Everyone gonna stay and listen. Find a seat on the mat. We're on to chapter 14. We got 4 more chapters to go. We got juice boxes in the corner. Grab a juice box. I'll get some graham crackers for you guys. Some graham crackers, you know. Down. Munch and snack while we finish up the story. Chapter 14. Chapter warnings. Discussion of past character death and vague suicidal ideations. "Wilbur, open the door." No response. "Open this door or I'm kicking you off the next port." Silence. "Well, that's just fantastic. Next thing you know, he'll be calling himself the captain." He turns around and his words falter, his half-hearted attempt at a smile slipping from his lips in an instant. Phil has dropped into one of the spare chairs in this room. He's hunched over, his head in his hands, and his hair falling forward to curtain his face. His shoulders are trembling, though with sorrow or with anger. Technoblade can't quite tell. "Guess I should have seen this coming, huh?" Phil asks, followed by a breathy, hollow chuckle. "Kid's always been stubborn as shit. Guess he's got it from me." He looks up at Technoblade then, and his gaze is sad and tired, his eyes red-rimmed and puffy underneath. "He won't let us out until we talk. He means every word of that." "Guess we'll been here a while then." Phil doesn't respond. True to his word, Wilbur doesn't let them out. It's nearly sundown, and they've seen neither hide nor hair from him. Technoblade's practically paced a trench into the floorboards, whereas Phil is eyeing the window as if considering taking a swim. They're both tired, and hungry, and stressed, and Technoblade is damn near his breaking point. He's sick of the unspoken tension, of the quiet, of the thread between them that's damn near ready to snap with so much as a glance in the wrong direction. The silence is practically unbearable, nothing like the comfortable quiet they'd once shared. He's had enough. If Phil won't talk, he will. "Listen, Phil. Whatever you have to say, mate, I don't want to hear it. I'm sorry, I thought you didn't want to associate with criminals." "No, Phil, that's not..." "What was it you said? The only thing a pirate's good for is the gallows? Come to escort me there yourself again? Phil, will you just..." Will you just shut up and listen to me for once? Phil's jaw clicks shut. Yes, Captain, he spits out, and then falls silent. Technoblade fixes him with a poignant glare, but the heat of his anger dies when his gaze falls once more on the dark circles beneath his friend's eyes, and the tremor in his shoulders. It's easy to forget he isn't the only one affected by what happened. Both of them having had old wounds ripped wide by the argument. Both of them are at fault. Both of them are suffering. But all it takes is one look at Phil to remind him, because his friend should never look so worn, so closed off from the world around him in his pain. He doesn't look so much angry as he does defensive, like a cornered animal biting at the hands that reached for him. There's a shadow in his gaze, something dark and haunted and pained, and his hand is drifting to his chest, towards the bandages where beneath he knows the man is forever marked. His bitter words from their fight, spat in fury and self-defense, in a frantic scramble to get the last word in, suddenly echo in his mind. You could have stopped. You could have renounced piracy after his parents' execution. Gods, he suddenly feels sick. Phil. He starts again, this time softer. Phil's fist clenched, white knuckles so hard his nails bite into his skin and start to draw blood. Technoblade moves instinctively to grab his friend's wrist and pull them close, but the second his fingers brush skin, Phil rips his hand out of reach with a low hiss. Icy blue eyes dart up to meet his gaze, challengingly. Every inch of Phil bristling and ready for a fight. Technoblade is tired of fighting. Listen, he starts, and takes a step back, taking in the hint, and giving the man his space. I know we're both... He trails off, gesturing vaguely at the space between them. But just... Can you just hear me out? We can't exactly go anywhere, and I really just want to talk, Phil. Phil's gaze lifts to meet his. There's anger there, but it's dulled by exhaustion and sorrow, and he seems as though the fight is quickly draining out of him. Fine, he finally answers. It's not like we're doing much else, mate. Technoblade settles down in the chair across from Phil. He settles his hand in his lap and tries not to notice how his prosthetic suddenly feels a lot heavier. He tries not to think about Phil's red-rimmed eyes and trembling hand. He tries not to think about the daunting conversation ahead of him. I want to apologize, he says, deciding to forego any further procrastinations. For what I said back there. That stuff I said about your past, about pirates. I didn't mean it. Not any of it. And he sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose, unable to meet Phil's gaze. Maybe I did before. Maybe I did not even that long ago. But not anymore. Phil doesn't answer. He remembers a time not long ago where he thanked a man for opening up, for allowing him to see his darkest secrets, and now he'd gone and exposed them for everyone. His past, his family, his curse. He'd taken that chance away from Phil, taken away that comfort too. I shouldn't have brought it up, not after you trusted me with it. No, Phil answers softly. You shouldn't have. His words hang in the air for a few minutes before he draws in a shuddering breath, pinching his brows. And I shouldn't have either. Techno blinks, and Phil just keeps going. I'm shit. Sorry, I'm not... He waves a hand, pinching his brows and fingers. I'm not good at this shit, mate. But I didn't mean what I said, either. I just got caught up in it. His jaw works like he wants to say more. His eye is a storm of emotion. I was scared, and I wasn't being fair. I didn't give you a chance to explain yourself. Every word is tense and forced, and Technoblade is once more reminded of how similar they truly are. Neither willing to back down, neither willing to show weakness. Both of them uncertain and clumsy when it comes to emotions. It's okay, Phil, he murmurs honestly. It's true. The ache in his chest had dulled, the burning heat of the moment all but ashes. Now that he can see Phil, truly see him in all of his broken pieces, the bitterness has no place in his heart anymore. We both said things we didn't mean. I said you were just like the others. Yeah, and I spouted nothing but old Navy propaganda at you. I think that's pretty justified. But I called you a traitor. And I told you you deserve to be hung. I told you to... It's nothing I haven't told myself. Techno. Phil looks heartbroken. Surely you don't really think that. Technoblade can't meet his gaze. He doesn't want to talk about that. Not right now. Luckily for him, Phil seems to recognize this. Gods, we're just a mess, aren't we? Phil barks out a bitter laugh, some of the tension leaving his shoulders. A disgraced pirate captain and a Navy turncoat. What a lovely pair we make. Funny, isn't it? Technoblade rasps dryly, his own lips twitching. The universe has an odd way of working. Phil leans back. Wouldn't change it though. I don't think it's kind of charming in a fucked sort of way. Pirates in the Navy. Enemies from the start. A captain and his prisoner. Who would have thought the two of us would end up friends in the end? His face falls. Or, well, his voice falters. His expression suddenly lost and confused, and a little bit sad. He shoots a quick look Technoblade's way, immediately backtracking when he makes eye contact. Technoblade's stomach lurches as he realizes the source of Phil's difficulty. He swallows back his own grief at the thought, at the idea of losing the one true friend he's ever had. He's not ready to let go. Despite everything, he doesn't want to. And so, slowly, carefully, he extends a hand Phil's way, holding his breath as the man gives it a wary look. The whole world seems to hold his breath for a moment, and Technoblade alongside it. Then, tentatively, Phil takes it, their fingers curling comfortably together. His friend's eyes are wide, fixed on their interlocked hands, as if he can't quite believe it. Technoblade is quick to abolish those fears. "You're my friend, Phil," Technoblade says softly. "Even with everything that happened, you're still my friend. The first one I've ever really had. Nothing's gonna change that. Unless that's not..." He trails off, searching Phil's face for any sign of hesitation. He never doubted this before, not for a second, but they also never fought before. Not as friends. Never like this. Never so harsh. Never so personal. "Mate," Phil breathes. "You're not..." His mouth opens and closes, his fingers tightening around Technoblade's. "I thought you wanted out of the crew, out of piracy, back to your peaceful life at the docks, or with the Navy." "No," Technoblade, immediate rejection, surprises even himself. "I don't think I could ever go back, even if I wanted to. I left, Phil, abandoned my post after they took my hand. There's no greater shame than fleeing from disgrace. Dream was my only way back in." "Oh." Phil's brow furrows. Technoblade can see the wheels turning in his mind, can practically see the images of the battle replaying in behind blue eyes. "Phil, listen to me," he says firmly, squeezing his friend's hands tightly and forcing him to look in his eyes. "My hesitation back then, me considering his offer, that was a mistake. It seemed so easy, so tempting, just to go back to how things used to be. But I could never do that, not to you, or the crew. I would never betray you, not for anything. I swear it to you, on my life." That's good," Phil breathes. Fuck. Mate, His breathing hitches, his free hand pulling away to scrub at the eyes with his sleeve. His words dwindle into sniffles, the air between them growing quiet. A silence drags on for a while, the both of them reeling in the whiplash of their emotions, struggling to pull themselves together in the wake of their revelations. They don't let go, though, cling to one another amidst the storm, even as their walls threaten to come crashing down around them. But even as the sky begins to clear, as the trembling begins to still, and the tears slow, there's still one more wave in their path. There's one more thing left to be said. Technoblade is the first to take the plunge. "I can't forgive you, Phil," he murmurs gently. "Not entirely. Not yet." Phil cracks a weary grin through bleary eyes. "It's only fair, mate. Can't say I've forgotten everything either." Technoblade winces, but nods. It's a stumbling block, that's certain, but it's the hopelessness that he felt before is gone. Days ago, he would have considered this a failure, a dead end with no escape, a mountain too steep to climb, but Phil's hand on his is steady, and as his gaze, and instead of fear, it fills him instead with a wild, desperate hope. They'd given each other a second chance. That's enough. "Right," Phil suddenly said with a laugh. "I think that's enough crying for the day. Don't you think, Phil breaks off mid-sentence, his gaze is fixed on the far side of the room, on Technoblade's old wooden desk, on his journal. It's open wide, left open from the late hours of the night where Technoblade had sat, poring over the names again and again, murmuring quiet apologies to whoever might be listening. The names are scrawled in the dark ink, and Technoblade has no doubt that Phil's keen eye can read them, even from this far away, and judging by the haunted look in the man's eyes, he knows exactly what they mean. And Phil makes his way over, slowly, carefully, quietly. His gaze never leaves the book as he stops beside it, one hand extending to trace the ink with his fingers. There's a deep sadness in his eyes that keeps Technoblade from snapping at him, from chasing him away. Phil mouths each name, his free hand, white knuckles, at his side, and turns the page. His mouth is a thin line as he seems to register the sheer number of names written time and time again on the parchment. And then finally, Phil speaks. "I'm sorry." The apology simple and small, and fragile. It hangs heavy in the air. Technoblade isn't sure who it's for, him or his fallen crew. Phil's chin is practically in his chest. His head bowed low, his hands clenched at his sides as he takes a step back, away from the ledger. Technoblade doesn't need to ask to know what the words are ringing through his mind, because they will haunt him too. You were the one who caused this in the first place. Technoblade can barely breathe. Phil, wait, he says softly, and his heart aches as his friend's face turns away from him, ashamed. Phil looks angry, his gaze shadowed, his expression dark, but the anger is no longer aimed towards Technoblade. You were right, mate, Phil murmurs. It is my fault. If I hadn't taken that damned locket, your crew would still be here. They'd still be alive, and so would mine. It's then that Technoblade remembers. Wilbur and Fundy had been the only ones to be pulled from the wreckage. I'm sorry, Phil says again, and his shoulders shudder with the next exhale, his whole body bowing beneath the weight of his sorrows. I'm so sorry, Techno. For everything. Technoblade moves without thinking. His hands are on Phil's shoulders before he has a moment to consider the potential consequence. His fingers reach in to curl around his cheek and tilt his chin upward, forcing his gaze from the floor. There's a heartbeat after, where he realizes what he's done. And Phil does too, his eyes widening and his shoulders tensing. But Phil doesn't pull away. He stands eerily still for a moment, neither daring to even breathe, before he finally leans into the careful touch. There's a glassy shine in Phil's eyes, pale blue and dull gray in the wake of his guilt. His cheeks are flushed with pink, with shame. He can't seem to meet Technoblade's gaze, not fully. There's a world of weight upon his shoulders, his whole body trembling as though ready to crumble. Technoblade can't reconcile this man with the one thing he was... What? Technoblade can't reconcile this man with the one he was fighting with before. He can't bring himself to feel the same anger he once might have. They're both tired and hurt and grieving. And he doesn't have the energy to keep striking out, going for the low blows again and again, and neither does Phil. Technoblade can practically see the guilt consuming him, knows that the very same guilt, like the back of his hand. He knows he's to blame for it as well, at least partially, and he'll be damned if he lets Phil think he's responsible for another second. Phil, listen to me, he says quietly. What happened wasn't your fault. You couldn't have known what was going to happen when you took it. But I still took it. You did, Technoblade agrees. But if you'd known about the curse, you wouldn't have stolen it. Gods no. Phil's eyes squeeze shut. His head tries to duck away, but Technoblade holds him firmly there. But because of me... Fuck. I don't... His eyes voice pitches into something almost frantic, desperately grasping at straws. So many people are dead, Techno. So much has gone wrong, and I don't know how many more will get hurt. I don't know when it's gonna end. That's it. It's gonna end when you put that damn thing back where it belongs. Phil's eyes water anew. We? Yeah, Technoblade says, and he surprises himself with the strength of his resolution. We. You and me. Techno. Phil's hand reached shakily to return his touch, clinging tightly to his shirt. This is gonna be like sailing into the gates of hell itself, mate. I'll follow you there, then, Technoblade swears. And Phil laughs. His strained grimace splinches into a watery smile, his whole body surging forward to wrap Technoblade up in a firm embrace, his chest hitching with a sound halfway between a giggle and a hiccuping sob. Technoblade catches him easy, his arms curling carefully behind the smaller man's shoulders and waist, lifting him up a little as the surge of protectiveness flares in his chest. I told you I wouldn't leave, Technoblade murmurs, and his heart flutters so warmly as Phil clings tighter to him. I promised, and I don't go breaking promises. Especially not ones I make to you. You're a fucking idiot, Phil chuckles through tears, still not letting go. Maybe, Technoblade answers, his lips twitching into a weary smile of his own. But you're stuck with me. I still owe you, right? Phil snorts, shaking his head weakly into Technoblade's chest. You owe me a lot for how much you've made me cry, mate. For you, the world, Phil. You owe me a lot for— okay. Phil rolls his eyes. It's less convincing amidst the tears. Dumbass. Yeah, but you love me. Shut. Aw, you crying over a little old me? Technoblade teases around the burn in his own eyes, and Phil grumbles in mock annoyance, his cheeks flushing. You're getting sentimental, old man. I'm not old, Phil protests weakly. Mate, we're like the same age. Nah, Technoblade protests jokingly, resting his chin atop the shorter man's head. I'm still young and spry. The crew's waiting for you to start complaining about your old bones any day now. I've heard Tommy and Tubbo placing bets. Mate, Phil wheezes. He trails off into a soft giggle, relaxing in Technoblade's arms. His grip tightening to something much more comfortable. His brow furrows, some of the tension returning to his face. Technoblade hums disapprovingly, reaching up to a gentle pat at the side of his friend's face. What are you thinking in there, Phil? Phil sighs. That was bad. It was. I don't want to fight like that again. Me neither, Technoblade agrees quietly. I'm not good at this whole friends thing, Techno. You should know that ahead of time. I'll probably end up fucking shit up again. Technoblade pretend to look contemplative. You really think I'm gonna be any better? Phil. Which one of us was the Navy captain again? Phil giggles, breathing in breathy and light, punctuated by another hiccup. Right. They were both emotionally repressed fucks, raised out in the middle of the ocean. What could go wrong? A lot, apparently, so not every day you render Tommy speechless. Phil grins splits a little wider. His giggles are louder now, his shoulders shaking from the effort. Oh my, fuck, mate, stop, my ribs. He's practically doubled over, one arm folded across his ribs, his forehead pressing into Technoblade's collarbone as his cheeks flush pink. It's the most genuine smile Technoblade has seen from him in the last few days, and it makes the pain and the weariness of the journey lessen at the sight of it. Obligingly, he does not press the matter, but he hums childling as Phil playfully bumps at his shoulder, only to recoil with a hiss as he aggravates his ribs yet again. He snorts at the man, warm, affectionate flickering, where white-hot rage had burned not long ago. It's a much better feeling. We're gonna have to bust you out of here soon, Technoblade grunts, once Phil's giggles have died down. The crew's gonna think we're in here killing each other with all this fuss you're making. Phil flips himself off, breathless. Phil flips him off, breathless. Technoblade shakes his head with a weary grin, then sobers. This isn't gonna fix everything, Phil. Phil smiles, falters. The curse. They have to know, Phil. They need to know what they're getting into. I know, Phil says, and it takes a steady breath. I just wish, I don't know, I gotta just get it over with, I guess. Technoblade's heart aches for the choice he took away from Phil, the position he'd put him in, but while he'd been the one to point the accusatory finger in the beginning. It'd be nice to have you with me, mate. Technoblade smiles and reaches down to squeeze Phil's hand. I helped get you into this mess. I'll help you get out. Phil gives a shaky grin. Might need to do some recruiting after this one, Techner. Something tells me we're going to be short-staffed for the big journey. Nah, Technoblade says. You're underestimating how much these idiots love you, Phil. They'll follow you, too. They'll follow you. Phil. Technoblade's throat suddenly threatens to close up with immersion, his heart pounding wildly with joy and affection and gratitude all at once. Aw, don't look at me like that, mate. But you? I hired you in as captain, right? Phil winks. You're not gonna try and cheat your way out of this one, are you? I guess not. And Phil holds out a hand to shake, his gaze sparkling with something warm. Shall we, Captain? Technoblade takes it. After you, Phil, he rumbles, and he turns to confront the next challenge. Together. Well then. Phil and the crew goes about how he expected. Phil gathered them around amidst confused murmurs at the sight of the captain and first mate once again side by side. Technoblade sticks close nearby, as promised, his shoulders brushing Phil's as his gaze leveled challengingly for any poor soul daring enough to try and interrupt. Phil weaves his tale a tale of golden shores and promised bounties, of a missing piece to the legend, and the tragic aftermath that followed. He speaks of storms and misfiring pistols and tragic accidents in the mutiny and self-defense. Technoblade watches as Tony's eyes soften and his face turns towards Wilbur with something apologetic murmured on his lips. He watches as Wilbur's expression warms too, and he pulls the kid into a sideways embrace, ruffling his hair as he squawks quiet protests. Phil holds out the locket in his trembling hand, and a dozen eyes follow the golden chain as it swings back and forth. Their faces are painted with a myriad of expressions. Shocked, confusion, even fear. But to his surprise, Technoblade doesn't see any anger. Even as Phil's words falter, even as his head begins to hang in shame, Even as his voice trails into a hollowed apology, the crew doesn't turn their wrath on him. I'm sorry for not telling you sooner, Phil says, his expression downcast. You lot deserved to know exactly what you were getting into, and I was a coward for not being honest from the start. He seems to hesitate for a moment before continuing, this time with a voice that can't quite withhold his sorrow. If you want to leave, we'll make for port one last time before making for the island. You're free to leave. Take what you've earned and make off your safety. It won't be held against you. Technoblade watches the crew riptide with surprise, a few soft murmurs filling the quiet night air. Phil and I are going to try and break the curse. One way or another, we're getting to that island. We're dying trying. His voice is strong as he steps forward to address the crew. I know you don't earn me any loyalty. I know I've done nothing but throw away your trust in me. I didn't expect things to be the same way around here, but the way they were. But all I'm asking is for a chance. If not for me, then for Phil at least. He shoots his friend a long look and hopes Phil is able to feel his heart in every word. He deserves to be free. Phil shoots him a watery smile, and Technoblade knows he understands. Right, Phil breathes, shakily rocking back on his heels. Now you all know. For a moment the crew is quiet, just watching them with every second that passes. Technoblade can feel Phil's tension growing. He can see the way his hand twitches nervously towards the cutlass at his belt. He's scared, terrified. He's just heartbeats away from being turned on again, from losing everything. But Technoblade knows better, even if Phil doesn't. Phil is loved. He just needs to show them. He just needs them to show him. Nikki is the first to approach. Nikki, Crack. Phil staggers backwards, clutching a hand to his cheek. A second later, Nikki lowers her hand and pulls him into a fierce hug. You idiot, she says, her voice muffled into her collar, her eyes wet with tears. Why didn't you tell us sooner? Phil doesn't respond. He just lets out a long, tired sigh and returns the embrace, resting his chin atop her head. The others are quick to join after that, Tommy and Tubbo squeezing close to ruffle Phil's hair and pat his back. Rambo weasels up close, too, making the small, happy rumbling noise he had before as he eases into Phil's arms. Jack leans in to bump his shoulders against Phil's, with a crooked smile and a wink that makes the man muffle a snort. Wilbur has his hand on Phil's other shoulder, just resting occasionally, squeezing when Phil leans into his touch. Can't get rid of us that easily, asshole, Tommy quips, and Tubbo cracks agreement. Besides, not like there's anything better to do. Port is boring. Been there, stole that. Can't fight a curse without your gunner, boss man, Tubbo agrees. You gave me a second chance, Rambo murmurs. I think you deserve one too. Technoblade watches on with a fond smile, but can't deny the ache in his chest as he watches them. There's a small spot to Phil's side, a space he could probably fit in if he squeezed. It would be so easy to fold himself into their midst, to be one of them again. But his feet feel frozen, as if nailed to the deck, and his breathing is hitching, something pained and lonely, and... You coming, mate? Phil calls. He's wriggling an arm free, his hand reaching playfully out for Technoblade's. Hopeful eyes turn his way, Tommy's teasing grin softening, Rambo's purrs strengthening. Nikki's reaching out a hand beside Phil's. It's like looking at a sunshine, warm and beautiful and perfect, in a way he'll never be able to capture in words. It's a part of him he didn't know he was missing. The missing piece to his broken fragments. The part that will put everything together again. It's an open invitation, a hand outstretched, a second chance he doesn't deserve, and yet somehow been gifted. It's everything he's ever wanted, and yet thought he'd never have. Technoblade has never been a greedy man, always giving more than he gets, never asking for what his heart truly desires. Just this once, Technoblade allows himself to be selfish. Yeah, he finally says, and stumbles forward. Phil's hand meets him halfway, hugging him close, and he falls against his friend. As steady arms curl around him, Phil's head immediately burrows into the crook of his neck. Nikki's arms intertwining with Phil across his waist. Tubbo's hands lifting into the snatches of his hat of his head before Tommy's fingers begin to playfully ruffle at his hair. He hears Jack mutter something teasing but fond, and Rambo's hand is clasped tightly around his own. The jumble of bodies and limps and emotions and tears. His shirt dampening beneath Phil's cheek. It's messy, and the sun beating down on their back makes it a little uncomfortable. But every touch has him nearly sobbing. Every gentle assurance of love, like music to his ears. Here in their arms, he's warm. He's safe. He's loved. He's home. Chapter 15. We've got 3 more chapters, guys. Oh. Oh. Chapter warning. Mild horror elements. Aerith is waiting for them when they return to the cabin. After a night of celebration, as merry as it's been in a while, with Wilbur leading the crew in a short but joyful chorus, Technoblade and Phil had decided to retire entirely to the captain's quarters. Their bond had been clumsily mended. There's still a lot to talk about, and Technoblade finds himself exhaling weakly in relief when Phil closes the door carefully shut behind him. His friend is smiling fondly, waving a cheery goodbye to whatever crewmates still linger outside, and his voice is light and friendly as he speaks. Right. That went pretty well, I think. How about a drink, Techner? Gods know we could both use fucking shit. He turns to find himself staring directly into the clouded, milky white eyes of Aerith. Technoblade bursts out in laughter as Phil staggers backwards, clutching a hand to his chest. Aerith laughs too, deep and rumbling and musical, the corners of her eyes crinkling as she waves Phil off with a smile. Sorry, Technoblade wheezes. I was gonna tell you, but... He breaks off into a purl of laughter, Aerith not far behind. Fuck off, Phil hisses, but there's no real venom behind it. Even as he swats playfully at the back of Technoblade's head, he moves towards Aerith with a teasing intent. But, as if sensing him, Aerith darts gracefully away, just out of reach, moving to settle comfortably on the edge of Technoblade's bed with her long skirt draping loosely as she crosses her ankles. She looks stern, then. The light atmosphere beginning to fade as Technoblade and Phil both sense her urgency to settle down in chairs across from her. I hope you boys are done fighting each other, she says calmly, as the two of them sheepishly duck their heads like scolded children, because there's a much bigger battle ahead of us. The island? The island. Aerith's face hardens a little more, her brows furrowing, and her hands folding white knuckles in her lap. Phil, how long until we reach the shores? Phil frowns, and moves swiftly to the table where the maps and the charts have been spread out. 2, maybe 3 days? If the wind's in our favor? His lips twitch in a nervous smile. Guess we've just gotta hope for smooth sailing till then. His stress is evident, his shoulders hunched, his breath a little shaky as he trails his fingers along the dotted coastline in search of the one island that truly matters. When he finds it, his hand rests there, his eyes wide and desperately hopeful. His voice is more of a whisper when he speaks, quiet and almost breathless. It's so close, mate. We're so close. You're almost free of it, Phil. Just a little longer. And then he makes the mistake of looking sideways, of glancing in the direction of their other companion, and... Aerith looks solemn. Technoblade's heart sink. It's not gonna be that easy, is it? Technoblade reluctantly questions. Phil's expression falls as he hears him, turning to face Aerith with a questioning look. Aerith takes a moment to respond, her hands still folded carefully as she raises them to her mouth in thought. I don't know, she responds. And for the first time, Techno sees genuine confusion on her face. That in of itself is unsettling, but paired with the confusion, or confession. It's not over yet, Technoblade murmurs, and it's less of a question that he intends. Besides him, Phil makes a sharp noise of protest, his head jerking to stare accusingly at him, though he looks more fearful than anything. You're joking, Phil says in a quiet, rasping voice. We've come this far. We're so close. Phil, Technoblade interjects, softly, but his friend shakes, his head cutting him off. No, Phil says firmly. I can't believe that. I can't. I have to believe it's almost over. I can't keep running around in circles like this. It's almost over. Phil's turn leaves no room for argument. I have to keep telling myself that otherwise He bites back a curse, looking away from them, his fist white-knuckled, and as he clenches them at his side. I don't know what I'll do. Phil, we're gonna put that damn locket back where it belongs, once and for all, Phil hisses, a wobbly smile plastered across his lips. We're gonna put it back, and we're gonna break the curse. No more accidents. No more death. And then he's moving, slipping towards the door with none of its usual poise. More of a panicked flight than any graceful departure. Phil, hang on. Phil pauses at the door, one hand on the trim. I just need some time alone, mate, Phil murmurs. I just need to think. And Technoblade hesitates. A part of him wants to go along with a friend, to keep him company, even if he argues against it. And another part of him understands. In some awful way, he knows what it's like to have the world turn beneath his feet. He knows what it feels like to be desperately grasping at straws. He knows how terrible it is to be alone in those times, how much he would rather have had someone to lean on, but he knows Phil, and Phil isn't him. They're so vastly different in so many ways. Phil's always been more solidarity man than him, always one to take space when he needs it, and so Technoblade forces himself to trust, to have faith in his friend. He knows Phil won't run away from him. Okay, he agrees quietly, but if you need to talk, if you need anything, I'll come find you, Phil finishes. They share a long look, and then Phil nods and slips through the door, leaving Technoblade and Aerith alone in the silence. That went well, he says dryly. Aerith hums. He's scared, she says, and desperate. Could have guessed that. Aerith laughs and waggles her empty hand, as could I. And then her smile falters, that serious expression returning once more. Do you really think it's going to be that bad? Technoblade questions. I don't know, she repeats. But you always know. Not always, she answers. Sometimes there are things concealed from my eyes. Sometimes the whispers in my ears go quiet. Sometimes there are things that fate decides to leave just that. Fate. I've learned to trust even that which I cannot see. And she turns her cloudy gaze towards Technoblade, her smile returning. Sometimes blind trust is all we have. On the bright side of these reading streams, I'll never be dehydrated. The ship is oddly quiet in the morning. Although Technoblade is usually at his side, the man has opted to rest up after a long week of fighting, in more ways than one. Phil, on the other hand, has spent his nights restless in bed, staring up at the ceiling as the boat steadily rocked, unable to find solace from his racing thoughts. With the day of the journey's end rapidly approaching, there had been little else on his mind but the curse, and its end. The thought of finally being free is enough to make him nervous and excited and fearful all at once, leaving his head spinning and his heart racing and his body thoroughly unable to sleep. And so he's awake, out on the deck, staring out at the waters, alone. Or perhaps not so alone. There's a soft pitter-patter of feet behind him, lighter than Tommy, but quicker than Tubber's. He turns his head curiously at a mop of ginger hair and a young freckled face greets him. It's the boy who washed up with Wilbur. The one who'd held his hand until he'd woken up. The one he's yet to have spoken to in all of his chaos. The one who somehow is apparently his grandson. In some odd twist of fate. And the one who's now staring at him with wide, tentative eyes, and his hand clasped carefully in front of him. Hi, mate. Good morning, the boy's brows furrow, as if he's unsure how to proceed. Fundy, right? Phil asks, managing a small smile when the teenager nods, his head so violently his hair flops into his eyes. It's then that he notices a little white streak amidst the ginger, standing out stark against his freckles. It's nice to meet you, finally, the bird chirps with a careful little smile of his own. Wilbur told me a lot about you, and we, haven't really had much of a chance to talk yet. Sorry, mate, Phil murmurs sheepishly and holds out a hand to shake. It's not normally like this, I promise. There's usually a lot less, he gestures vaguely. Yelling. Fundy laughs at that, and some of the tension eases for a moment. It's silent between them. The only sound is the gentle roaring of the waves, and the calls of the crows somewhere in the distance. Phil is the first to break the quiet, the curiosity becoming too great to bear any longer. Will said, You're Wilbur's kid, right? Fundy's nose scrunches. Kinda? What's that supposed to mean, mate? I mean, obviously not by blood, right? I would know, he hesitates. Right? The boy shakes his head with a quiet laugh. No, I'm not. I'm not actually his kid. It's just, Wilbur sort of adopted me. At least that's what he says. We haven't known each other that long, but I was kinda on my own, and he gave me a second chance. Phil's heart aches in a way that's not altogether unpleasant. His smile suddenly wobbles. Sounds familiar, he murmurs. Fundy's grin widens. Yeah, he says, brighter this time. Wilbur's pretty great. I didn't really think I needed a dad, but he's always calling me his son, and it just kinda caught on. His freckled nose scrunched as his brow furrows in thought. Which sorta makes you my grandpa, doesn't it? Mate, Phil wheezes, taken aback. I'm not old enough to be anyone's grandparent. Yeah, but it's the principle of the matter, right? Fundy's eyes glitter. Have to go. Have a good night, day, wherever you are. All good. Thank you, Jack, for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed. Yeah, but it's the principle of the matter, right? Funny's eyes glitter with something bright and teasing. If he's my dad, then you have to be my grandpa. No takebacks. Oh, you little shit, Phil laughs, reaching forward to ruffle the teenager's curly ginger hair. Funny leans into the touch, his gaze softening just a little. I'm glad you're okay, he admits quietly, after a moment. I didn't really get a chance to meet you before you fell, and, well, we're family. Wilbur told us all these stories about you, but I never thought I'd actually get a chance to meet you. Phil's chest flickers with an unexpected warmth. Will told you stories about me. Yeah, Funny chirps. And if he had a tail, it'd be positively wagging as he leans forward. He told me all about your adventures and what you were like as a captain. He told me all about how you once stole a crown right from underneath the Queen's nose, and how you even fought Captain Squidkid. His eyes are round with childish curiosity, his lips pouting in a silent plea. Was it true? Did you really fight Squidkid? Phil laughs, shaking his head wearily. I did, mate. His heart is warmed by the news. Even in the separation, Wilbur hadn't forgotten about him, just as he hadn't forgotten about his son. He is glad to hear that Will still thought the very best of him, even despite what he did. It eases some of the pain in his chest, and it makes his chest flicker with the faintest warmth of nostalgia, because he remembers telling some of those very same tales to Wilbur, remembers experiencing some of them with his son at his side, and despite it all, Wilbur had still looked on them with fondness. He still thought of him as someone treasured enough to tell stories to his own son. He pulls himself free of those thoughts to see Funding looking speculatively at him, his brow furrowed, as though he just asked a question, and Phil had been too absent to catch it. Come again? He asked weakly with a guilty smile. Thankfully, Fundy doesn't seem to mind, although his expression remains oddly solemn, considering how boisterous he'd been around the ship in the last few days. It's oddly off-putting. Lucky for him, Fundy doesn't let him ponder this any further, cutting his misery short and instead ripping the metaphorical bandage right off. Phil, Fundy starts, his head tilting curiously to the side. Why aren't you captain anymore? Oh. He supposes he has to confront it at some point, but he never expected it to be so soon, or so personal. He takes a long moment to steady himself, his fingers white-knuckled on the railing, directed his gaze anywhere but the childish face that looks at him with nothing but curiosity. With Technoblade or Wilbur, they'd know. They'd understand why, even if not fully, and it would make the conversation a lot easier to bear. Here, he's opening up his heart to a kid he barely knows, and he's not quite sure if he's ready for that step. It's a long story, mate, he sighs, and not a happy one. Wilbur told me about what happened, about the mutiny. Phil winces. Funny backtracks, raising his hand placently. If it's too much, I can stop. And he frowns, his eyes losing some of their sparkle, and he seems to look into Phil's very soul. Whatever he finds there, it makes him look sad. He always said you loved your crew, that being captain made you happy. What? He seems to hesitate for a moment, as though balancing precariously on the edge of a cliff. What changed? And Phil is silent. For a moment he just sits, contemplating. It's a question he asks himself time and time again, and yet never before has he been able to come up with a clear answer, even for himself. He's scared. That's part of it. But another part of him is angry. Another part is still yet sorrowful. A part of him wants to chalk it up to just being a coward, a tired old former captain with too little left to lose. But that's not quite it either. I still love my crew, Phil breathed, his voice only a little shaky, as he struggles to navigate his tangled thoughts, attempting to pull together something coherent. I do. It's just, even if I know why Will did it, I can't just forget that it happened. Even if he was just trying to protect me, the others wanted me dead, just for being in charge. He swallows back the emotions in his chest, pushes down the creeping guilt and sorrow for those he lost without even knowing. Somewhere deep down at the bottom of the ocean, I thought they were my friends, my family. But they turned on me without a second thought, and his voice pitches, and he schools it back into something more level. I thought I could trust them. I couldn't. And I guess I'm not really sure if I'm ready to trust anyone else. Not after that. He breaks off, pinching his brow between his fingers. Sorry, mate, he breathes with a rasping chuckle. That's probably more than you wanted. You can feel Funny's eyes on him, prickling and burning at the back of his head. No matter how far he turns his face away, he just wants to flee, to scale the rigging and squirrel safely away in the comfort of the crow's nest, where his only companion are the sky and the sea. It would be Sorry. It would be better than this. This hot shame. Biting at his belly, scolding him for his weakness, for dumping his burdens on a random kid who claims to be his grandchild. It's okay, Phil. Phil blinks, looking up. It's okay, Fundy says again. And Phil is surprised to see a face free of judgment or pity. Instead, the kid is slowly creeping towards him, hesitant as he extends an arm as if to gently pat at Phil's shoulders. Phil lets him, and exhales quietly as the boy scoots closer until pressing nearly side by side. If there's one thing Wilbur taught me, Fundy murmurs, it's that it's okay to be sad. It's okay to be angry. Phil's mouth opens and closes wordlessly, his heart in his throat as he listens. I don't know much about you, Phil, but I think you're too hard on yourself, Fundy says honestly, and Phil finds himself fighting back a rising tide of emotion. He counters it with a tired grin, one that's genuine and warmth flickering in his chest, raw affection for a kid he hardly knows. I can see why Will likes you, he murmurs, and lets the tender words hang in the air for a moment too long, because Funny takes advantage of the warmth, and with a teasing grin that promises trouble. Aw, thanks, Gramps, he teases, before Phil lunges to wrap an arm around the boy's neck. He holds him in place and playfully ruffles Fundy's hair as the kid squawks and tries to pull away, only letting him go when they're both breathless and smiling from ear to ear. They settle into companionable silence as they both heave for air, the occasional chuckle filling the quiet spaces between breaths. It's warm and pleasant, and it feels like family. Hey, Phil, Fundy says again, after a long moment. Yeah, mate? Do you think you'll ever want to be captain again? Phil thinks of a proud figure with flowing hair and an iron hand, of a warm laugh and a smile like a sun, one that has slowly become more and more familiar the longer he's stuck around. He thinks of his own time as captain, and the joy he felt, now dulled by a pain he won't ever forget. He thinks of a broken man sans a ship and a crew, a great captain reduced to a mere dockhand, and he thinks of the way he'd risen from the ashes when offered the chance. He thinks of red eyes, soft when they look upon the crew, and of the heartbreakingly hopeful expression on a tired face when he'd been offered the chance to lead again. Nah, Phil says, and his smile feels genuine as he reaches out to ruffle the kid's hair. I think Techno has got that covered just fine. Technoblade is on babysitting duty, or that's what it feels like. He's standing on the upper dock, watching as the ship's favorite 3 hooligans attempt to scale the rigging at the same speed as Phil usually does. Tubbo, Rumbu, and Tommy alike are shouting at each other from various places on the ropes, each egging each other on higher and higher. Phil, of course, is doing nothing to stop them, crackling high from above the crow's nest, a spot he definitely shouldn't be, if Arid had any say in the matter. Faster, Phil cries, grinning as though he hadn't just fallen from the heights scarcely more than a week prior. Come on, you can do better than that. Phil, the blade groans. The last thing we need is any more accidents. Quit encouraging him. Phil grins cheekily and promptly ducks out of sight, leaving Technoblade on his own to wrangle the wily teenagers. Right, okay, come on you 3, quit tempting fate. A series of aggravated sighs and moans answer his call, and he receives a rather rude gesture from the leader of the pack. Tommy's teeth bared in a toothy grin. Fuck you, bitch. Tommy's voice drops, but not quite enough to evade Technoblade's keen ears. You're just jealous, he mutters. Jealous because you know you'd never be able to climb as well as us big men. Technoblade can feel his blood pressure rising by the second. If you don't come down, I'm telling Jack, and he's got 3 new volunteers to help him out in the kitchen. Aww, Tommy gripes, hesitating from where he's nearly halfway up the ropes. But Phil said we could. He turns his gaze skyward towards the seemingly empty crow's nest. Phil! Silence answers him. You can always scrub the deck instead, Technoblade offers. Tommy flips him off, but begrudgingly begins to climb back down. When he reaches the bottom, he crosses his arms and furrows his brows with a petulant huff, looking for all the world like the child Technoblade tends to forget he is. He opens his mouth to crack a jerk, but his words die in his throat when he catches the stiffness of Tommy's shoulder, and the way his gaze darts away to avoid him. There's a strange darkness in his eyes, and the way his feet shuffle beneath him reminds Technoblade far too much of how he'd looked during his fight with Phil. Gods, he hadn't really addressed it with the crew, had he? They accepted him back to their midst before he even explained himself. And the thought makes his stomach turn with revulsion, his tongue bitter with the words he'd thrown out, without thought or reason. The words instead, not only to hurt Phil, but everyone around him. Right, okay, he breathes. Just as the boys have turned to walk away, he hears the footsteps pause. Can I talk to you three? It won't take long, I promise. I hope. There's a chorus of reluctant agreements. The three of them approaching him with clear weariness in their eyes. He hates how it makes his heart ache. He hates how visible the distance has gotten between them. Weeks ago, these three had looked up to him, had prided themselves in having him as their captain. And yet now here they are, none of them even willing to look him in the eye after the things he said. Look, he says, once he has their attention. Rambo shifts uncomfortably, his hands clasped behind his back, eyes darting to and fro. Tubbo doesn't meet his gaze, not that he'd know with the way the boy's hair covered his eyes. Tommy's just quiet, the eyebrow raised, his arms folded, and his lips threatening to curl. I know I said some pretty awful stuff back there, when Phil and I were fighting. And I know you three heard a lot of it. I just want you to know that I didn't mean it. Not any of it. I said a lot I shouldn't have, and you were a dick, mate, Tommy says bluntly. Just admit it. Yeah, Technoblade admits weakly. I was. Say it. He fumbles for a moment, glancing around him for any prying ears. I may have been, just a bit of a dick. Ha! Tommy's celebratory shout echoes loudly across the open water. He admits it! The blade admits it! Rambo and Tubbo are laughing now, loud and cackling and bright, holding on to another as if they just heard the greatest joke. Techno blinks. Huh? They just laugh harder. Gods, you should see the look on your face, Tubbo wheezes. It's just too good, boss man. You're telling me. Technoblade can practically feel the gears in his head turning as he scrutinizes his devious crewmates. You're telling me all this was to get me to say that? Yeah, Rambo mumbles sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. It was kind of Tommy's idea. Tubbo and I just went along with it. So you're not... Technoblade blinks again. Let me get this straight. You're not actually upset with me? Maybe a little, Tubbo replies, his lips twitching as he fights back a grin. But I'm not gonna lie, you kinda just made up for it with that. Tommy's red face can only nod as he tries to catch his breath. Sorry, Rambo murmurs, awkwardly patting Technoblade on the shoulder. Once these two are set in something, it's kinda hard to get them to stop. And then he laughs. It was pretty funny, though. It was fucking hilarious, Tommy snorts, straightening to reveal teary blue eyes and a heaving chest, still struggling to catch his breath. He tugs at the bandana, waving a hand in front of his face as to cool down. Holy shit, man, thank you. Truly, you just made my entire day. Technoblade manages a small smile, torn between annoyance and affection, as Tommy continues gloating, preening like a bird, repeating Technoblade's words over and over as if to commit them to memory. So we're cool? Tommy grins. Yeah, we're cool. Technoblade sighs in relief, but Tommy's hand on his shoulder stops before he can turn to walk away. Make Phil cry again, though, and I'll tell the whole fucking crew you cuddled with your pet bird. It's early evening when Phil and Techno retire to the cabin's quarters together. A bottle of rum split between them, and a soft laughter filling the air. They're not far from their destination, and so they spend the few moments left of their journey together. Phil is once more telling the story of one of their greatest battles, and though Technoblade's heart heard it at least twice before, he can't help but smile and chuckle along, savoring the way his friend's face crinkles with genuine happiness and mirth as he speaks of sword fights and successful thievery. After today, we'll just have one more story to tell, Phil says, and Technoblade finds himself grinning broadly despite his earlier reservations. A fucking mess of a story, mind you. Yeah, Technoblade bemoans playfully. Might want to leave out some of the last couple days. Nobody will want to hear about two of us fighting like a couple of children. Phil snorts into his drink. Gods, I still can't believe that happened. If you ever start shit like that again, you have my permission to just push me right overboard. Same, Technoblade agrees, and it takes him a minute to realize why Phil has just begun to cackle anew. Raucous and loud, so hard his cheeks burn pink. Mate, Phil wheezes. You'd sink like a fucking stern. No way in hell I'm letting you near the water again without some swimming lessons from Romber. Technoblade grins sheepishly, with a little wave of his iron hand, and Phil just keeps on wheezing. Oh my gods, why did you ever choose a career in the middle of the ocean, you idiot? The words lack any of the bite they once might have. Phil's expression only affectionate as he reaches out to playfully pat Technoblade's shoulder. You're a damn fool, Technoblade. Can't believe you're my captain and not the other way around. Aw, Phil, he resorts. You'd be lost without me. Phil sobers, his laugh petering out into silence. I would, he murmurs, honestly, fixing Technoblade with a look that's altogether both fond and sorrowful, full of so many emotions that he can't quite pinpoint. I told you once, and I'll tell you again. Technoblade says, I'm not going anywhere, Phil. Phil looks conflicted, and then worrying, his lips between his teeth. His gaze shattered as he looks away from Technoblade as though unable to meet his gaze. Phil, what's on your mind? He questions softly, disliking the way Phil's lips twitch into a smile that's so clearly fake. His friend takes a moment to steady himself, clearly conflicted before he finally speaks. Techno, about what you said. About leaving. Once this is all... Land ho! Phil is up and on his feet in a heartbeat, sending their birds scattering to the far corners of the room with indignant squawks and a flurry of feathers. Technoblade is quick to follow, the two of them bounding up the stairs and onto the deck in seconds. Side by side, they stand at the helm, peering out at the distant horizon, which has grown dark and stormy gray, in the short time since they last saw it. Beneath threatening clouds and the rolling fog, silver of land is silhouetted against the sky, dark and foreboding. There it is. Phil's voice is soft with disbelief. It's followed by a breathless giggle and a warm hand on Technoblade's shoulder. Holy shit, mate. There it is. We found it. He staggers backwards. Wilbur is there to catch him with a laugh of his own. His hands braced securely on his father's shoulder. Phil is quick to sweep his son into a firm embrace, his chin nestling in the crook of the young man's shoulders, squeezing so tight it forces Wilbur's breath out in a quiet oof. Nevertheless, he's quick to return the hug, a warm smile spreading across his lips, one of sheer and utter relief. It's finally going to be over, Phil, he murmurs, so soft Technoblade almost misses it. We're going to be free from this damn curse once and for all. Phil's answering laugh sounds suspiciously watery. Yeah, he breathes, and holds Wilbur just a little closer, muffling a sniffle into his own sleeve. Yeah, Will, we're going to be free. Technoblade watches him with a fond smile, giving a playful scoff when Phil shoots him a plaintive look, with a light-hearted roll of his eyes. He steps forward with his arms wide, and is pulled into his embrace. He's wedged firmly between Phil and Wilbur, and doesn't protest as arms curl around his neck, and back and shoulders alike, holding him tight. Phil cackles, teasingly ruffling his hair, while Wilbur awkwardly pats at his shoulder. And Technoblade smiles, uncaring, even as he hears the rest of the crew's footsteps approaching, because these are his friends, they are his family, and he wouldn't trade them for the world. Even if Wilbur's giving him a shit-eating grin and Phil's chest is shaking with laughter directed at him, Technoblade abandons all sense of shame, any semblance of formality, and clings tightly to them, drinking in the sense of relief and accomplishment that they all share at the sight of the end of the long journey. Gods, he's never been happier in his life, and their smiles are so contagious that his cheeks are starting to hurt from the strain. He doesn't know what he did to deserve this. He gets to celebrate with them, when he's scarcely been more than a chapter in the book of their lives. But he won't protest, not when his best friend is looking at him like he's been a very world itself, not when Phil is smiling, pure and true and bright, free of all the burdens. Technoblade's been unfortunate enough to witness firsthand. Phil is happy, and so is Technoblade. Technoblade is happy. Because at the very least, Phil can finally get the closure he deserves. We did it, Tech, Phil mumbles, his face buried by pink and brown hair alike. Not yet, a nagging voice in his mind reminds him, but Phil is looking at him with such hope and relief that he can't bring himself to protest with any real heart. Yeah, he agrees, with a rough chuckle of his own, before pulling reluctantly free of the tug, his hair tousled and messy and his cheeks pink from smiling. Let's not get ahead of ourselves there, old man. Put the locket back and we can get a drink and call it a day. Phil's nose wrinkles in the jesting insults, but he nods all the same. They prepare a landing party. Nikki, Tubbo, Tommy, Rambu, Jack and even Eret insist on coming, insisting Rambu would be able to guide her for her just fine once on shore. Not that Technoblade would have it any other way. Eret knows the island better than any of them, save for Phil and Wilbur, and they'll need her guidance. The rest of the crew are left to land the ship, with careful instructions to stay close to shore for a quick evacuation should anything go wrong. The party files into the ship's dinghy, with Phil, Technoblade, and Wilbur at the bow, staring out across the water at their destination. Phil and Wilbur are deep in discussion, hushed speculation, and plans that Technoblade can barely catch over the murmurs of the rest of the crew. Just behind him, Aerith is silent, but her hand reaches for his own, and he's quick to oblige. She hums as she takes it, and he watches her expression carefully, feeling something very young and very vulnerable as she allows her to peer once more into her soul. His soul. Have heart, Technoblade, she murmurs after a moment. You're stronger than you know. No matter what we face, have faith in yourself. And she smiles. And those around you. The journey is short. They're made precarious by the fog. It seems to rise from the very island itself, making it difficult to see more than a few feet in front of the ship's bow. The rapidly darkening sky is lit only by the flickering flames held in their lanterns, and it does little to cut through the creeping chill in the air. The crew that has fallen silent, scarcely a whisper words pass between them as they peer through the mist, searching for any sign of land. For a moment, Technoblade fears they might never find it, and that they might be swept up in the fog, lost and forgotten. And then, like the water around the hole, the fog seems to part. We're here, Phil breathes, but his voice is not one of hope, but of horror. The sight before them sends shivers down Technoblade's spine. Once golden shores now glow an eerie white beneath the dense fog that rolls across the waters, threatening to drown them beneath its cold weight. No birdsong greets them, nor the sparkling of pearls or jewels. There's no land in sight, only broken fragments of alabaster, the air permeated by a heavy, nauseating silence. As the bow of their dinghy scrapes against the shore, it's accompanied by a sickening crunch that makes Technoblade's teeth clench and his stomach roll. There's no island of gold. It's an island of bone. Well, damn. Chapter 16. Chapter warnings. Horror elements, aka disturbing and unsettling content. Past character death. Depiction of dead bodies, aka skeleton and bones. Phil is the first to step ashore. His face is pale, his movements hesitant and careful as his boots crunch down onto land, or well, bone. It snaps stickingly beneath his heels, and Phil's whole face twists in disgust and revulsion, growing more and more ghostly white by the second. Technoblade is quick to follow, but the rest of the crew aren't so certain, lingering as long as they can in the safety of the dinghy. The fuck is this? Tommy is the first to break the silence. I don't... Phil brows furrows. It wasn't like this before. What the hell? No, it wasn't. Wilbur agrees, not far behind them, looking just as concerned. It was beautiful. Golden shores and jewels, just like the story said. Well, it is cursed, Technoblade mutters, half-heartedly. I don't think a cursed island has to play by the rules of, well, anything. He can't deny the flicker of unease in his chest, though. The island is unsettling, from the eerie silence to the constant snap and crackle beneath his feet. He tries not to look down. It doesn't help. The island is truly made of bone, as far as the eye can see, which isn't far, not with the dense fog surrounding them at every turn. Stay close, he orders the crew. Don't split up from the group. We don't know what could be out here. And that Tommy pulls just a little closer to Romber and Tubbo, his bravado faltering. Technoblade is quickly finding himself regretting bringing the kids along. Regretting putting them in danger. He's not sure what they're going to face out there, but he's guessing it won't be as simple as just returning the locket to its home. Judging by the look on Phil's face, his friend senses it all as well. Any semblance of false hope is gone. His brow furrowed and the eyes narrowed in determination, his hand resting comfortably near the holster of his pistol, as the two of them lead the way into the fog. Technoblade sticks so close his shoulders bump against Phil's. You okay? He asks softly. I'll be better once this is all finally over, Phil admits, not meeting his gaze. Technoblade pointedly bumps his shoulders together, not missing the way Phil leans into the touch. He doesn't fight it, taking just as much comfort from the gesture as his friend. We'll get through this, Phil mumbles. Phil meets his gaze, and any semblance of false bravado is gone. Instead of the reckless confidence he's come to treasure, Technoblade can see nothing but terror amidst the blue. Will we? He questions, and his voice is so raspy and fragile that Technoblade's heart aches. He looks like a child, lost and confused and scared. Technoblade wishes all of this was already over, if only to see his best friend smile and reckless bravado return, but he'll settle for what he has. We will, he vows. You and me. We'll break this damned curse, and then we'll burn this island down right along with it. Phil's lips twitch into a weak smile. To the gates of hell, huh, mate? He teases softly, and Technoblade's cheek burned pink at the memory of his fierce profession of loyalty. I think we're already there, he says, giving Phil a little shove. Don't make me regret it, old man. An hour into their aimless wandering, they come across a skeleton. Leaned up against a pile of bones, it's nothing of importance at first. At least, not until it moves. It's just a twitch at first, an odd rattle that didn't come from a bone being crunched beneath the heel of a brute. Nobody notices, save for one. Somewhere at the back of the pack, Tommy lets out a shriek, high-pitched and terrifying. Jumping backwards so violently, Tubbo and Rambo have to brace him. What the fuck? Tommy spits, gesturing wildly at the skeleton they passed. Technoblade blinks. The skeleton is still and unmoving. His head cocks at a funny angle, his hands resting on his lap. It looks for all intents and purpose like the perfectly normal skeleton. You alright, mate? Phil questions, one brow raised. This is just a skeleton. Tommy, like all the others. It moved, Tommy hissed, accusingly. His eyes narrowed as he shakes Tubbo and Rambo's hands free of his shoulders. I fucking saw it! Technoblade's eyes it doubtfully. I don't think it's moved in a long time, he mutters, stepping closer and waving a hand in front of it motionlessly. Look, pretty dead to me. Don't patronize me, dickhead. Tommy, don't you think... First time in the burn zone? Phil's mouth snapped shut. Who said that? Technoblade asked, glancing around at the crew. It hadn't been a voice he recognized, but they're all on their own out here, so it hadn't had to have been me, bonehead. The skeleton is moving. The skeleton is moving. Not only that, it's speaking, waving to them as it pushes itself up from the ground. With a rattle and a creak, it stumbles a little, swaying almost drunkenly before righting itself. With an assortment of gasps and shout and obscenities as the crew backs away from an unseeming sight. And Technoblade's own gut lurches in an odd mixture of horror and complete and utter confusion as he ponders the newest development, and then it kicks in. Right. Cursed Island. That's right, the skeleton turns towards him with a cackling laugh, its jaw unhinging and nearly popping out of his place with forced laughter. No rules here, pal. Who needs a brain or a heart anyway? Wait a second, Phil says, and Technoblade watches as he steps forward to get a closer look at the skeleton. They eye each other up for a moment, and then he gasps. No, never mind. And he can see the way Phil's eyes linger on the stranger's ragged clothes and the axe at his hip bone, and then he gasps, his eyes widening as he takes a step back, and behind him, Wilbur looks like he's seen a ghost. Charles? Charles, mate? Is that you? The skeleton laughs. Glad to see you still recognize me, Captain. I was wondering if you would. Oh gods, Phil says, looking equally amazed and sickened. What the hell, mate? You're a skeleton, and you're alive? Nope, the skeleton says brightly. Dead as dead can be. He thumps his empty ribcage right over the spot of a heart should be. Went down with the ship, just like the others. Oh. Hey, it's not so bad. I don't get hungry, I don't get sick, but sometimes I do get this awful rattle in my chest. As if to prove his point, Charles gives a hearty laugh, and his ribs rattle like some morbid maraca. Phil looks sick, even as the skeleton dissolves into more raucous laughter. Phil, you know the skeleton. Yeah, his friend croaks weakly. He was part of my crew before we sank like a stone. The skeleton guffaws, clutching at his non-existent belly. Phil pales even more. Any wider and he'd be a ghost himself. Technoblade quickly decides it's time to step in. Listen, Charles. Food waddle, please. My mom calls me Charles, or she did, until, you know. The skeleton waggles his bony fingers. Right. Technoblade trails off, awkwardly into silence. So how can I help you, Captain? Foodwaddle's eyes, or rather the odd light within the depth of his skull, turn towards Phil, or they turn to Wilbur next. I suppose you're the captain now, aren't you? Wilbur flinches. That's not... Sorry about that, by the way, Foodwaddle continues, turning back to Phil, as though he hadn't heard Wilbur's protest at all. Curse and all that. Thought it was just you. You know how it is. Ended up as just some old bones in the ocean anyway. No hard feelings? Phil's mouth opens and closes silently, his throat bobbing. Yeah, his voice sounds weak. Flat. Sure, mate. No hard feelings. Foodwaddle grins, or at least technically thinks he does. It's hard to tell when his head is just a literal skull. But the former pirate tips his head and gives a little salute, and that he's pretty sure is meant to be teasing. The second his back is turned, Technoblade sees his friend's expression crumble, his gaze darting away to steady the ground with newfound intensity. Food waddle, Wilbur interjects, and Technoblade is momentarily surprised by the man's steady, confident tone, before he remembers that Wilbur was a captain too once, for this very same skeleton, no less. We're here to break the curse. Of course you are, Food waddle chirps, waving him off. Why else would you be here? Wilbur blinks. But you... How do you think you'll be breaking the curse then? Food waddle continues, as if Wilbur hadn't spoken at all. The funny tone to his voice, almost smug, as if he knows something they don't. And the thought unsettles Technoblade. With Aerith, he'd never been teasing, but rather guiding, being mysterious in a way that was somehow comforting. This, on the other hand, is anything but. We need to put the locket back, Wilbur answers confidently. Ah, is that it? The skeleton's eyes seem to glow brighter, holding Wilbur's gaze without wavering, as if scrutinizing his very soul. Wilbur shifts uncomfortably beneath its intensity. We need to return what we took, Phil interjects, stepping forward to stand side by side with Wilbur once more, some of the strength returning to his voice. Right? Foodwaddle doesn't answer Phil, doesn't even acknowledge him. He's still staring at Wilbur. Is that it? He repeats. Wilbur swallows. Will? Phil looks at his son with wide, questioning eyes, and for the long moment he's silent. And then something seems to have dawned on him. A look of understanding crossing his face, along with something sad. You still have it. Wilbur nods. Small and stiff, his hand in his belt, where a single pistol rests comfortably in its holster. I didn't want you to see it. Not after what happened, he explains quietly. Technoblade remembers it vividly, the way he had flinched violently away from Wilbur's hand when he held Tommy's weapon. I tried to get rid of it. I tried to throw it in the sea, and it brought the Navy down on us. A warship, just like Dreams, against a tiny sloop. We didn't stand a chance against them. Phil hums a soft acknowledgement, his hands lifting to rest on the young man's shoulders. His smile, a little strained, even as he murmurs gentle comforts. It's okay, mate, I understand. I know you can't get rid of it, no matter how hard you try. I tried to get rid of the locket too, and well, we saw how well that went. Wilbur's eyes flicker with dawning understanding, and he still looks conflicted. It's my fault the sticks went down. Phil grimaced. We all stole from the island, Will. We were all cursed from the moment we stepped off the damned shores. The others paid with their lives, but we don't have to. We have a chance to make things right again. Not if you keep this up, Poopwaddle interrupts. I don't think you want to find out what happens if you stick around too long. What happens? Rombu asks tentatively. Poopwaddle doesn't answer, just raises his bony finger and gives him another waggle. Rombu flinches. Better get a move on, the skeleton says, crooking his head at Wilbur. What say you, Captain? I'm not the captain. No? Poopwaddle's fiery gaze sweeps over the rest of the crew, looking them up and down as they squirm beneath his gaze. He laughs quietly at the sight of the kids huddling together before turning to Aerith, who lifts his chin as if he can feel his gaze. Fascinating, the skeleton says. You made a sacrifice. I did. Aerith's voice is strong. Was it worth it? I hope it will be. Foodwaddle nods, apparently satisfied, and then his glowing eyes flicker to Technoblade, and he immediately straightens. There's no expression to read, not on a skeleton, but Technoblade gets a distinct feeling that he's known somehow, as if the skeleton can truly see him, just as Aerith can. All of the strength and weakness laid bare. Captain. Technoblade nods slowly. A Navy man turned pirate. Foodwaddle's voice is heavy with curiosity, his head tilting as he studies Technoblade with like some sort of exhibit. Now what made you decide to do that? Technoblade spares a glance at his crew. They're all watching with bated breath, clearly unnerved, shoulders stiff and eyes wide. He catches Phil's gaze, and his heart is warmed by the look of amusement he sees there. Amidst the storm of their other emotions, it's a question they've asked each other time and time again, and one he's never really been able to answer. Nevertheless, the skeleton seems to have found its answer, because he tips his head back and laughs, the sound echoing across the empty field of bones. What's so funny? Technoblade asks, lifting a brow with a frown. You are, Foodwaddle says, around a chuckle, fanning his face with a spare hand he picked up from a pile beside him. You're a fascinating captain. I can't wait to see how this story ends. And then his laughter quiets down, his chuckle dying off into quiet wheezes, until he's calmed himself enough to speak in a voice far more serious than before. But enough of all this. You have a curse to break, and no time to waste. Let's get a move on if any of you have want a chance of succeeding. We don't exactly know where we're going, Technoblade cautiously admits. So what, you're saying is you need a guide? The skeleton leans forward, leering over them. You need someone to take you to the heart of the island. Reluctantly, Technoblade nods. Well, why didn't you say so? Footwaddle straightens with a clap of his skeletal hands, his tone brightening. One tour of the bone zone, coming right up. The journey isn't far. In fact, it feels as though they must have walked past it a dozen times in their wandering. Footwaddle navigates the terrain like it's home, entertaining them all while with poor jerks and mildly horrifying tales of his own death. The crew is silent, nobody daring to stop him. There's a growing feeling of nervous anticipation with every step, each one of them beginning to realize just how close they are to their destination, and just how dangerous things could be. On an island where the laws of nature seem to be failing, Technoblade has no idea just what awaits them on the other side should they fail. An eternity of emptiness condemned to guide others to their fate like Footwaddle, or perhaps even worse. He tries not to think about it too much. We're here. Technoblade stops so suddenly. Phil nearly bumps into him from behind, his friend voicing a soft noise of concern as he moves to pass him. The heart of the island is through this gateway, Footwaddle says. Then for once, there's no humor in his voice. He fixes them all with a long, searching look. I don't know what you'll find there, but I hope you'll be able to break free. There's something sorrowful about the way he says that, but he leaves no time to dwell on it. He turns to face Wilbur and then Phil, and then finally, Technoblade. Good luck, Captain. And the skeleton gives them one last crude imitation of a salute before crumbling. Like water, his bones spill across the ground, as though his very soul has been severed, and every connection along with it. The skeleton's remains bump and roll and rattle until there's no more of a small heap on the ground, just like the rest they've been walking on. Phil makes a soft, strangled noise behind him. Oh gods. Who is crouched beside him is silent. His horrified face speaks louder than any words could. Phil's eyes are fixed on the ground, on the bones beneath his feet. He got one hand clasped over his mouth, his face rapidly paling, his shoulders shuddering as he tries to step back. Unblinking, he stares at the tattered scraps of cloth amidst the ivory fragments. And then, a worn boot, half buried beneath the remains of a broken tibia. And slowly, Technoblade begins to understand his panic, because he too is seeing objects he recognizes. Familiar scraps of clothing tucked amidst the rubble. Clothing he can match the faces. To names. His crew. These skeletons are their fallen crews. Technoblade staggers back to covering his own mouth as his stomach heaves with immediate revulsion and horror. His knees wobble, his feet stuttering, and then he's falling back, bones snapping beneath him as he crashes to the ground. What the fuck? Wilbur cries out, half bracing Phil and half struggling to stand himself. Shit, Tommy mutters, his face ghastly pale, as every step backwards is just shattering more bones beneath his feet. These are people. Oh gods. What the hell? As if it wasn't obvious before, they had all thought it surely, but they'd all clung desperately to a fool's hope. Animals, surely not people, and yet skulls stare back at them now, so close they can no longer pretend. And the proof of their worst nightmare has come to light, and there's nowhere to turn that they can see it. Technoblade's heart is in his throat, his nausea growing by the second, but he takes one look at his panicked crew and pushes himself back to his feet. His legs trembled beneath him, every motion taking more energy than he has to spare, every instinct screaming at him to look down, but he ignores it, swallowing back the terror and guilt and anguish and replacing it with a calm mask of leader. For once, he's grateful for the lessons the Navy taught him, for the way he'd been schooled time and time again on how to suppress even the strongest, wildest emotion. His crew needs him, not his shock or sorrow, but his level head and calm confidence. Eyes on me, he orders, his voice cutting harshly through the panic grasps and cries. The world goes silent, every head turning his way, even Phil's, his blue eyes glassy and dazed, looking every bit as overwhelmed as Technoblade himself feels. Nobody look down. Keep your eyes on me, and keep moving. The curse wants us to panic. We can't give it that. Not when we're this close. He gets a few shaking nods, some murmurs rising up from their scattered party. He's quick to make his way to Phil's side, squeezing the crook of his friend's shoulder. Are you okay? He asks. And gods, he's sick of having to ask Phil that question. Phil gives a shaky nod and a wobbly smile, gripping Technoblade's arm so tight it hurts. Right. I don't believe that for a second, but not like we have any other options right now. You think he can hold out till this is over? Phil grits his teeth and nods again. Yeah. His voice is gravely thick with ushered tears. Technoblade's heart aches for him. He wants to mourn just as much as Technoblade does. But because even if the people had betrayed him, they'd once been his crew, his family, But there's no time to cry for fallen. Not now. Not here. Yeah, mate. Just, you lead the way. I'll be right next to you. Technoblade gives him a weak smile and a nod, and turns his face towards the arch. It's a terrible sight. The ribs of a whale stretched above them like some terrible tunnel. Within it is a patch of fog so dense that nothing can be seen beyond, no matter how close to it Technoblade gets. Right. Everyone hang on to one another. Don't let go. Form a chain. His order is quick to be obeyed. Phil's finger intertwining with his. Wilbur on his side, with Tommy and the others not far behind. His grip on Phil's hands tightens as he begins to move forward with trepidation. His other hand lifted to shield his eyes, as if to help peer through the mist. Whatever is through this tunnel, we stick together. Keep close and don't stray, he commands, casting one last look back at his crew. We can get through this. Together. And then they walk through the tunnel, one at a time, with Technoblade leading the way into the abyss. There's nothing at first, just a wall of fog, so dense, it's dizzying. There's no way to tell which direction is right or left. He can barely see his feet beneath him, nor his hand in front of his face. All he can do is hope he isn't leading his crew into some awaiting chasm, ready to swallow them up just as the mist has. He can hear shallow, nervous breathing behind him, half muffled by the mist, nobody daring to speak for fear of disturbing some greater horror. And then it clears. There's no warning, just a sudden, abrupt ability to see. A cave carved out of the mist, as if it were a cleaver. There's a quick urge. He's quick to urge his crew forward, bundling them all safely together at the side of a circle as he carefully ensures each one of them is still present. The kids are shaken but determined, Jack and Nikki side by side as they glare out into the midst, ready for any danger that might try to get the jump out on their party. Barrett is with the kids, his hands on Rambo's shoulders, his gaze half-lidded and brow furrowed in thought. He looked concerned, and that's enough to set Technoblade's instincts into overdrive, the hair on the back of his neck raising as he whirls to scan their surroundings for a threat. There's nothing. Just an empty space, the ground beneath their feet still a ghostly white, a void. Just the same island they've been seeing all this time, just an endless sprawl of bones. Save for one thing. A single chest sits atop the bones. Old wood, half-rotted with time, its hinges rusty and warm. It's already open, no lock to be found, and within a heap of gold and jewels can be seen, glittering in the light of the lanterns. The crew is silent, for a moment longer, as they, too, noticed. Where they once might have delighted in the sight of such riches, the air around them is heavy and wrong. And there's something eerie about the treasure that, the longer Technoblade stares at it, something about it is unsettling, though he can't point his finger at what. And he knows, without a doubt, that it's not to be touched or tampered with. Stay back, he says, finally breaking the crew free of their hesitant silence. Nobody get close. Don't touch it. That's, Wilbur sounds strangely, that's all the treasure we had on the ship. The sticks. Before she went down. Phil hisses his acknowledgement from between clenched teeth. He got the locket in one hand now, golden chains draping between its fingers. The mechanism popped open and revealed the inside. He's still got Wilbur's old portrait within, and Technoblade watches as he studies it for a moment, as though conflicted. There's only a slight shake to his hands to betray his nerves as he and Wilbur walk side by side towards the open chest, staring down at its contents with conflicted expressions. Wilbur's hand slowly drifts towards his hips. However, the holster on his belt, tough, though doesn't draw his pistol quite yet. They stand over the chest for a moment, silent, and then, "Guess we're meant to put it back now." Phil's voice is surprisingly steady. Technoblade watches his friend's throat bob, his shoulders squaring as he stares down his fate. "Yes, sir," Wilbur echoes. And neither move. A silent question passes between them. "Right. You first, Will," Phil breathes. "I started this. I need to be the one to finish it." His voice is shaky, but his gaze is strong as he stares at the chest, raw determination painting his face. Wilbur nods solemnly. With a surprising steady hand, he pulls the pistol free from its holster, and for the first time, Technoblade is able to get a good look at it. It's truly a work of master craftsmanship. Finely polished wood inlaid with an intricate gold detail. He understands why Wilbur would have claimed it, why he would have held on to it for so long, even without the curse. But Wilbur's gaze holds nothing but disdain for it. Wilbur, without hesitation, he tosses it on the top of the pile of the coins in a swift motion. Phil is next. He readies himself with a shaky breath, holding the locket above the chest and watching it sway steadily from side to side. His eyes are wide and slightly glazed, and the tremble in his hands is back with full force, but Wilbur's hands on his shoulder is steady, and he leans forward to murmur something into his father's ears that technically doesn't quite catch. It makes Phil smile. His grip starts to slip, his fingers slackening the grip, and the chain dropping the locket further and further. And then at last, it stops. Forgot something, Phil says, and pops the locket open. Carefully, slowly, he pulls a tiny portrait free from within, cradling it in his palm. He studies it for a moment, his expression soft and contemplative. He then smiles again and tucks it carefully in the pocket over his heart. Not ready to give that up just yet, he murmurs, and next to him, Wilbur looks close to tears, his smile wobbly and relieved, and then Phil steels himself, and with one last steadying breath, glares down at the locket that's taken from him again and again. His ship, his crew, his confidence, and nearly his son. Go to hell. The locket drops with a clink into the chest. For a moment, there's silence, the universe collectively holding its breath. Phil stands, motionless, eyes squeezing shut, lips mouthing a silent, desperate plea. And then, all hell breaks loose. There's like a roaring sound, not unlike thunder in the heart of a storm. It sounds like the world itself is ripping apart at the seams, accompanied by an awful rattling sound as the island foundation shakes and shivers beneath them, sending burn piles cascading down. The tunnel behind them crackles and falls, splintering into a dozen pieces, the fog around them swirling and threatening to envelop them. The crew huddles together, Phil and Wilbur rushing back towards the rest of them with outstretched hands. They're pulled into the midst as the crew of the Argo form a tight circle, bracing themselves for whatever threat awaits them. Behind him, Eric suddenly gasps. Something's wrong, he breathes. And his eyes are wide, his face pale. Something's terribly wrong. I can't feel them anymore. I can't see. Technoblade's blood runs cold. There's an awful shriek, a kneeing wail that rips through the thunder, everything else dull in comparison to the piercing, mournful cry. Besides him, Phil doubles over, clutching his hands over his ears, and he can hear the confused shouts and agonizing hissing as the rest of the crew follows suit. The sound seems to resonate on, his burns aching and the pitch increased, and even his hands can't block out the awful, haunting wail as the volume continues to rise, his thoughts muddling into nothingness, until it stops. There's only silence now. As Technoblade raises his head, he sees that the fog has cleared. All that's left is a fine mist at their ankles, rippling like the surface of the water, hiding the ground from view. That, in the sky, now a muted gray, in the same shade as the mist, sprawling as far as the eye can see with no sign of the ocean, not in sight. It's suddenly as if they aren't on the island at all, but rather another world entirely. There's no sound. Not a thunderous rumble or the wailing cries, not at all, save for the ragged breathing and the muted whispers. Everything is still, and then, "Hey, Captain," a youthful voice calls. Technoblade's heart skips a beat. He looks up and into the ghostly face of his former cabin boy. Wow, okay. What is this? A special note for the character, especially to use them as a character, and to use he/him pronouns exclusively for the sake of the reader who don't speak English as their primary language. Protocol uses them and Chapter 17. We've got this chapter and next chapter, and then it's over. We're plowing through. We're plowing through for the last hour, guys. We got this. It's late stream tonight. Chapter 17. Chapter warnings: horror elements, past character death, ghosts / the undead, vague suicidal ideations, graphic depictions of injury, and temporary character death. Well then. For the first time since the storm, Technoblade stares at the ghosts of his crew, and they stare back. His cabin boy is there in front of him, and yet he's not. His skin transparent and pale, a chill cooling in the air around him. His feet hovering just off the ground, bones visible beneath the skin in some places, as though he can see right through right through him. The kid looks at him, sad and sorrowful, and Technoblade can't bring himself to speak. Can't even manage a word. This is some trick, it has to be, and yet the cabin boy of the Anemoi stands in front of him, evidently as real as any of his current crew. He heard his voice, saw his lips move along with it. He can see them moving now. Though he can't quite understand the words over the roar of the blood in his ears. He can hear muffled murmurs behind him, catches the faint startled gasps of his crew, and in the corner of his eyes he watches as more ghostly figures make an appearance surrounding their groups on all sides. He's not the only one with ghosts of the past, evidently. Time moves slowly as Technoblade watches as the rest of the crew face off against their own trials. He can see Rambu cowering from two tall figures dressed in the richest of fashion, with ugly sneers on their faces as they back him into a corner. He can see Tommy and Tubbo averting their gaze from the cluster of ragged, dirty-faced teenagers that point accusing fingers and plead for help alike. Bundy cowers like a dog with a tail between his legs, looking desperately around at nothing, calling out for the others as though he can't hear or see any of them at all. All around him, the crew are struggling, and he's struck by a paralyzing helplessness that makes his breath stutter and his fists clench at his side. And Phil's on his knees. Phil's on his knees. His back hunched and his shoulders trembling, his head bowed low, his hair hanging over his eyes. His hands are tangled in his hair, his whole body shaking, his teeth gritted as his chest hitches with a silent sob. Over him stands a pair of ghostly figures, a man and a woman, with a necklace of rope around their necks. His parents. Oh, Phil. He breathes, momentarily pulled from the throne of his own grief, because Phil is broken, sobbing, unshamed, as the spirits whisper cruel words in his ears, harsh accusations, each one sticking claws deep into Phil's heart, his friends visibly flinching each time they open their mouths. He can't hear the words being said, but he can see their expressions, twisted, unnatural, with rage and sorrow and pain, all of it directed at Phil. I'm sorry, he sees Phil mouth, again and again and again. Phil shakes his head against something his mother says, only to freeze when a hand cusps his cheeks. Technoblade loses sight of him as Wilbur steps in between, confronting something else entirely. Wilbur is facing what looks like Phil himself, except it's not Phil, not as Technoblade knows him, but he does recognize him. Messy blonde hair, chained wrists, hollowed eyes, an empty smile. A man who looks for all the world like he's lost everything. Please, this strange, Phil says, and his voice is ragged and hoarse and desperate. Wilbur, don't do this. You don't have to do this. What? Hey, Kaylee, yeah, no, Kaylee. Kaylee, no, Kaylee, no. Yeah, no, we're not, you aren't allowed to spend money on me. Listen to Mags, invest it. Anyway. Please, this is strange, Phil says, and his voice is ragged and hoarse and desperate. Wilbur, don't do this. You don't have to do this. Stop, Wilbur breathes. I didn't want to. I had to do it. He takes on one wobbly step back and another, and shaking hand reaching for a pistol that's no longer there. You're not him. Can't be. He said he forgave me. He wouldn't. Wilbur trails off, mouth open and closing wordlessly, a shine to his eyes that hadn't been there before, his face twisted into something pained and afraid. He's right there, Technoblade wants to scream, because Wilbur's father is there, kneeling on the ground just beyond him, suffering similarly, but Wilbur's eyes are vacant and glassy, locked in his own battle, and no words will reach him in this state. He moves to help, do something, anything to help them, but he stops in his tracks by a voice calling out to him once more. Captain, the cabin boy says, and he's instantly reminded of his own predicament. He turns slowly, his heart in his throat and his knees trembling to see this cabin boy staring him down. A chilling smile spread across his childish lips. Only his cabin boy isn't alone this time. Instead, flanked by dozens of others, the fog swimming with achingly familiar faces. Men and women, young and old, each one with a name he knows like the back of his hand. Names he's written time and time again, recited like a prayer each night as he commits their faces to memory, refusing to forget what he'd lost. And now, here they are. Their ghostly faces just how he remembers them to be, except sadder, somehow. More gaunt, hollow-cheeked and pale, their eyes dark and haunted, almost skeletal in appearance. And their clothes drip water, with every step. Technoblade chokes back a cry, stepping back to sound of the horrendous crunching beneath his heels. They follow their feet, not even touching the floor, and on their faces he can see nothing but sorrow. The bitterness of their untimely death followed them beyond their grave. White-hot shame rips through him at the sight of them. Every night spent lying awake suddenly paling in comparison to what he feels now, truly facing the ones he'd failed. It feels as though he's been crushed, the weight of the sea backed upon his chest, forcing him, trembling, to his knees. He's drowning again, clawing at empty air, reaching for the hand of his crew as they sink further and further below into the dark depths where he can't follow. Where he chose not to follow. He'd always wondered if they blamed him for their fall, but now, looking at them, as they pointed accusing fingers, weeping and wailing, and steadily dripping water from their clothes and mouths, he finds it would have been better not to know. A good captain goes down with his ship, the cabin boy whispers accusingly, but you left us, Technoblade. I did, he breathes, and his voice comes out watery and pained. He feels like a child, scolded and ashamed. The very same way he felt all those months ago when he first stepped into his superior's office to deliver the news. That very same humiliation, the soul-crushing guilt, the white-hot anger, misdirected every which way. All of it comes rushing back. His cheeks burn and his stomach roils, and he can't even manage to lift his gaze. He doesn't dare. He can't stand to see their disappointment a moment longer, nor their looks of utter betrayal. His mouth works around silent apologies, but none of them are enough. None of them could truly atone for what he'd done, what they'd lost because of him. And then he hears it. Why? It's such a simple question, and yet it bears the weight of the world. Why did he leave them? Why didn't he go down with the ship, like every captain of legend? Why did he fight so hard to live against all odds? Why did he accept the hands of a complete stranger, of an enemy? He doesn't have an easy answer, no matter how hard he tries. Nothing could ever be reason enough for the demise. No excuse worthy. You left us, Captain, the boy continues, and he's angry now, his gaze narrowed in the same disdain and disgust Technoblade feels. For a pirate. And gods, it hurt, because it's true. Because the same damned words he's been telling himself since the very beginning, every single one of them, back when he and Phil were a little more than strangers, acquaintances at best, and enemies at their worst. When he needed someone to blame for his own mistakes again and again, he'd asked himself, why then? Because he'd gone and accepted the hand of a pirate not once, but twice, abandoning his former morals at the very first sight of a second chance. He'd taken the hand of the one who thought, inadvertently, had been the cause of the deaths, and had been a fool to think that it would go unnoticed. I don't... Any words fall short, because he's torn halfway between protesting and apologizing. A war being waged in his heart between the urge to seek forgiveness and the wrongfulness of it all. He left his old crew for a new one, and they know. They've seen it all the sins laid bare and their feet for judgment. He left them behind, little more than a memory of some names in a book while he went on to start a new journey with Phil, and Tommy, and Tubber, and Rambu, and Nikki, and... His chin jerks, searching desperately, a coward mermaid away from flight, searching for any kind of escape or shelter amidst the crowd of his crew. They're all still fighting, some literally, guns and swords drawn, others still fighting in emotional battle. No one's there to help. And the longer he waits, the closer his crew gets, closing in on him, and circling him like a trapped animal, and with every step back, bones crunch beneath his feet. And there's nowhere to go, nowhere to run, and... They're not real, Technoblade, he hears Eric call over the din, like a beacon of light amidst the storm, and sees her hand outstretched towards him, as if she can somehow reach him through the chaos. She stands tall and proud, untouched by any spirit, her chin raised and her expressions calm. Her eyes are wide and unseeing, and yet in them they hold everything, a silent promise, a quiet plea, and an urge to remember. And remember he does. He recalls Eric's words, the first he'd ever heard from her, the ones she'd told him all those months ago, at the very first meeting. Don't be afraid to mourn, Technoblade. They wouldn't want you to. They wouldn't want you to. And suddenly it all makes sense. You're not them, he breathes, and the ghosts freeze. What? The cabin boy asks. You're not them, he repeats, lifting his chin as a bit of confidence returns. My crew. They wouldn't want me to blame myself. They wouldn't. They don't. They don't blame me for what happened. And he says it. Something new sparks in his heart. Something altogether foreign, and yet as comforting as the familiar embrace. Acceptance. There's something else there too, a silent reassurance, a steady something he can't quite name, almost as if a warm hand is resting upon his shoulder, urging him on. He can't see them, but somehow he knows they're all the same. His crew. His real crew. It's not my fault, his words echo, altogether soft as a whisper, and yet oddly loud across the fog. There was nothing more I could have done. And for the first time, he actually believes it, lifting his gaze to meet his accusers with as much fire as he can muster. Across the field of burn, he sees Errett smile. And then, all at once, everything shifts. In the blink of an eye, his crew vanishes, leaving nothing but the fog. It's quiet, cold, empty. He's momentarily torn between relief and regret, his heart aching, a gaping hole left where they had once stood. And then he sees himself. It's like looking into a mirror, a perfect reflection of himself staring right back at him. Only something's different. Something's wrong. Instead of a red coat, he's wearing blue, the same deep royal shade of navy, a familiar crest emblazoning shining golden buttons. His hair is shorter, braided neatly back in his clothes, neatly pressed. He looks dignified, wealthy, powerful. He can see pale skin where cold iron should be. Any trace of his prosthetic is gone, as if the injury had never happened at all. He looks younger too, in a way that Technoblade hasn't felt in months. The strain of his troubles gone from his shoulders, leaving him proud and unburdened. And his face. His mirror's expression is twisted with something dark and cold. Something he recognizes, though he wishes he didn't. He looks upon the crew, and in the eyes, there's no warmth, no fond affection, no teasing humor or the love he's come to treasure. Instead, all he sees is disgust, raw and untempered. There's nothing but hate in his reflection's eyes, and every bit of it is directed towards his crew. Towards Phil. Pirates, he hears his own voice spit like a curse, and he sees the crew react, questioning gazes turning their way, muffled noises of shock filling the air amidst the sound of battle, and his reflection turns back to him, the heat of his gaze burning as he looks into the fiery red and sees nothing but bitter disappointment and disdain. This is what we become? A criminal? He thought he had no greater regret than his crew, than the dozens of innocent lives lost beneath his leadership, but now, as he stares into the eyes of the man he'd once been, and he listens to the mantras he'd once recited with his whole heart, he's beginning to realize there's something else he fears more. Something greater than the guilt. More terrifying than the storm of the ghosts of the ones that he felt along the way. Himself. The man he'd once been. The man he fears he might still become. Or some might still be. Somewhere deep down. We were great. We helped people. And now what have you done? Aligned yourself with pirates. The very lot you swore to stop when you joined the Navy. The same filth who have done nothing but cause destruction and ruin wherever they sail. His mirror lip curls. Pathetic. We were destined for greatness, Technoblade. To do good. And now you're nothing better than everything you swore to put an end to. Put an end to! Technoblade recoils with a hiss. His grip on his sword, white-knuckled as he faces off against himself. He knows these words, knows the vilest things he used to believe. But it doesn't make it any easier to hear. These are people. They are not some pests, some plague to eradicate. They're our friends. Our crew. They've killed people. So have we, Technoblade shouts. All the people, all those lives sent to the gallows, we're no better than them. We never were. They pillage and destroy, ruining innocent lives, and you're going to defend them. His counterpart's words are eerily reminiscent of the one Dream had spoken to him not long ago. You're going to join them. What happened to our dream? What happened to everything we grew up believing? Everything we grew up believing was wrong. Technoblade's voice comes out louder than he expected, pitching into a shout, his chest heaving for every breath. All of it. Do you really think killing is going to solve everything? Is an eye for an eye really going to stop this madness? The Navy says. The Navy says what? We cared for our crew, we loved them like they were our family, and they told us it was wrong. Angry tears pricked in the corner of his eyes, but he shoved them back. We were told to lead, not to love. And when we lost them, all of them, we weren't even punished for that. We were punished for letting Phil escape, for accepting his help, for not going down alongside them like a good soldier. He spits the word out like they're poison, and he might as well have been for the way they twisted his heart. We should have gone down with them, his former self spites, in a cruel echo of the words he himself had said not that long ago. The Navy was right. No good captain lets his ship go down without him. The Navy trusts us with that rank and the crew, and we failed. We were nothing more than a weapon to the Navy, a pawn to be used to gain more power, to hurt other people. At that, his counterpart goes quiet. They didn't care about us, Technoblade says, and all at once, things are starting to make sense at least. To them, they were no more than a name. Captain Blade. We weren't anything more than a number, than a ship in the fleet. His mirror's face is sterny, not meeting his gaze. We were nothing but these guys, and he gestures to his crew as they wage their own battles around him, facing off against their own demons. They're family. They care. He sees it in their eyes, in their smiles, in their warm embrace, even after he'd gone and hurt them. He knows this. He knows this would believe it without a doubt. They love him, and he loves them back. They're his life, more than a place in the Navy or a rank or a title could ever be. Do they? Accusation drips like an acid from the mayor's tongue. They do, Technoblade stands resolution. What about him? What? Captain Filza, the angel of death. The man you called a friend, responsible for the death of our crew and the disgrace of our name. Izmir's eyes narrow with nothing but complete and utter disdain, every ounce of vehement rage and blame laid at Phil's unknowing feet. You let him get away with ruining our life, Technoblade. And not only that, he saw us as a traitor. He was willing to turn his back on us in a heartbeat if it meant saving his own skin from another mutiny. He casts a long look at Technoblade, and in his eyes he can see the very same pain he felt in his heart during the fight. He doesn't see us as a friend, just as a means to an ending. The curse. That's not true. Those words mean nothing to him. Not anymore. Somehow having his own doubts and insecurities flung back on him isn't nearly as painful as he expected. Not when he'd already confronted them. Not when Phil had already reassured him. He's just a pirate, his past self hisses. Just like the rest. A criminal. He's my friend. And yet, that isn't the truth. Not the whole of it. Phil's the first true friend. His brother. His other half. The missing piece he never knew he'd be lucky enough to find. So much more than the words could ever say, and yet he wishes he could. If only to convince the man he once was that he too could one day have this. He was his loyalty, the devotion, born not out of service to the crown, but of a mutual respect, of a growing fondness and love. He wouldn't trade it for the world, and he knows it's something he so desperately needed when he was in the Navy. Someone who would show him compassion, who would share with him the same passion he devoted to others. I see. His mere face is cold, unmoved. His fingers fiddle methodically with the hilt of his pistol, secured firmly in his holster. And for a moment, Technoblade fears he might be shot. His hand moves towards his own, ready to pull it if necessary, and to... what? Shoot himself? There's no telling what the repercussions could be, even if it's only a product of the curse, and so it stays in his hand, waiting on bated breath, and watches as his counterpart expression suddenly flickers with something dark and foreboding. It's clear you've been away from your rank too long. Far too long, his mirror finally says, and there's something unnervingly dangerous in his turn. But we can still fix this. What? And Technoblade watches, paralyzed, as his former self sets his sights on a new target. Phil barely even twitches, still surrounded by the ghost of his family. His gaze is vacant and glassy, tears streaming down his cheeks, his hands over his ears and tangled in his hair as if to block out the sound of its accusing voices. Behind him, Technoblade can see Wilbur straining against his opponents, shouting for Phil as the ghost closes in around him. There's a hand on Phil's shoulder, his mother staring down at him with an expression of betrayal, the ghost of a noose still dangling around her neck. Phil doesn't hear Wilbur's screams, nor the way his son reaches desperately for him. He doesn't see the pistol, even as it aims for his heart. Not right away. The only good pirate is a dead pirate, his former self says, and only then does Phil look up. Only then do his eyes widen, his lips parting in an air of surprise, his expression crumpling into something lost and confused and betrayed. His tears look motionless on his face, the tiny crystals frozen in time. Even his breathing seems to stop, his chest eerily still, the whole world holding its breath with him, and then... Techner? The pistol cocks with a click. Technoblade doesn't even think, he just moves. A shot rings out. Bang. Once they might have called Phil Icarus, but this time, it's Technoblade who falls. Excuse me? Excuse me? For a moment, the world moves in slow motion. There's a sound like thunder, like the very universe rupturing at its seams. There's a blur of color through the tears in his eyes, familiar red and pink dancing across his vision. It should be comforting, seeing his friend's face at the end of all things. If there was any way he wanted to die, it would be at the sight of his captain. Even like this, at his friend's hand, dead by a bullet of his brother's pistol, it's fitting for a man who's known little else but betrayal. He lives a good life. He's catered to fate's whims enough for a man suffering the cruel twist a dozen times over. He'd finally made it to what he thought was a light at the end of the tunnel. The promise of peace just within reach. He'd gotten his family back, his son, his boy, the one he believed would want him dead instead of standing resolutely at his side until the very end. He found a new family along the way too. Tommy, stubborn, fearless, brilliant Tommy, who'd shown him a new look at life. Nikki, with her compassion and fire alike burning bright, always there to keep him in check. Hubba with a sharp tongue and even sharper aim. A heart of gold carefully tucked beneath the constant smudge of soot on his clothes. Rambu, fleeing from the confines of a cage and in the open arms of a new family, one that wanted nothing more from him than himself. Jack, who showed him loyalty, and when all he'd known was betrayal. Errett, who stepped into his life with a smile and a careful reassurance he'd so desperately needed, who asked for nothing in return, and one stubborn Navy man, once an enemy, now the second half of his very soul. There his all, his everything, his entire world. And then, the world crumbles. The light slips from between his fingers, and Technoblade falls. Scarlet petals bloom across his chest. No, he crashes to his knees beside Technoblade, pulling the man to his arms. Oh gods, fuck. Techno, what the fuck were you thinking? Technoblade groans, flinching as Phil's hand pressed desperately against the growing stain spreading across the pristine white shirt. Sorry, Phil, he gasps out, and Phil bites back another curse, another insult, instead of just pressing down harder. And just substituting a desperate prayer. Couldn't just watch it happen. Couldn't let you die. And then you decided you were gonna take my place, Phil hisses, and his voice lacks the intent venom, instead coming out crackling and fragile as his eyes begin to sting with tears. There's so much blood. Gods, there's so much blood, and it isn't stopping. Technoblade grimaces in pain, trying to shift away from Phil's touch, but Phil just presses harder. Had to protect you. Techno slurs. I can protect myself, you asshole, Phil chokes out around a sob. You idiot. Why'd you go sacrificing yourself for a fucking pirate like me, mate? Technoblade laughs, flashing blood-stained teeth. Because you're my friend, Phil, he says, and his voice is so raw and honest it hurts. I promised you the world. Couldn't just... His friend's voice falters, fading off into something faint and breathless. Phil's blood freezes in his veins, and he pats desperately at Techno's face, watching a blurry eye slide back up to look at him with no lack of effort. Couldn't you just... What, mate? Phil shakes him gently, tears flowing free. Don't leave me hanging. Come on, you gotta finish. Keep talking, please. Sorry. Don't apologize. Don't you dare. That's my job, you dick. So listen up. Technoblade doesn't seem to hear him. Only a soft, breathy groan escaping blood-flecked lips. You fucking bastard. You don't get to tune this out. Don't. His voice dies off. No true anger left to fuel his words, leaving behind a voice that's hollow and empty and desperate. Techno, please. Don't do this. Not for me. Not for me. Anything for you. Technoblade protests his weak. Phil laughs, and it comes out wet and gurgling, hot tears streaming steadily down his cheeks. I'm sorry, Tech, he whispers, his grin stretched painfully fake across his lips. I'm so sorry for everything. Technoblade's still mad at him, right? They still have so much to talk about, so much to fix. There's no way he can just let go now. Not when they still... It's okay. Forgive you. No. Phil backpedals, desperately searching for something. Anything. What about my stories, huh? You haven't gotten to hear all my adventures yet, mate. Don't you want to hear them? Technoblade smiles weakly, a look of fond amusement in his pained, bleary glaze, and Phil's false bravado fails him. His smile is crumbling in the blink of an eye. Techno, come on. Please don't go. Technoblade doesn't answer him. Techno, please. Look at me. You have to stay awake. You can't leave. You promised you wouldn't leave. His hand slips down Technoblade's cheek as it shakes, leaving a bloody streak across rapid paling skin. Technoblade's gaze is half-lidded, his breast shallow and weak, hand resting on Phil's neck, beginning to feel oddly cold against his skin. Techno, come on, please. You made a promise. To the gates of hell, right? He chokes back a sob, hating the way Technoblade leans tiredly to his torch. Not without me. Not without me. Techno, you can't leave. You can't. Technoblade's head lolls in his grasp, his eyes fluttering dazedly, his pupils dilated and his gaze glassy. Fresh blood bubbles at his lips as he tries and he fails to form words, instead only producing a horrible, rasping gurgle. Shh, don't talk, Phil whispers, his voice hoarse and fragile in his throat. It's okay, Techno. Just stay with me. He searches the gathering crowd with his heart in his throat, begging for someone to do something, anything. The pressure isn't enough. Technoblade is dying. He needs help. Help that Phil can't give him. Air it! Air it! Someone, do something. Somebody. Phil, it's Wilbur that speaks. He looks sad. Resigned. No. Phil's hand presses harder to the wound, heedless of the way fresh crimson bubbles between his fingers, no matter how hard he tries to stem the flare. Don't you dare give up on him. He didn't give up on us. We can't give up on him. We can't. We can't. His voice breaks, splintering off into 100 tiny shards, each one as fragile and terrified as the last. He swallows back any further protest with a strangled sob, pressing his forehead desperately to Technoblade's. His friend manages to lean into the gentle touch, his eyes fluttering shut as he does so, his lips twisted in a grimace. I'm here. Aerith drops down to her knees beside him, her hands moving to replace his, Tommy's bandana bundled up and pressing firmly against the wound. Technoblade, I need you to stay awake. Can you do that for me? Technoblade stares up at Aerith, only managing the weakest of noise. His fingers twitch and Aerith takes one of his hands. The other still resting limply on Phil's shoulder. Phil scoops it up, holding it to his lips, pressing a frantic kiss to warn the bloodied knuckles. Lena saw the taste of copper. Aerith's face is scrunched, her brows furrowed, and as she must surely feel Technoblade's pain, but she's spilling out of comfort like a mantra. That's it. You're doing so well. Deep breaths for me, she murmurs, her touch feather light as she ghosts over the wound, the bullet still inside. We're going to have to get it out before I can— Shit! Technoblade suddenly thrashes in her grip, his fingers squeezing painfully around Phil's, his head jerking back as he chokes on his own blood. Hold him, Aerith cries, and Phil is quickly to comply, pinning Technoblade's shoulders to the ground and muffling a cry of his own at the sight of the terror in his friend's gaze. Technoblade is in pain. Technoblade is scared, and all he can do is help keep him still and pray that there's a chance. Aerith begins to fumble with the fabric of her skirt, tearing a large piece free to use a makeshift bandage, and then Aerith suddenly goes still, her lips parting as a small a look like understanding crossed her face, and suddenly she's not pressing down on the wound anymore. Phil watches and sees the exact moment she gives up, the exact moment her face shifts into something calm and accepting. No, Phil breathes. With the noise akin to a snarl, he pushes Aerith roughly away, lunging forward to replace her hands with the ones of his own over the wound. There's so much blood, gods. Technoblade's whole front is stained crimson. Phil's hands slippery with it, but he can't give up. He won't, even as Technoblade's body begins to feel colder and colder beneath his palms, and his friend's eyes fluttering shut and do not open again. He presses down, keeping the pressure. He can't stand to think, can't scarcely breathe around the wild flutter of panic in his chest and the wild pounding of his heart. He can't let himself panic, can't let emotions take over, can't let the pressure ease for even a moment because Technoblade is bleeding out beneath him and it's his fault, and he can't. Technoblade breathes suddenly, making an odd rattling noise. His whole body seizes in Phil's hands. Once, twice, thrice, and then goes eerily still. Techno? No. No. No, you fucking idiot. Don't you dare. Don't you dare close your eyes. You hear me? Technoblade doesn't respond. His eyelids don't even flicker. Technoblade, open your eyes. Wake up. Wake up. Please. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please, don't go. Nothing. This cold, overwhelming silence. And Phil screams. It's dark, and then it isn't. He wakes to a soft light, gentle and comforting. He wakes to the sound of gentle waves with no ocean in sight. He wakes to a sea of familiar faces, full of warm smiles. Hey guys, Technoblade murmurs with the sudden thickness in his throat, and the tears in his eyes, and the crew of the Endemoy smiles back at him. Hey Captain, says a quiet voice, and his cabin boy, his real cabin boy, smiles fondly down at him, offering him a hand up. He hesitates only for a moment before taking it, stifling a sob at the warmth he feels. The boy's skin no longer ghostly and pale. In a heartbeat, he's surrounded by the one he'd lost, all of them murmuring fond greetings and laughing teasingly as he scrubs uselessly at his eyes. A joy unlike any he's ever felt overwhelms him as he looks upon his former crew and sees nothing but love in their eyes, pure and true. Is this it then? He asks softly, and his joy flickers at the memory of tear-filled blue and quiet, broken sobs as the world fades. A woman, the ship's cook, motherly and gruff and warm-hearted, steps forward and takes his hand in hers. His hand, his real hand, flesh and blood, no longer iron and wood. Her touch is gentle as she thumbs over his calloused knuckles, and her smile soft and free of judgment as she holds his gaze. Only if you want it to be, she says simply. And technically doesn't know what he wants. Now that he's here, now that the worst part's over, and he's here with them, seeing their smiling faces and feeling their love, he wants nothing more than to stay with them, to run away from pain, to finally be free of the trials and tribulations of life. It would be so easy. But then he thinks of Phil and his crew, and the crew he left behind, and the crew that's waiting for them. He thinks of Nikki's gentle smile and even gentler touch, thinks of Tommy and Tubbo's antics and the fearless loyalty, thinks of Rambu's kind heart and selflessness, thinks of every other crewmate who welcomed him into their lives with open arms, even at his lowest. He thinks of Phil, stubborn, reckless, foolish, wonderful Phil, who gave him a second chance when nobody else would, not even himself. He thinks of warm smiles and bright laughs, of silly conversations in the crow's nest, and heavy-hearted ones in the cabin. He thinks of shared drinks and exaggerated tales of adventure, and the murmur of words and gentle touches when they both needed it most. He thinks of fights of vicious words spat in the heart, spat in the heat of the moment, and the forgiveness yet to be earned. He thinks and he thinks and he thinks. He thinks he wouldn't trade it for the world. I'm sorry, he says, and to his surprise, their smiles only widen. I don't think it's my time. Not yet. Not now. The cook grins at him, squeezing his hand in hers. I think you're right, dear. I wish I could stay, he says, and he means it. I wish I could be with you. All again. In time. He looks upon his crew of the Anemoy and smiles. He doesn't bother to wipe the tears that stream down his face, unwilling to hide them any longer. He's never hiding his heart again. Not for anyone. Take heart, Captain. He says. It's time to move on. Yeah, he rasps, his smile wobbly but true. It is. And as he lets go of her hand with one last nod, the world fades once more. Technoblade opens his eyes to a familiar mop of blonde hair and teary smile. The soft oof he's pulled tight into waiting arms, and his sob is muffled into his hair. Stupid, 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 Phil murmurs, his voice hoarse. You bastard, you fucking idiot. Don't you ever do that again. Hot tears dampening Technoblade's skin, Phil's words trailing off into breathy, near hysterical laugh. Oh my god, I thought you were dead. I was, Technoblade murmured, groggily, his arms lifting to curl tightly around Phil's shoulders, unashamed of the way he's begun to cry tears of his own. He's relieved to find it doesn't hurt, his chest aching only with phantom pain rather than a gaping wound. He's tired and sore, but alive. I was, but I'm back. Fucker, Phil whispers, but there's no real heat to his voice. Trembling fingers reach for his wrist, and he allows it as Phil seeks out his pulse. Phil's brows knit only for a moment before his whole body sags in relief at the presence of a strong, steady pulse. I'm back, Technoblade whispers again, pressing himself closer to his friend. And then that he sees his crew gathered around, all kneeling on the soft white sand of their faces, teary-eyed but smiling. Wait, sand? He blinks, and sure enough, he can feel soft sand beneath his feet, and can smell the salty tang of the ocean spray once more. Above him, the blue sky is clear and bright, and he can hear the cry of gulls not far off in the distance. The beach they're gathered on is beautiful, pristine white sand as far as the eye can see, dotted with palm trees and seashells, and not a single bone in sight. It looks almost ethereal, and for a moment, Technoblade wonders if this is it, if he's actually dead, and everyone else along with him. But Phil sees his expression and laughs, bright and musical and happy. It's real, mate, Phil murmurs, bumping his forehead gently against Techno's before pulling back, allowing him a view of the sparkling blue waters behind him. You did it, mate. You broke the curse. How? From besides Phil, Aerith smiles. You proved it wrong, she answered simply. You looked yourself in the eye, the man you used to be, and rejected it. Her grin widens. You did save a pirate after all. I saved a friend, Technoblade corrects, softly, and he watches Phil's cheeks tint a pleasant pink, the man ducking his head, abashed. He can't quite hide his smile from Technoblade there. You sacrificed yourself, Aerith murmurs, for someone that you once would have killed without hesitation. I think even the curse predicted that. Nobody ever said I was smart, Technoblade rasps, his lips twitching into a smirk. Phil laughs brightly at that, silhouetted again at the warm sun, his golden hair practically glowing, his happiness so pure and genuine and uninhibited. Phil is happy, with his family around him, safe and sound, and the weight of the damned curse finally free from all their shoulders. The joy is contagious, and Cindy's laughing along with Phil. So hard his jaw aches, and his chest heaves for air. He doesn't know how long they spent like that. But it's long enough that he feels lightheaded and dizzy with glee. So much thought that he and Phil could both barely keep themselves upright anymore. We did it, Phil breathes, and his eyes are shining as he glances over at Wilbur, who watches him from a spot not far away, his arms folded and soft, fond smiles on his lips. I can't believe we actually did it. Fuck, it's really over, isn't it? It is, Technoblade murmurs, and swallows back the tide of emotion that threatens to overcome him. He's exhausted and sore, in desperate need of a drink, but the sheer and utter relief overpowers everything else through the weight of the world finally lifted from their shoulders. It's over. For all of them. No more aimless wandering, no more danger at every turn, no more curse. Phil is free. Wilbur is free. Everyone they care about, their friends, their crew, their family, it's free. And Technoblade is free too. Free of the guilt, free of the sorrow, free of the pain. His heart feels light and giddy and warm, and for the first time in months he's able to smile without restraint, to laugh without a burden of the past. It's something he never thought possible. And yet here he is, laughing and rolling around in the sand, with his best friend, free of all regret. It's more than he could ever ask for, and yet maybe, just this once, he thinks he might finally deserve it. How the hell did you do it, mate? Phil asks, once they're both thoroughly exhausted, sprawling out in the warm sand alongside one another, watching the crew set about, preparing the dinghy to return to the Argo. Do what? Come back to us like that, Phil says, and his gaze is suddenly soft as he rolls into his side and face Technoblade, his cheeks speckled with sand, and his hair falling into his face. He looks a mess, but he's so damn happy that none of it matters. And he leans into Technoblade's touch as he playfully brushes a loose strand from his friend's eyes. Technoblade grins fondly at him. He thinks of his crew, sending him off with a smile, pushing him back into the living world, and he decides that's a tale for another day. Ah, well, you know what they say, Phil, he murmurs conspiratorially. Technoblade never dies. Mate, nobody says that. They will now. Fucking hell. Last chapter. We're pulling through, chat. We're pulling through. Chapter 18. No warning? Yeah, doesn't look like there's any warnings. It's a night for celebration. Weary but victorious. The crew of the Argo gathered together in a raucous celebration, the likes of which Technoblade has never seen. There are smiles and laughter and song, Wilbur leading the crew in a grand hearty chorus. All care for the tune thrown into the wind as they simply delight in the beauty of existing, of living to see another day, of having emerged victorious from a battle long fought. The sails billow and the wind on the side, carrying them swiftly back towards port, and the setting sun smiles upon them as the skies begin to grow dark. Stars dotting the horizon, the sky is clear, and the waters calm, and the very world seems to breathe a sign of relief, along with them. The crew is all gathered together, save for one. Technoblade worries for the briefest of moments that something is amiss, and not everything is as happy as it seems. Because Phil is once again missing from the festivities. He spots him not far off, standing alone at the bow of the ship, like he used to, and his heart drops as he catches a glimpse of hunched shoulders, his friends nearly doubled over the railing. And then, just as quick as fear arrived, it vanishes as he catches the sound of a quiet laugh and a hushed whisper. He creeps forward as quietly as he can, and his heart warms at what he sees. Amidst the water, he catches a glimpse of dark, glittering scales, Phil speaking in a soft voice as he leans over the railing, a smitten smile playing out across his lips, his cheeks tinge pink as he leans forward, grinning sweet nothings that Technoblade surely isn't meant to hear. But he can't even bring himself to tease his friend, at least not yet. Instead, he watches and waits, enjoying the musical sound of Phil's giggles. And the way his friend looks so relaxed and at ease, finally free of the burdens that weigh him down for so long. He doesn't dare shatter that moment, not until Phil murmurs a soft goodbye. One last smile graces his face as he leans down, blowing a kiss to the rippling water below. And the sea is silent once more. And as Phil straightens, he catches Technoblade's knowing look. His cheeks darken, flushed a brilliant scarlet. Technoblade coughs. Oh, fuck off, Phil says, but there's no heat behind it as he trots over to Technoblade's side, swinging an arm around him with a soft giggle. He leans his full weight onto him, and the captain grimaces as he nearly topples over, his arms curling carefully around the smaller man's waist to support him. She follows you all the way out here? Technoblade asks. I'm in love, Phil croons, ignoring the question entirely with a sidelong look at the sea. I'm going to marry her, Techno. She's perfect. More beautiful than the sky or the sea, more precious than any treasure. You're drunk, he resorts playfully, and Phil gives him a wink. Only you would try and marry a giant siren. Only you, Phil. I will, Phil vows, his eyes glittering with poorly disguised amusement, along with that damned bull-headed determination. Technoblade knows he plans to make good on his word one day. I'll need a best man there, Phil adds, almost as an afterthought. He shoots Technoblade a meaningful look. Technoblade's breath catches, he fumbles for the right words to say, one between reminding Phil of his impending departure, or letting him delight a while longer. Luckily, Phil moves on, all of his own. His gaze glassy and love-struck as he watches the crew celebrate. He's perfect, Techno. Never thought I'd get so fucking lucky. Didn't think I'd even live long enough to settle down. If you stop fighting people on the yard, you might have a better shot, Technoblade teases. Phil's brow wrinkles, scoffing out loud. Where's the fun in that, he says, before dropping his cheek onto Technoblade's shoulder with a muffled hum. Technoblade snorts, but holding still, allowing his friends to rest there. Comfy? Mm-hmm. They're silent for a few moments, listening to the gentle strums of a stringed instrument, soft murmurs, and the clinking of glass. I miss this, Phil eventually says, his gaze trained on his son and grandson who have paused their singing to regulate the crew with a story of adventure. Wilbur is grinning from ear to ear, his arms spread wide, his voice carrying out loud across the waters. I miss seeing him happy like this. Technoblade smiles, knowingly, understanding far too well, but lacking the words to say it. He winds up instead, resting his chin on Phil's head, and pointedly ignoring the muffled complaints about his bony chin as Phil squirms beneath him. His friend eventually settles with a dramatic groan as they relax into a companionable silence. Together the two of them lean against the railing, watching over the crew as those gathered begin another song at Wilbur's lead. This time, one of comradry and celebration. Technoblade can't help the way his heart stirs at the words, at the promise of merriment and companionship. Besides him, Phil is singing along. Phil is singing, and that alone is enough to make his head snap into the side in shock. For the first time, he watches as his friend joins in the song, his voice lifting to join the chorus, still boasting and warm smile and a twinkle in his eye. His voice is a little raspy, a few notes out of tune, and yet still, it's beautiful all the same. He remembers all the nights watching Phil stand alone, and at a distance, a pained look in his eye, with the locket cradled close, and decides this is much better. He's not sure how long the song goes on for, but eventually Phil leaves his side, the comfortable warmth against him vanishing. He watches his friend amble towards the crowd, with a crooked grin and a raised glass, calling for more ale, and can't suppress a teasing laugh when the man nearly trips in excitement. His laughter softens into something fond as he watches the way Phil reaches out to ruffle Tommy's hair, uncaring to the way the boy squawks in protest, before reaching up to do the same to Rambu, who leans into touch. He can see the look on Phil's face from here, and it makes his heart flutter. No matter how much he tries to deny it, his friend is a sap for his crew. His gaze soft with adoration, and he stares down at the ones who would follow him to the ends of the earth if he asked. A smile still on his lips, Technoblade turns to face the sea, leaning over the railing as another melody fills the quiet night air. He'll miss this. More than anything, he thinks he'll miss these nights the most. The laughter and the dancing and the song, and the camaraderie and trust between them. One voyage, a debt repaid. The sea calls to him, the moonlight sparkling across the calm waters. It's a night not unlike the one he and Phil spent together on the dinghy, paddling for shore. It's been months since then, almost a year, and yet he can still remember the look on his face when they made it to shore, that damned grin, so smug and certain as he'd left Technoblade with little more than a few passing words. See you around, mate. He can't imagine a world without Phil, not anymore. The bastard had been worming his way into his heart since day one, and now, as he stands on the precipice of life, I don't know that word, on his own once again, his heart aches to imagine walking up to a steady ground beneath his feet instead of wood rocking in the tides, and to imagine waking up to silence rather than the call of a crow or a bright laugh from above. He's torn, split between the life he dreamed of for so long and for the life he's come to love. And yet it's time, he thinks. He's had his fun, he's had his shot, his second chance at leadership. He made the most of it, but he's fulfilled his end of the deal. They don't need him as captain anymore. Phil has earned the loyalty of his crew 100 times over, and now he knows it, believes it with his whole heart. He can see it in the way Phil allows himself to turn his back on the others, in the way he doesn't flinch anymore when a hand brushes a pistol or someone catches him off guard with a familiar phrase. His friend is healing, and so is he. And with Wilbur at Phil's side, ready to help him lead, maybe it's time for Technoblade to take the time to figure out what he really wants from safety of the shore. They set sail for his old port. And it had been a conscious decision, at least. Not the one they talked about. Technoblade thinks that a part of Phil knows the journey is coming to an end. However subconscious, and the old port had been a convenient stop. I don't care if you're turning off. Convenient stop, anyways, an easy place to stock up on supplies and ground themselves before their next voyage. He'll leave them there, he thinks, and finally return to his quiet life he'd known before. Techner, he hears, the soft call interrupting his thoughts. Phil is looking expectantly at him, his glass raised high into the air. When he's captured Techner's attention, he continues, and his voice cuts across the murmurs of the crowd, a hush falling upon the crew. A toast, he says, to our captain. He's smiling, a little lopsided, but a shining bright nevertheless. And his voice is clear and strong, to the best man I've ever known, and to the greatest friend I could have ever asked for. There's a chorus of cheers and the clinking of mugs as the crew shouts their agreements, and, not for the first time tonight, Technoblade's heart aches. For a moment, he forgets himself, and he turns back to the sea as the weight of his thoughts threatens to drown him, the guilt and sorrow at the thought of leaving them almost enough to bring him to his knees once more. He can hear the crew adding their own toast to the mix, none of them yet noticing his reluctance, and as the wings tug at his hair, he wishes it would sweep him away, if only so he didn't have to spoil such joy. The crew has gone quiet. They finally notice with a heavy heart. He turns to face them, and prays that his words ring true. A toast, he says, to the ones who believed in me when I couldn't believe in myself. A toast to the Argo and her safe voyage, for many years to come. A toast to clear waters and blue skies, and safe landings at every port you find. He finds his smile returning as he speaks, and suddenly the words aren't so hard anymore. No matter where the tides take us, or how far apart we may drift, Technoblade's throat is suddenly thick with emotion, his mouth opening and closing around the words that suddenly fail him. Nothing he could say will ever be enough, will ever be able to express the emotions he feels for them, the way they've stolen his heart and made it their own, and the way he would have had it, and he wouldn't have it any other way. They showed him sympathy when he would turn a blind eye to his suffering. They welcomed him with open arms when no others would. Even when he looked on them with nothing but disgust, they taught him what it was like to be loved, and to be loved in return. To love and to be loved in return. They showed him the meaning of family, and they'll never forget the lessons they taught him along the way, nor the way they raised him up from his worst and helped him to become something new, something greater, something he could finally be proud of. I will always remember your kindness to me, he says, through a voice that is raspy and fragile, and falling apart at the seams, and yet the smile on his face is the most real he's ever worn, and his heart is filled with nothing but warmth as he looks upon the people he loves more than the universe itself. And then he does the only thing he can think of, the only action that he could truly express his gratitude. Technoblade takes off his hat, places it over his heart, and bows. They are the only people who will ever have this honor, the only ones deserving of such humility. Nobody else in the world has ever shown him such compassion, and so he'd get on his knees and grovel if they asked. His friends, his family, deserve nothing but his undying respect. And if this is what it takes for them to understand the magnitude of their impact on him, then he'll stand with his head bowed for as long as he needs, anything for the people who gave him everything. For Rambu, for Tommy, for Tubber, for Eric, and Jack, and Nikki, and Wilbur, and for Phil, the world. And if Smile grows wobbly, and his crew gathers around him, pulling him into a warm embrace, and ruffling at his hair, he prays no heed, instead savoring each and every touch and fond murmur as he's pulled back into their midst, fighting comfortably back into their complicated puzzle of a family as if he'd been there since the very beginning. He spends the night drinking, laughing, and singing alongside the ones he loves, and for a moment allows him to forget it's easy to shrug off the woes and pretend, if only for a night, that things can stay like this forever. When he retires for the night, it's with a grin and a wave and a light heart, eager for the comfort of his bed and a well-earned rest. He doesn't see the way Phil's smile finally falters as the door shuts, leaving him standing alone beneath the stars once more. Eric joins him for one last sunrise, the morning they're meant to make port. He hears the soft pitter-patter of footsteps accompanied by the gentle swoosh of a skirt, and he doesn't even need to turn to know who it is. His one steady companion each and every morning, the one who's helped guide him through the good times and the bad. You're always welcome at his side. Especially today. Was it worth it, Eret? He asked softly, recalling the skeleton's words back on the island. His friend's shoulders brushed gently against his as they moved to join him, huddling their elbows against the railing and allowing their eyes to flutter shut against the warmth of the morning sun. A small tilt of their head is the only indication that they've heard him, and the silence stretched out for what feels like minutes before they finally respond in a voice that's altogether both soft as a whisper and as loud as thunder. It was, they say, and in their voice there's no room for doubt, because I was able to help you see. Technoblade smiles. Thank you. For everything. Eret merely nods, but he can feel their warmth clearly, as if they were an empath and not the other way around. I can't see them anymore, Eret says, and they're smiling despite their words. They finally moved on. You finally let go. Technoblade smiles too. I did, he agrees, returning his gaze to the sunrise, watching as molten gold spills across the sparkling seas. It's the dawn of a new day, a fresh start for all of them. He doesn't know what lies beyond, but for the first time, he no longer fears the unknown. His heart flickers with something else instead. A fluttering eagerness, a childish excitement. There's something else there beneath the surface, a quiet urging he can't quite fully ignore. But he shoves it to the back of his mind for now, instead setting his sights on what awaits him. It's finally over. He's going home. A captain no longer, he'll be back to his quiet life at the docks. No more thievery, no more danger, just the smell of the sea and the steady life of the dockhand, free of the Navy's scrutiny. It's everything he dreamed of at the start of the voyage, the thing that kept him going when he began to question what he was doing. And now here it is, just hours away from the grasp. He no longer owes Phil. His debt repaid a dozen times over, and he no longer has reason to stay any longer. He tells himself. One voyage, he promised. Just one. Now at the journey's end, he finds himself looking forward to the next beginning. Beside him, Eret hums, thoughtfully. He turns his gaze back to them, and finds them no longer smiling, the brows knit with thought as they turn his way. You want me to describe it to you again? He asks, offering Eret his hand. They take it, and they shake their head, all the same. I already know your sunrise, Techno, they say with a fond exasperation. But do you? The question stops Techno in his tracks. What is his sunrise? He searches his heart for the answer and comes up empty. He thought he'd known what he'd wanted. He thought he knew what a second chance looked like. And yet now, as he stands on the verge of something new, he no longer feels the same way, anticipation he once did. The promise of a new start is no longer as enticing. Not when it looks like this. Not when the only sunrise he'll see will be from his window at port, building and boats alike silhouetted against the sky that will never again be open as it is now. Not when he'll watch the sunrise alone, his mornings filled with silence rather than soft conversations with friends. I don't know, he admits, and feels no shame in it. Eret has never judged him, and they won't start now. I don't know what it looks like, not anymore. Maybe I did once, but now, and he sighs, running a hand through his hair, taking off his hat to stare down at it, a symbol of everything he's gained and everything else he's yet to lose again. I don't know what I want, or where I'm going, he says, and it feels like a lie, even to him. He trails off, looking expectantly at Eret, as if they'll give him an answer he so desperately needs. He should have known better, but even amidst his disappointment, he feels a flicker of fond amusement. Because they're merely smiling at him, tilting their head as they turn back towards the sunrise, their hair gilded with the golden strands of the morning light. I guess we'll just have to wait and see, won't we? Well, I guess this is it. Technoblade and Philza stand together on the docks, only a foot of space between them and yet miles apart. The Argo is ready to set sail once more, her former captain lingering just long enough to ensure she's well stocked for the next voyage. The crew is all on board, ready to depart. It's just the two of them now. Guess so, Phil says softly. I'll miss you, Technoblade wants to scream, but his lungs refuse to work. I'll miss you. I love you. I'm not sure if I can do this without you. Instead, all that comes out is a nervous laugh as he extends his hands to Phil one last time. He takes it, and their hands fit together as naturally as they always have, just resting there. We'll see each other around, Technoblade. Technoblade isn't sure who Phil is reassuring. Technoblade or himself. He nods, but still doesn't let go, clinging on for dear life, as though a tighter grip will keep Phil from sailing away again. Their crew watches from above, clinging to the railing of the ship, pretending not to eavesdrop. The Technoblade knows they're hanging on to every single word. Tommy's face is shadowed, but the kid is leaning towards him as if every word he speaks is made of gold. Romber and Tubbo are huddled together, whispering conspiratorially, shooting him occasional glances. Fundy stands just behind the group, his gaze latched onto Phil, his hands clasped carefully in front of him, as if in prayer. Nikki and Wilbur looked thoughtfully, though Wilbur looks disbelievingly while Nikki's lips are downturned in a frown. She cried when he hugged her farewell. Eric is unbothered, of course, leaning casually against the railing with that all-knowing smile. As he looks upon them, he feels his heart swell with emotion, bittersweet on his tongue. He'll miss them all dearly, each and every one of them, from Tommy's reckless enthusiasm to Eric's soothing support, and Nikki's gentle comfort, to Phil, his first friend, and the truest, his soulmate, in a manner of speaking. Phil completes him in a way that no rank or ship or crew ever could. More than just another friend, deeper than friend family. Never in 100 years would the Technoblade of the past have predicted his soulmate would be a raggedy, bull-headed, sharp-tongued pirate. And yet now, as he looks at Phil, he wouldn't trade him for anyone else. He wonders if Phil sees him in the same light, if he thinks of him with the same fondness. Somehow, now, under his careful gaze and gentle touch, Technoblade thinks he might. All good things have to come to an end, eventually. But that doesn't mean Technoblade can't make it last just a little longer. When Phil finally moves to let go, the pair of them holding on for far too long already, a protest escapes Technoblade before he can stop it, his grip tightening. Wait. Phil freezes, his eyes going wide and curious and hopeful. Yeah, mate? Technoblade swallows. I have something for you. From his pocket, he pulls two small objects, his fist curled, white-knuckled around them, and shakes ever so slightly. Phil's mouth opens in surprise as he slowly uncurls his fingers to reveal two sparkling emerald earrings, cast in gold and glittering like the sea itself in the afternoon sun. Techno. They're from my ship, Technoblade admits. The Anemoy. They were the only things I managed to save when it went down, and he swallows as his voice threatens to break and continues. I want you to have them. And he watches as Phil's face flickers, his smile threatening to break, if only for a moment as the man is overcome with emotion. You can keep them, or sell them. I don't really care. I wanted to say thank you, Phil. For everything. Techno. Phil's voice is breathless, squeezing Techno's hand so hard it hurts. I'm the one... Fuck. Mate, you're gonna make me cry. I'm the one who should be thanking you. But his fingers curl around the elements nevertheless, and carefully he cradles them, staring down at them with awe. As if holding the entire world in his hands. And then he's looking up at Technoblade, his smile so wide it must hurt. And then careful hands are reaching up towards him and brushing his hair away from his ear. And... oh. Phil pulls back, and there's a new weight dangling from Technoblade's ear. How about we match? Phil says, and he offers the masterpiece. He offers the matching piece. Friendship and all that. For a moment, Technoblade is overwhelmed by the sheer love he feels for a man in front of him. And all his rough edges and bright light because gods, what did he ever do to deserve someone like Phil? Phil who smiles even while being left behind again, who locks his heart away behind open bars and yet deemed himself deserving of it. Phil, who looked at him through though he's the most precious thing in the entire universe. And he can manage a shaky nod, and with as much tenderness as he can muster, he moves to comply. He brushes blonde strands carefully away from Phil's ear, cupping his jar with one hand while the other carefully slips the earring into place. The man leans into his touch, his eyes fluttering shut as the smile softens into something more gentle, more vulnerable, and Technoblade wishes more than anything that this moment could last forever. Don't go getting into any trouble, Phil says quietly. That's my line, he answers, letting his hand drop from Phil's face, linking fingers with him once more, warm hands against cool metal. Try not to get shot again. In response, Phil just pokes a finger at Technoblade's chest, right where the bullet had struck. Right, Technoblade laughs. Don't let Tommy get his wish of becoming captain anytime soon, then. Phil grins wearily. Little shit has it out for me. Better stay on your toes then, old man. Not that old, mate. I can practically hear your joints creaking from here. Shut. They're drawing this out too long. They can both feel it. He sees it in Phil's eyes as much as he feels it in the ache of his chest. He can hear it in the way their banter falls flat, their voices too heavy to carry the humor they once might have. It's time. He takes a deep breath, trembling breath, and squeezes Phil's hand one last time, forcing a smile wide across his lips. Goodbye, Phil. Bye, mate. He doesn't want to let go, but with every passing second, it just gets harder to move on. Phil's fingers slip out of his, and he wants nothing more than to grab them back, to hold him against his chest and never let go again. But he doesn't move, watching as Phil withdraws, folding his arms and leaning back and smiling in the way that hurts. Because Technoblade's own feels so strained and forced. He doesn't want to go, he's not ready. He'll never be ready. But as the crew gathers around the railing, all shouting their last goodbyes, waving their arms and smiling as bright as the sun, he finds he can't stay any longer. And so, like a coward, he turns and runs. He hears Phil's startled shouts. There's one voice amidst the chorus of shock and confusion. He hears his name, hears pleas for him to wait, cut abruptly short, and out to the corner of his eye he sees a hand outstretched and lips half-parted. He forces back the urge to turn around and go back, because this is what he wants, isn't it? A chance at a normal life again? No, away from the voyages of crimes and death and danger, away from the sea which has stolen so much away from him. No more curses, no more battles, no more drunken nights in the cabin listening to Phil rattle on and on about his adventures. He runs and runs and runs until his lungs heave for a breath, his legs burning beneath him because he hasn't stretched them like this in ages. He needs to get away, far enough that he won't be able to see white sails billowing in the distance, far enough that he won't have to watch his happiness sail away without him. And then, a bundle of white feathers tangle itself in his hair, tugging and screeching with a vengeance, and he forces to stop. Floof. What? Technically gets a hold of the frantically beating wings, gentle as always, as he attempts to pry the cockatoo out of the mess he's made of his hair. What the hell are you doing? His voice is childing. Child? I don't know. As he scolds the bird, who bites at the metal finger in a ferocity he's never seen. All the white struggling and beating his wings against his hold. Reluctantly, Technically lets go, scared he'll hurt the creature. And with another squawk, Floof takes to the sky, circling him once, twice, before lifting up to meet another shape far above. A familiar crow, who welcomes the parrot with a merry caw. The two of them turning to catch the winds that carry them back down towards the dock. Technically is struck by a sudden homesickness as he watches them go, the likes of which he has never felt before. And suddenly he knows deep down in his heart that if he doesn't turn around now, if he doesn't follow their story through to the end, he'll regret it forever. And so he turns to watch the ship leave. He turns and watches with bated breath as the Argo begins to pull away from docks. She's truly beautiful, even as battle-worn as she is. Small and sleek, her sails billowing in the wind, she's nothing short of perfection. Every sailor's dreams. He's never seen her from this angle before, never watched her as she pulled away from port. It's as beautiful as it is heartbreaking. And he thinks he'll spend many a morning at his window, dreaming of the day she'll finally return, and his crew along with her. And then he sees it. Standing at the railing is Phil. His friend's arms are folded as he leans against the old wood, staring out at the crowded docks, and even from this distance, Technoblade can read him better than anyone else. His face is shadowed in distance, his shoulders hunched, and his hair falling into his eyes with no attempt to hide it. He's smiling. His smile is gone. He's not smiling, apparently. His smile is gone, leaving behind something hollow and despairing. Phil stands alone at the stern of the ship. Phil stands alone. Technoblade is moving before he even has the chance to think. He's pushing past strangers, shoving aside nobles and sailors and merchants alike, fighting the crowd like a fish through water. His feet pound against the old wood dock, his blood roaring in his ears, along with the indignant shouts and cries of the people, unlucky enough to get in his way. There are angry faces on the corners of his vision, rude gestures, and even a few navymen looking suspiciously his way for causing a commotion. But he has eyes only for the horizon, for the sleek ship that's just untied its last line, that's just beginning to slip out of reach. Wait, he cries. The cry erupts from his lips, unbidden as he runs, his hands stretched out to the ship as the wind tugs at its sails, pulling the wind tugs at its sails, pulling it slowly away from the dock. Wait for me! He doesn't know if they hear him, but he doesn't care. He won't stop, no matter what. Not now. Not ever. He finally had people who cared about him, who loved him, and he'll be damned if he ever lets go of them again. At the end of the dock is ahead of him, the ship just out of reach. There's nothing between him and the Argo, but open sky and sea. He doesn't think all he knows is that he refuses to be left behind. He refuses to be separated from them. They're his crew, his family. And so he jumps. Technoblade is many things. A leader, yes. A fighter as well. He's level-headed and silver-tongued when he needs to. But even the greatest of men become fools when it comes to a matter of the heart. It's only when he hits the water that he realizes the full extent of his mistake. His arms sink like a stone. And yet, he still fights it like hell, kicking and thrashing with all his might to try and climb back to the surface. He can see the hull of the ship in the near distance, so close and yet so far. And as the bubbles spill from his lips, the spiral around him, he can feel his panic rising, his wild desperation finally giving way to fear. He's sinking now, losing the battle with the weight of his arm, and in the chaos and confusion and the overwhelming fear, he doesn't even think to loosen it, to free himself from the weight. It wouldn't matter anyway. He shouldn't have asked Rambo to teach him to swim. He should have asked Rambo to teach him to swim. Should have taken Phil up on his teasing offers. Because now he's about to meet the very same fate he avoided that fateful night. And this time, it's not out to some cruel twist of fate or dark curse, but rather his own foolishness. He wants to laugh at the irony of it all, surviving a storm, surviving a navy attack, and sirens, and an island of burn, only to fall to the likes of himself. He's drowning again. And then strong arms curl around him, and he's being tugged up, up, up. His head breaks the water with a gasp, and his ears are filled with a weary, rasping laughter, and he can't see anything but the familiar smiling face of his savior. "We have to stop meeting like this," Phil says, and he's grinning from ear to ear. Technoblade clings to him as a teasing light in his eyes. Technoblade snorts weakly, unable to summon the will for an indignant protest, too busy holding on for dear life, and hacking up an entire ocean's worth of water. Phil kicking out strongly, easily supporting his weight in the calm blue waters as Technoblade coughs and sputters, cringing at his throat burns with the taste of seawater. "Couldn't stay away," he finally rasps, and can't keep the grin off his face. He buries it into Phil's shoulder to hide it away, relishing in the warmth beneath his fingertips, and vows to never let go like that again. "If you wanted me to teach you to swim so badly, you should have said something, mate," Phil chuckles, his voice pitching into the petulant yelp when Technoblade gets into a cuff around his ears. He tosses his head back and laughs, that damned giggle that used to get under Technoblade's skin, now a welcomed warmth. A warmth he finds himself relaxing into with a laugh of his own, soft and gentle and happy. Phil notices this, and his teasing gaze softens, his grip tightens around him. "Aw, mate, don't go crying on me." Not crying," he protests. "Just went for a swim. Salt water. Just salt water." "Whatever you say, Captain," Phil says, and the title along is enough to make Technoblade's breath catch into a silent sob. "Can't believe you just fucking jumped off a pier after us." "Well, I told you I wouldn't leave, didn't I?" He watches as Phil's smile grows wobbly, and suddenly he's not the only one blinking back tears. "I don't go breaking promises that easily." Phil opens his mouth to respond, but a rope lands beside them in the water, and Phil's grip around him tightens, his other hand reaching for the aid. "Hang on tight, mate," his friend instructs, and his arms curl reflectively around the pirate's neck as he hears the shouts of his crew heaving them upwards. Moments later, they're all safely on board, Technoblade collapsing onto his knees, while Phil rubs circles between his shoulders. There's water and tears alike streaming down his face, and he doesn't have the energy or heart to fight it, as Phil cups his face between his hands, swiping gently beneath his eyes with a callous thumb. "Miss me that much already?" Phil asks. His tone is joking, but the words make Technoblade's chest heave anew, without hesitation. He flings his arms back and around his friend, pulling him into a warm embrace. Phil's warmth is a comfortable weight against him, and neither of them have any intention of pulling away anytime soon. Phil laughs, his chest fluttering against Techno's. "It is contagious. Almost dying. Once wasn't enough for you," the pirate quips. "You had to go and try again." "You're the one to talk," he mumbles, his face pressed into a familiar green jacket, heedless of the way frigid water continues to steady drip from them. "Can't believe I had to save your soggy ass twice," Phil complains. "Guess I owe you again, don't I?" Technoblade jests. Phil grins. "Yes, you do. What'll it be then?" "I'd say another voyage would cover it just fine." "And what if I wanted to stay?" Warm hands find his and squeeze. "Captain Technoblade, the man who never dies. You'll be a legend." "Don't forget his first mate." Phil laughs, and in his smile is a promise of another adventure, and dozens more to come. "Well, you said it first, mate. To the gates of hell, right? As far as I'm concerned, we're not there just yet." "Yeah," Technoblade agrees. "To the gates of hell." And we finished it. We have finished Bones in the Ocean. I really need to sort out the fucking sound alert thing. I don't like that thing in my chat. I'll have to do that. I'll have to do that tomorrow before stream. I'm gonna turn back our other stream playlist back on. This was good. I'm glad you enjoyed it, fam. I'm glad. I really enjoyed reading it. I enjoyed reading it to you guys. I really enjoyed the story. Me too. I'm a sucker for pirate stories, and I've been wanting to read Bones in the Ocean for a while, but got caught up with other things, so never got the time to do it. So I'm happy that you guys also enjoyed it, because I really enjoyed reading it to you guys, and reading it with you, and crying along with you. We'll have to do this with another story at some point too. I feel like if I find another one that seems interesting. But yeah, I think I'm not a fan of pirate stories, but this one was great. Yeah, like I think genuinely, like, this fandom is so fucking incredibly talented. Like, you can't deny it. This fandom is absolutely astoundingly talented. Yes, more Gib. Yeah, we'll definitely have to do some more story time streams and stuff like that. Definitely in the future. But yeah, I think as much as I want to do a just chatting section right now, I am incredibly exhausted. It's 12:30 for me, and I'm sure it's even later for everyone else watching. So I think it's about time we see if anyone is live to raid, or go ahead and just end and say goodbye. Understandable? Yeah. There's no one that I have streaming right now who's live. Wait, no, we have Unholy. We can stream... Yeah, let's go ahead and raid Unholy, who's the Dead by Daylight streamer that we... who I watch a lot. They are, for anyone new here, they are a Dead by Daylight streamer. They are a mature stream, so please keep that in mind. But yeah. I hope you guys enjoyed this stream. I fucking cancel it. I'm a fucking idiot. There we go. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed this stream. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow's Sunday. So I'll see you guys tomorrow for either Berry Boys or Hardcore. One of the two, depends on how I'm feeling when I wake up tomorrow. Because I have shit I gotta do tomorrow. Anyway. Next week I do start school, so streams might be a little wonky on timing. I'll have to double check my schedule, and I'll update you guys on any schedule changes and stuff like that there. But I'm gonna try my best to keep it to 7, starting at 7 o'clock. But yeah. I hope you guys enjoy the story, I hope you guys enjoy the stream, and I'll leave you guys to vibe to the music while we get ready for the raid. Bye! Love y'all!